Of the action here at the United Center after an historic opening night with President Biden receiving a nearly 5-minute ovation from the crowd and officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris in an emotional, lengthy, and much later than expected speech where he touted his record, praising Harris and her vision for the country and dismissing reports of personal bitterness about her nomination. Take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. Thank you. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
Now, in a surprise appearance ahead of the president's address, Harris thanked President Biden for his service, telling the crowd, quote, "We are forever grateful." In his speech, Mr. Biden warning against clear and present threats to democracy while calling former President Trump unfit for office. Those remarks coming after some of the evening's other headliners ramped up their attacks on the former president, including Hillary Clinton. The former Democratic nominee celebrating the historic nature of Harris's candidacy and invoking her own unsuccessful bid against Donald Trump. Her speech also marking a more aggressive line of attack against the former president from the convention stage.
As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Now, those chants of lock him up that you just heard, a notable shift in tone compared to 2016, that convention, when then First Lady Michelle Obama coined the phrase, "When they go low, we go high." Remember that one? And they are starting our sound check here, so I'll talk a little louder to make sure you can hear me. Look, Michelle Obama, along with her husband, former President Barack Obama, will speak tonight, along with the Vice President's husband, second gentleman Doug Emhoff. We are also expecting to hear from the Vice President again tonight, not in Chicago, but in Milwaukee, where she and running mate Tim Walz are holding a rally in the same arena as last month's Republican National Convention. Campaign officials telling NBC News that Harris's speech will be broadcast to the crowd back here in Chicago. Let me bring in our team of NBC reporters. Monica Alba is on the convention floor. Vaughn Hilliard is in Howell, Michigan, where former President Trump is holding an event. And with me on set right here is Washington managing editor Carol Lee and NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. Thanks to all of you for being here. Monica, it's loud here. It's getting loud as they prepare for night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Talk about the strategy of having the vice president travel to Milwaukee, this split screen that we're going to see.
Yeah, and that is kind of the soundtrack to this evening, you could say, Kristen, as we hear the musical guests do their sound check for tonight. What will be so notable is that Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz, of course, are here in Chicago. We saw them last night. They're going to be heading out to Wisconsin to hold their own campaign rally, as you mentioned, in that same arena where Donald Trump accepted the nomination for the Republican Party. And it's by design. It's on purpose. They're doing it, in effect, to troll him, to be able to say we're having our own convention in Chicago. Illinois is not really a battleground state. Of course, certainly not the way Wisconsin is, but they're going to be acknowledging that the 75-day sprint to November is all about stressing the urgency of using every possible moment. That's what they're going to try to convey with this decision. But there is a little bit of a risk to it as well, because they're going to be speaking right up against some of the prime time lineup that you're going to be seeing a couple of hours from now. But we're told they're going to make their way back to Chicago at some point in the evening. It leaves open the question whether they're going to be here for the key headliners of the evening, former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. But either way, we're told they're really trying to stress what President Obama's top line message will be, which is this is an all-hands-on-deck approach, and if they can get in poking at Donald Trump along the way, they feel like that's an effective use of their time. Kristen.
And Monica, as you are speaking, we were listening to Common perform his mic check. Last night it was James Taylor. By the way, because the events here, Monica, went so late, we actually didn't hear from James Taylor. We did hear his sound check, though, here on this show yesterday. Monica, let me follow up with you a little bit on the Obamas and the strategy. How do you anticipate we will, in addition to his message tonight, see them deployed for the remainder of the campaign, this home stretch?
Well, look, they've said they're going to try to do everything they can to help Kamala Harris and Tim Walz get elected. But it was notable on the day that President Joe Biden announced he was leaving the race. We know that Vice President Harris spent 10 hours that day on the phone to key allies and stakeholders. And on that list, near the very, very top, were the Obamas. Those were some of the earliest calls that she placed. But at the time, the couple wasn't going to make a formal endorsement because they said they wanted to respect the process. They wanted to let this Democratic primary, if there was going to be a question of one, play out before the entire party coalesced and rallied around her. And then a couple of days later, they did tease out that endorsement with a phone call that they played a clip of between the two of them and Vice President Harris. So tonight you're going to hear them talk about their own personal experiences with the Vice President and what they believe she brings to the table. We're told they're going to talk about her toughness, her perseverance, what she can offer. And then we do expect that they will be helping in the campaign in some form, though it's unclear how much actual stumping they're going to do versus perhaps raising money and helping in those other modes as well. Kristen.
Monica, you always have great reporting, and today you powered through a performance by Common. Well done. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Vaughn, let me go out to you. As we've been reporting, former President Trump holding a campaign rally in Howell, Michigan. Talk about the top lines there and just the broader counter-programming plan for the week, Vaughn.
Right, Common is not performing here in Howell, Michigan. I can tell you that, Kristen. It's a little bit more tame out here in rural Michigan. Let's be very clear here. This was an event here that was promoted by the campaign as being one focusing on crime and safety. It was here at a local sheriff's office here inside of a garage where Donald Trump talked for the better part of an hour, focusing largely on crime attributed to individuals who are undocumented here in this country. He has pushed aside FBI crime statistics, saying that they are fake and that they are not accurate, and that in fact crime around the country, in Donald Trump's words, are going up, and he is attributing that to the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. Take a listen to part of his remarks.
We're here today to talk about how we are going to stop the Kamala crime wave. Over the past 4 years, the Marxist left has waged a vicious war on law enforcement in our country. They've taken away the dignity and the spirit and the life of some of these police officers, and that's why you see it. The crime is so out of control. If she ever had a chance, she would do whatever she could to defund the police, because that's where her spirit is, that's where her heart is.
Of course, we should note here, Kristen, that this is the first time that we have seen Donald Trump, and the only time we expect to see him here today after night one of the convention festivities. He did, off the top of his remarks, comment on the first night of the convention, saying that Joe Biden was angry because it was a convention coup. Of course, it was Donald Trump who was forecasting for the better part of 2 weeks this idea that Joe Biden would try to suddenly retake the Democratic nomination, which, of course, there was no substance or accuracy to that. And, of course, that didn't happen last night. He He also commented on the Democratic nominee, her laugh, and her policies. And I think that this is along the lines of this fusion of personal attacks with discussion around issues, sometimes not always grounded in the exact facts. But for Donald Trump here, this is part of his counter-programming. He will be making his way to North Carolina tomorrow alongside of J.D. Vance for a stop just outside of Greensboro. Kristen.
Yeah, and of course his allies are urging him to let up on those personal attacks because they don't think it's a winning strategy. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much. Really appreciate it from Howell, Michigan. Let me turn now to Chuck and Carol. Let's talk about everything that happened last night and what we can expect tonight. Chuck, I'm going to start with you. I want to play a little bit more of what we heard from President Biden. And what was so notable is that it's actually something that you said prior to his speech. Let's take a listen to what he said.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you.
Chuck, we literally had this discussion yesterday. That's the real heartache, I think, for President Biden.
You know, he never got the presidency in his prime.
Yeah.
And it just, but he got the presidency, and he worked his whole life. I've spent my entire adult life tracking whether Joe Biden was going to run and how is he going to do it. And he always wanted to run. And every off the record I had with him, it was always about, well, what do you think's happening in Iowa? Who's got this ground game? And he
loved the game.
He did. And then by the time he gets the presidency, it's sort of like, he doesn't have the fastball anymore. Now he had some crafty screwballs and this or that, and he could, get through it. And he got the Holy Grail. But I do think last night, I think tonight's the start of the convention, the Kamala Harris convention. Last night was the sort of the tribute night. This was and if you think about it, putting Hillary Clinton on that night too also felt like a decision of let's put the past on display on Monday night.
Yeah.
And then let's start making the case for Kamala starting on Tuesday. Starts with the Obamas. We'll make a personal pitch, I think, a little bit. You have Bill Clinton, who's going to make the Secretary of Explaining Democratic Economic Policies. He's still the through line on that. And then, obviously, herself on Thursday night. And so I do think that's the real, I think that's why they just let last night go so long. They're like, look, that's last night. That's the end of that era. Tonight's the beginning of a new era in the Democratic Party. Hence, James Taylor was supposed to be playing last night. It's common tonight.
Right.
I mean,
tells you everything you need to know. Yeah, it's a great point, Chuck. Carol, let me read you something that our friend and colleague Peter Baker wrote in the New York Times. He wrote, President Biden, has been such a part of the American political firmament for so long that it seemed hard to imagine him ceding the spotlight. And in fact, he made little accommodation to do that unhappy reality, largely giving what seemed like the speech that could have been written before his withdrawal from the race on July 21st, extolling his record and excoriating Mr. Trump's. What do you make of that and just how hard it was for Biden?
Well, it was a very long speech, and if you look at it, it started with some of the future and Harris and endorsing her, and then it was about Joe Biden, and it was everything. It was almost as if he wanted to say, yes, I'm old and I've been pushed aside here, but look at every single thing I've done. And he really went through it all. And at the same time, he also rather graciously kind of interwove Harris's role in a lot of things. And that's what's so striking about this, is because we all know, we've covered this presidency. This is not something that people would describe as a close friendship or warmth. And yet only in the last 6 weeks or 2 months since the debate has it really they're presenting as if they're very close, and she's had a very close role in a lot of stuff. And he gave her that, and that was something that was striking too.
It's such a great point, Carol, because the optics here are so important. And tonight, you talk about Bill Clinton be the explainer-in-chief. Former President Obama, it sounds like, is going to try to take that mantle a little bit as well, that he's going to be the explainer-in-chief and start to lay out the Kamala Harris biography. Here's who she is.
You know, I've thought about this with Obama. You know, if there's one criticism that I think is fair of Obama politically is he did not set up an heir apparent.
Yeah.
You know, Donald Trump actually set up an heir apparent with J.D. Vance, right? Barack Obama never did. The choice of Joe Biden, you know, and there were some people who whispered maybe you ought to get a new running mate for 12 more out of passing the torch, being able to put your stamp on where you want the party to go. And he backed off. And out of loyalty to the Clintons, because the Clintons were so good to him, and when he needed them in 2012, people forget this. Yeah. He needed Bill Clinton more than the Clintons ever needed Obama back in the day, in that one election. And it was really important. And I think he felt a sense of loyalty, and he got behind her. In an odd way now, whether he ever meant to or not, Kamala Harris feels like the natural heir to the Obama era. Like Biden was this sort of holdover from another part of the party. And now, but Kamala feels more like the natural evolution of where the party's going, right? She's probably slightly more to the left than Obama, but not much.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, so yes, she's going to break some barriers, but in a slightly different way. I'm curious to see if he wraps himself in this and says, hey, this is who's got next.
Well, what's so interesting about that is that it's not just him, it's her, too. Yeah. And she, even in that brief clip that they
She never would have been here if this were a Biden convention.
Not like this. And in that phone call, the video call that they did with the vice president, you know, she says in there, she calls her my girl. She says, you know, I'm really excited about this because you've always stood for inclusion and you unify people. And so that, and Michelle Obama is extraordinarily popular among Democrats.
Even more than her husband.
And, yes, and they have a kind of friendly competition going on.
So an influence that is, and it's going to come across as cliche, and I don't mean to, but she's got an Oprah-like influence.
Yeah.
In fact, Oprah doesn't have the influence anymore. Michelle Obama has this influence. I see it in my own family. The women in my own family of multiple generations, Michelle Obama's on a pedestal.
Well, even if you look at their book sales, she sold so many more books, which is the
well, more importantly, I believe the reading. Like, doesn't Amazon keep track of who actually reads these books? And I think more people finished the Michelle book.
Yeah, and how many times have you both heard over the course of the past 6 months, Michelle Obama should get into the race? Right. I mean, people want, she would
How many
never
times
do
Mrs.
it.
Todd has quoted Michelle Obama's book to me on various things, not Barack Obama's book.
Very quickly, guys, one of the most fascinating moments came when Hillary Clinton was speaking. I don't think we have time to play it, but you heard the chants of lock him up, talking about Donald Trump. Chuck, it was so striking because obviously in 2016 at Donald Trump's convention, they were chanting lock her up. This does seem to be a pivot from the Michelle Obama when they go low, we go high.
I've been thinking about this there's been this odd role reversal, 25 years ago, the Republican Party were the disciplined party, and they knew how to use a convention to tear apart a candidate. Just ask Michael Dukakis. Oddly, right, Donald Trump didn't spend any time at his convention. They thought they'd beaten up Biden enough. In fact, they were afraid of beating him up more because they didn't want
him to get out of the race.
And they didn't want him to get out of the race. It's the Democrats that are like, okay, we're now going to play hardball. And they're not usually the party because they have this, no, we want to be better. We want to go, and we in the press will sometimes hold them to a higher standard because they ask us to be held. They ask to be held to a higher standard. But it's striking to me how comfortable these folks are. Like, you know what? We're gonna fight fire here, and they're like, we'll apologize later.
With a smile. That's a little bit of the difference. They're also trying to do it in sort of
a joyful way.
A joyful little night thing.
A joyful night.
Because it wasn't just Clinton. It was Jamie Raskin. I mean, we heard this thread, Carol, in a number of other speeches.
There's a feeling in the party that they've learned a lesson, that you can't fight when Trump and Trump allies are coming at you, you have to come at them and play their game a little bit. The danger is that we've seen others who go up against Trump and try to play his game and fail.
Now, I will say this. She can't. I think
that's right.
Like the lesson from Hillary Clinton it was don't get dragged into his mud fights. Biden didn't. Biden stayed above the fray in 20. It was very successful. She can have others do the dirty work. She needs to stay above the fray because that actually sullies the current image she's building of herself right now.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. Well, we could have this conversation all hour. Thank you. It was
We'll do it
great.
tomorrow.
Appreciate it. We'll do it again tomorrow. Appreciate it, guys. Carol Lee, Chuck Todd, thank you both so much. Coming up next, I'll talk to Harris's deputy campaign manager about what to expect, not just tonight, but for the next 70-plus days of the campaign. Plus, as we look ahead to former President Barack Obama's prime-time speech tonight, let's take a look back to that speech that skyrocketed him to national prominence, his DNC debut in Boston back in 2004.
Even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics of anything goes. Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You're looking live at the stage at the United Center in Chicago ahead of night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. As we noted, tonight's program will be something of a split screen with Vice President Kamala Harris scheduled to speak tonight a little farther north of where we are right now. She will be in Milwaukee. Joining me now on set is Quentin Fulks. He is the Principal Deputy Campaign Manager for the Harris-Walz campaign. Quentin, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about night 1 before we get to night 2. President Biden wound up taking the stage at 11:30, by our count about 45 minutes later than he was supposed to. Was that a mistake? What happened?
Oh, yeah, I don't think it was a mistake. Look, I think that the team here on the ground in Chicago has worked tirelessly to put this convention together for us. It was night 1. I think anytime you're bringing an event like this and building something with this many people, there are bound to be some things that go a little awry. But I think that the team has taken that back, and I think that tonight we're going to see some flawless programming for night 2.
Okay, well, let me follow up with you on that. The team has taken that back. What does that mean? Will there be adjustments? Because obviously we know a couple of speeches got cut last night, a video, at least one got cut. Did you have to make adjustments for night 2?
Look, I think it's just a matter of just making sure that the program is running smoothly. I know that there's people who've been up all night working on this to make sure. So I think that people will just stay on time. We'll keep the programming moving smoothly. And so I really don't think it's a big deal. Unfortunately, some people had to be cut. But I think tonight, again, we're going to see some flawless programming and make sure that night 2 goes off very well.
Let me read you something that was in Axios. Derek Thompson reporting that a longtime Biden aide texted him, quote, "This is awful. He literally set up a campaign and handed it over to them, do they have to cut him out of prime time? What do you say to those who say it was actually disrespectful to President Biden?
Look, I actually hate, acknowledging things like that. I don't think that anybody was making any attempt to cut President Biden out. I think what we saw in the room last night here in Chicago during this convention is nothing but love and respect for President Biden, his family, the legacy of President Biden, and the work he is continuing to do. People continue to forget Joe Biden is going to be the president for the next 6 months. So we have a lot of stuff that we have to get done. So again, I just think that is ridiculous.
Being out, will he be a prominent feature on the campaign trail? How much should we expect to see him campaigning?
Absolutely. I think you heard directly from President Biden last night when he told the nation nobody is going to work harder than himself to get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz elected President and Vice President of the United States.
All right, let's talk about tonight. Before we get to the speeches here tonight, let's talk about Vice President Harris. She's going to be in Milwaukee. She will be speaking at the site of the RNC convention. Do you have any concern that, to some extent, this is counter-programming what's happening at the actual convention?
No. Again, I think all the logistics have been sorted out, but I think that, the work has to continue. Vice President Harris is in Wisconsin. She's talking to voters, and we're going to be here talking to voters about the vision and the future she has for this country, and so I'm incredibly excited.
So we will hear from Vice President Harris. Do you have any concerns about the choreography? How will it all work?
No. Again, I think that the team here, our campaign, because that is a campaign event. It's just happening in the middle of the convention, but we are coordinated, and I think it's all going to go out without a hitch.
A lot of people have been talking about the tone that we heard on night one. We saw a very unified convention. We saw a lot of fired up folks here. We also heard some calls to lock him up, referring to former President Trump. I want to play a little bit of what we heard last night. Get your reaction on the other side.
She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists.
Is the party effectively breaking away from Michelle Obama's when they go low, we go high? It seems like the gloves have come off.
Look, no, I don't think so, because at the end of the day, the party is falling in line behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And Kamala Harris is saying that the reason that we should not elect Donald Trump is because he is out of touch. He has an extreme, unstable agenda called Project 2025 that is going to hurt people. And so I think that is why Donald Trump shouldn't be. But it is factual. Donald Trump he is a convicted felon. That is just what it is. But at the end of the day, we are running this campaign about the future, not the past.
Are you comfortable, though, with the chance of lock him up? That's what they were chanting about Hillary Clinton in 2016 when Democrats said that crosses a line.
Look, I think that people here know that what lies in front of us is making sure that we communicate to voters that Donald Trump has a plan that is going to hurt them. That is what you're going to continue to hear from our plan and the different visions for this country, because that's fundamentally the choice that voters are going to have to make.
But just to follow up a little bit, I mean, do you want folks here to refrain from chanting lock him up? Is that in line with the spirit of this convention?
Look, I think that at the end of the day, folks are going to say what they want to say. But I think from our campaign standpoint, I'd much prefer people be talking about the fact that Donald Trump has a Project 2025 agenda, one that is going to rip away and continue to double down on women's reproductive freedoms being ripped away, extreme tariffs that are going to hurt people that live in rural communities, book bans, monitoring pregnancies, going after contraception and IVF. I think that is the most dangerous part about a second Donald Trump presidency, and we have to make sure as many people know that as possible.
Donald Trump, as you know, was watching closely. His campaign put out a press release pointing out that the speakers last night used his name 147 times. Is there a risk in being too focused on Trump and not focused enough on what Vice President Kamala Harris will do if she's in the White House and Governor Tim Walz?
Not at all. But look, I think that tonight is about the future and the vision that the Vice President has, and you're going to continue to hear speakers talk about what that vision is, and a culmination leading up to Thursday when the Vice vice president herself talks about that. But make no mistake about it, we also have a responsibility to make sure that voters know just how dangerous and divisive Donald Trump is.
What are we going to hear from former President Obama tonight? Bill Clinton was the explainer-in-chief to Barack Obama in 2012. Is Barack Obama going to be the explainer-in-chief for Vice President Harris?
Look, I think he's probably one of the best orators of our time. Whatever we hear from him, I'm sure is going to be spectacular. I have not read the speech or heard it yet myself, but I'm very interested. But what I think is going to be in there is why he believes Kamala Harris is the best person to be president, and I think that that should really matter coming from somebody who has actually sat in the chair of being president of the United States.
We have heard some of the vice president's policies. She rolled out some of her economic policies, but I think there's still a lot of questions about how she would govern. How do you think a Harris administration would differ from the Biden administration?
Look, I think that Vice President Harris has been a partner to President Biden for the past 3.5 years for the work they've gotten done. 16 million jobs, capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors, and that work is going to continue as long as Joe Biden is the president and she's the vice president. But I think Vice President Harris is a different candidate. She has her own vision and her own things for the future. We've seen her lay out her economic agenda for this country, $25,000 for first-time homeowners, expanding the child tax credit. And so she's going to continue to make sure she's listening to voters and bring common sense solutions to problems that voters have been complaining about.
It sounds like, by and large, you are saying she's going to build on the Biden agenda. Will there be any notable differences? Is there one policy where you can point to where Kamala Harris would govern differently than President Biden?
Look, I think it's seen as across the board. At the end of the day, for some of the things when it comes to it, the vice president is listening to voters. This isn't a comparison or contrast. She's been a partner to President Biden as they have delivered a record amount of legislation that has changed people's lives. And if so, continuing to help people is building on top of that, you will see that. But make no mistake about it, Kamala Harris is going to have a Kamala Harris agenda that is driven by her worldviews and her values.
Do you think it's going to be important for her to fill in some of those blanks, those question marks this week and in the coming weeks before Election Day?
Look, I think that she's going to continue to do that. I think she's going to talk about that in her speech and what she wants to do. I think she's going to continue to be out in the battleground states communicating with voters who are ultimately going to decide who the next president of the United States is, and that's where her focus is. And so she's going to do that, but she's going to do it on her time.
And just last question, Quentin, we know that when she was running in the primary back in 2020, she expressed support for things like banning fracking, defunding the police. The campaign has been very firm. She no longer supports those positions. But does she need to come out and clearly explain to voters where she stands on those issues right now?
Look, I think she needs to come out and address the concerns that she's hearing from voters, and what some of those concerns. Yes. Well, no, I think voters are concerned about cost. I think voters are concerned about why they're being price gouged just so that big corporations can make a profit, and that is what she's addressing when she's out talking and delivering these remarks and speeches. I think voters are concerned about their reproductive freedom and their health care, and she is out talking to them about how she's going to stand up to Trump and make sure that she brings Roe v. Wade back. So that is where her focus is.
But one more try. You have walked back some of her policy positions in 2020. Will it be critical before Election Day for her to explain to voters, here's where I stand now on these issues, so that voters can be crystal clear about how she would govern?
Look, if voters are asking those things of the vice president, I think she will answer those questions. But I think that the things that the vice president and Governor Walz are hearing from voters across the country, they are addressing those concerns. And I think that we saw that in North Carolina with her economic speech. And I think we're going to continue to see that and hear that as her policy positions develop and voters are asking those questions.
All right. Quentin Fulks, thank you. I know it's a busy night for you, so thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
Great to see you, as always. Coming up next, as Harris hopes to make history in November, Steve Kornacki's at the big board to break down whether women voters are the key to Democrats winning the White House. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Chicago. Do stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
Welcome back. That was Hillary Clinton delivering one of the most powerful moments of the night, night one of the Democratic National Convention, calling on Harris to finish the job she started, saying, quote, "The future is here." For more on the impact of women voters in this race, I want to bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who's at the big board. So, Steve, break this down for us. What type of impact will the gender gap have in 2024? How do you see it? And Steve, while you're talking, we are having some trouble hearing you right now, so we're going to try to fix your mic, and we will get back to you hopefully momentarily. But obviously, the gender gap is something that we have been focused on. Depending on what poll you are looking at, it is in the double digits. The big question that we'll get Steve to answer in just a moment is the gender gap as big as 2016? Remember, at that point in time, everyone said it would be an historic gender gap. Well, former President Trump wound up winning anyway. Obviously, major issues, though, impacting women voters all across the country, including reproductive rights, the first presidential election in the wake of Roe v. Wade being overturned. We are going to fix Steve Kornacki's mic. We'll bring him back after the break. But coming up next, United Against Trump. We'll dig deeper into Democrats' ramped-up rhetoric against the former president, a decidedly different tactic than what then First Lady Michelle Obama touted at the 2016 convention in Philadelphia.
When someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, former First Lady Michelle Obama will take the stage behind me later tonight, 8 years after famously proclaiming at the 2016 Democratic Convention, when they go low, we go high. At this year's convention, though, Democrats have sharpened their attacks on the former president and his allies. Joining me now is the panel, former Democratic Senator from Alabama, Doug Jones, Democratic strategist Doug Thornell, and senior writer for the National Review, Noah Rothman. Thanks to all of you for being here. Let me start with the two Dougs here at the table.
It's a big week for Dougs, okay?
It's a big week. It's a very big week for Dougs. You guys are going to have an even bigger night tomorrow night when Doug Emhoff speaks. Senator, let me start with you. When you heard the chants last night of lock him up here in the convention hall when Hillary Clinton was speaking, how did that hit you? Was that the right tone?
Well, you know, look, it initially hit me the wrong way, okay, because I didn't like it in 2016. But at the same time, you know, she took so much from Donald Trump in 2016. She took so much for those crowds that consistently yell, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. Still do that on occasion when her name is mentioned. You know, it's hard to blame this crowd. It's certainly, you know, it brought a smile to Secretary Clinton's face. And so I think we just move on from that. Let everybody have their moment and let's go on.
Let me read you the Trump campaign statement, Doug Thornell. Democrats have no vision or solutions to our nation's problems. Last night's convention was solely focused on President Trump. They would rather talk about President Trump than the problems facing our nation due to Kamala Harris's failures. They note that Trump's name was invoked 147 times. Is there a risk, Doug, for Democrats in over-indexing on talking about Donald Trump?
Well, it's a bit rich coming from the Trump campaign. I mean, come on, you know, like, think about the things he obsesses over, how Kamala looks and talks and the nicknames he tries to come up with. In fact, I think one of the things I'm sensing with Trump is he's kind of slipping because his nicknames are so dated and old. I mean, he's using Crooked Joe, which was the same thing he used in 2016. It's like he can't turn the page. So, but to their critique, you heard a lot of vision, you heard a lot of policy, you heard a lot of aspirational talk. Sure, there's going to be contrasts. The senator knows that a campaign is about choices. Yeah. It's about contrast. And that's what the Democrats put on display last night.
Noah, let me turn to you because Doug takes me to my next question beautifully, which is that former President Donald Trump has been largely focused on Kamala Harris's looks and personal attacks. He says he's entitled to those personal attacks. I interviewed Senator Lindsey Graham on Sunday, and he said, look, Trump the provocateur, Trump the showman, will not win this election. Donald Trump was asked about those comments by Lindsey Graham. I want to play that exchange in a CBS interview. Get your reaction on the other side.
Lindsey Graham said that Trump, the showman, will not win this election.
Look, I like Lindsey. I don't care what he says, okay? Lindsey wouldn't have been elected if I didn't endorse him.
Doug, what do you make of that?
That is Donald Trump's favorite go-to, is that everybody who has a political career in the Republican Party owes their career to Donald Trump. It doesn't matter how long ago they ascended to office, in Lindsey Graham's case, a decade or so, even more before Donald Trump, descended the escalator. This is something that he appeals to because his defense of himself is usually ego-driven, which is part of the reason why I argue with my conservative colleagues over this. the idea of this issue-driven candidate that Donald Trump can transform himself into is a fantasy. Donald Trump will be Donald Trump. And he finds far more gratification in that kind of tip than he does in articulating the issue sets that advantage him. He owns the issues in this election, from the economy to immigration and inflation, the stuff that really registers with voters. I don't expect that Donald Trump can change the momentum of this race. I just think that Kamala Harris can set on the landmine. She's done her best to run away from herself from 2019. She is restyling herself as someone farther left than Joe Biden when it comes to the policies relating to the economy, a variety of other directions. And when she was asked to explain herself, she doesn't have a cogent response for why discredited policies like fixing are what we really need to restore stability to this economy. She can do it herself. I don't have a lot of faith that Donald Trump can engineer it.
Yeah, and no apologies. I called you Doug. No, we're having a little issue with your.
Join the party.
Join the party. You can be an honorary member.
Exactly. We're having a little issue with your audio. We're going to try to fix that. Let me turn back here to the table. Pick up, let me just, for our viewers who couldn't hear what Noah was saying clearly, Doug Thornell, he was talking about the fact that does Kamala Harris need to do a better job of explaining where she stands on various issues? Look, we're going to hear from her on Thursday. We're going to hear from former President Obama tonight. Do the speakers need to do a better job of filling in those blanks about who Kamala Harris is?
Well, that's what this convention is for. And I think we had a strong night last night. We've got a bunch, we've obviously have the president, Michelle Obama tonight, strong advocates, people who are going to be able to be strong validators. And then we've got, 2 more months of this campaign. So she's formulating some of these policies as we speak. I mean, I point around, this all came together in 4 weeks. I think the idea that she became the presumptive nominee in 4 weeks, was able to sort of reorient the convention, pick a running mate who's been super, super strong. Most of the time that takes 2 years. Yeah. She's done it in a very short amount of time. So she's formulating, she's put out a really strong economic policy dealing with costs, and she's going to do more. So I feel good about it.
Senator, what do you make of what we heard from President Biden last night? It was a late speech, so everyone's a little bleary-eyed today. What do you make of what we heard, the substance of it, and the fact that it was 45 minutes late? Was that what he deserved?
Well, certainly that's not what he deserved. I think he deserved a little better than that. But at the same time, people are going to see that speech over and over again between now and November, and probably for a long time. I thought it was a remarkable speech. It was incredibly strong. It was passionate. He hit all of the points to make the points of his legacy and who he is. I've been a member of Team Joe for 46 years now, and it was a bittersweet moment last night for so many of us in this hall to watch him, to see, and have been with him for so long, to see the culmination, but also to understand the importance of him stepping aside, the selfless act of courage that he took at a time when I think the party needed it, when the country needed it, and that's what we're really seeing, a galvanizing around Kamala Harris.
One of the things that really stood out to me last night as well is when we heard from Hillary Clinton. She talked about the historic nature of Vice President Harris's campaign. That's something that Vice President Harris has not really leaned into much. I anticipate we may hear that to some extent tonight from Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. Doug, should Vice President Harris lean in more to the historic nature of her campaign, her candidacy?
I think she should do what she's doing, which is lean into what is her future-focused agenda and how is it going to help the American people. Other people can talk about her history, her place in history, and they will. But people want to know what's in it for them, right? Like, what is a Harris administration going to mean to their pocketbook, to their national security, to community safety? And that, I think, is where, and rightfully so, I think that's where her and her campaign are focusing on, is really addressing the needs that people care about on an everyday basis. And the other stuff is going to be brought up by other people, and that's fine. But I think for her, she's got to stay on point. And so far, she's been very disciplined on that.
Senator, final point to you.
I think people are not going to vote on history, you know, whether it's a historic thing. I completely agree with Doug. She's got to present a vision for the future, which I think she is beginning to do, that economic package this week. She got to also remind people that for the last 3.5 years, when they question her ability, when they question whether or not she's ready, she's got to remind people, as to borrow the line in Hamilton, the musical, she's been in the room where it happens, and she learned from the best, and that is Joe Biden. So I think that you're going to see going forward more and more of her issues as this campaign continues to build. It's going to be really exciting in the hall for the rest of the week.
All right, well, we're going to be watching it closely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. The two Doug.
Yes.
Great conversation. And Noah, no, I'm sorry we were having trouble with your audio. We'll have you back. Really appreciate it, though. And we have Steve Kornacki back now to dive into the all-important gender gap in the presidential race. So, Steve, take it away. What type of impact will the gender gap have in 2024?
Yeah, Kristen, big question. Two ways to look at it nationally. Look at it this way. In 2020, Trump won among men over Biden by 5 points. In the polling this summer, in the month before Joe Biden dropped out, a little before and after effect here, Trump was running 12 points, you see here, above Biden this summer in the polling. Okay, now Harris comes in a month ago, and the average of all the polls since Harris got in, now Trump's lead among men is down a bit from where it was with Biden, down from 12 to 7. But still, Trump leading among men. This is typically what we see with the gender gap. Men more Republican than women. Trump on average up 7 right now over Harris among men. Now among women, Biden won women by 13 in the 2020 election. In that month before the debate, when Biden was still the candidate, he still led with women, down to 5 points. Harris has now switched in the month since. Her lead among women up to 9 points. So what do you have? You have Trump on average right now leading men by 7, leading women by 9. That is a gender gap of 16 points. Now, that's big, but that's not new. It was 18 points in 2020, for instance. So this is what we've come to expect nationally. So where is the question mark on the gender gap? It's here. It's at the state level. Here's a series of battleground states. This is all one pollster, the New York Times and Siena. These are all from last week. One set of polls, one pollster, but check some of these out. Michigan, Trump by 20 among men, Harris 28 among women. That is a gender gap in this poll of 48 points. Wisconsin, Trump 17, Harris 24, 41 points. Georgia, Trump 20, Harris 10, women, 30-point gender gap. Now, cautionary notes, as we say, it's one pollster. There can be statistical noise here. Just look at Pennsylvania. Barely a gender gap at all in the same from New York Times, Siena. These numbers can bounce around, but this is the thing to look for. Is something happening in the states, in some of the battleground states, that's not necessarily happening nationally? Are there state-specific effects? They get ads. They get campaign activity. They get things happening in swing states that don't happen in a lot of the rest of the states. Maybe that's affecting the gender gap. Abortion politics. It's settled at the state level now. Are there abortion politics in some of these states that are affecting the gender gap in a way it is not happening elsewhere? Those are the questions raised by this. Of course, as we say, one poll, so we need to see more. But this is the thing to look for. Do we keep seeing state-specific gender gaps of anything approaching that scale? Because if we do, it's new, it's different, and it's hugely significant, Kristen.
Wow. All right. Steve Kornacki, you certainly did put a fine point on it. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging in with us so that we could get those audio issues fixed. Really appreciate it. Great information, as always. Coming up next, I'll speak to one of the Republicans being featured here at the Democratic National Convention. A Republican mayor from battleground Arizona joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now, special coverage live from Chicago. Welcome back. Democrats aren't just focused on party unity this week. The Harris campaign is also hoping to use the convention to expand its outreach to Republican voters who might be turned off by Trump's policies and rhetoric. Several Republican officials are set to deliver remarks in Chicago this week, and it follows the grassroots effort Republicans for Harris. The campaign launched last month. Joining me now is one of those Republicans taking the stage in Chicago, Mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles. Last month, he endorsed Vice President Harris, rebuking Trump and his policies. Mayor Giles, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
Well, it's great to have you here. This is such a really unique perspective that you bring. You say you've never been to a convention before, so this is not only your first convention, this is your first time speaking at a convention. Tell me how you're feeling and what we're going to hear from you tonight.
Well, this has been very exciting. Obviously, when I first got the invitation to come to the convention, I thought, well, no, I don't want to go to the Democratic convention. I'm a Republican. Well, I don't see the point in that. And then they said, no, you don't get it. We want you to speak at the convention. And I thought, oh, dear, you know, that's I do have a perspective that I think is important to share, so that's why I'm here. There's a lot of Republicans like me that I think are traditional Republicans that are in the political middle, and we feel politically homeless right now, and we need to cry on each other's shoulder and give each other permission to break with tradition and to realize that this year we just simply can't vote for the candidate at the top of our ticket. He's not qualified. He presents a danger to our country.
And that's the argument you'll be making tonight when we hear from you?
It is. Again, I'll be reaching out to the political middle and sharing my experience as a mayor under both the Biden and the Trump administrations. Mr. Trump made a lot of lofty promises to me and to everybody else. He's very much a populist. He'll say what you want him to say. But the Biden administration delivered on some amazing legislation that brought billions of dollars of infrastructure to cities like mine. My city is booming right now. Every week I'm going to ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings, tied in large part to the investment in infrastructure that's come under the Biden administration.
I want to talk more about policy in just a moment. Let's talk a little bit politically about what's happening in your state. Right now, Vice President Harris, according to one poll, the New York Times Siena College poll, is leading former President Trump by 5 points. You see Trump leading there in Georgia and Nevada. She also has a smaller lead in North Carolina. What do you think she and Governor Walz need to do to win your state and win the independent, undecided voters in your state?
More of the same. They had an amazing rally in Arizona a week ago. She's running like she's behind in Arizona. I hope she continues to do that because Arizona is, I don't care what the polls say, it's going to be very, very close in Arizona. But there are issues that she needs to address in Arizona, and that they're in large part the same issues that she's addressing everywhere. But in Arizona, people are going to vote with their pocketbook, and they are concerned about the border. And she's actually got a good message on both of those points, and so I think she just needs to get it out in front of us.
Well, I'm so curious because you say she's got a good message. On the border, she did lay out a series of economic policies. On the border, she has largely said, look, I am going to pass that bipartisan bill that basically was stalled. It would have addressed border security, but it was torpedoed by former President Trump. Is that enough information for voters when it comes to her policies at the border, or does she need to fill that out a little bit?
It is when she explains that presidential executive orders and the types of things that we've seen under various administrations, that's no substitute for Congress changing the immigration laws. There are amazing loopholes, huge loopholes in the immigration laws of our country. That executive order can't change that. The only way to do it is the bipartisan Immigration and Border Policy Act that you were talking about, that Senator Sinema and Senator Langford negotiated. But Mr. Trump killed that to advance his own personal agenda.
You know, Trump supports a mass deportation policy. Some people say that's just not realistic. It's not humane. What do you make of that proposal?
That would devastate the economy of Arizona.
How so?
Well, it's not speculation. A few short years ago, we had something called SB 1070, some anti-immigrant legislation that came through our state legislature. The economic impact of that was devastating to our city. Jobs were unable to be filled. We saw a huge crash in growth and in construction. It's just not practically. I mean, to set the human aside, the human parts aside, from an economic perspective as well, that would be a catastrophe.
All right. Well, I have a lot more questions, but we are out of time. Mayor Giles, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it. We will look for your speech tonight. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now live from Chicago, but don't go anywhere. We have much more of our special coverage ahead. My colleague Hallie Jackson, who's
sneaking
right next
in
to me,
hello,
has the news continuing right now.
Thank you, Kristen. Stay right here. It's good to be with all of you here as our special coverage on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention continues. We are coming to you live from the United Center here, and things are set to kick off, looking at the clock, just about 90 minutes from now. And if the phrase du jour last night was pass the torch, tonight it's turn the page, with the focus shifting now from President Biden to Vice President Harris. You're taking a live look at the stage there. They're doing a sound check on the Star-Spangled Banner. That stage is where later tonight you are going to see some of the party's biggest and most popular stars. Former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama. They're going to be preceded by the man hoping to become the first gentleman, Doug Emhoff. And for Democrats, it's going to be a bit of a split-screen situation here, because the two people this whole thing is built around will be holding a separate rally of their own next door in swing state Wisconsin. Call it not quite counter-programming, but complementary programming, perhaps. But from Democrats' political opponents, no compliments and plenty of countering from former President Trump and his running mate, both on a battleground blitz tonight in Wisconsin and Michigan. All of it is back here in Chicago. We are watching the potential for another protest that is set to begin later on tonight. We've got a big team covering every angle of it as our rolling coverage continues right here on NBC News Now. I want to start with Monica Alba down on the convention floor, because, Mon, you have some new reporting literally in the last couple of minutes from your many sources on what we will hear from the Obamas tonight. This is going to be a big moment of this convention week, so fill us in. What should we expect?
Well, Hallie, absolutely. And as they are finishing up a sound check of the national anthem behind me, I will tell you that tonight they are expecting both of these speeches from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to be high wattage in the attention, but incredibly meaningful in their message. I'm told by people who have seen the speeches, which we're told former President Obama was still working on last night, making some adjustments to today. They're going to be talking about the stakes in this election and that nothing can be taken for granted. They're going to stress that this is an all-hands-on-deck situation and approach, which is likely why you're seeing Vice President Harris go to Milwaukee with her running mate to hold a rally, because they're trying to stress this notion that no second can be wasted in the next 75 days. And specifically what Michelle Obama is going to speak to is this idea of turning the page, as you referenced in your introduction, on fear and division. Those are the themes I'm told she's going to be raising tonight in her remarks, in addition to talking about her relationship with Vice President Harris. Now, the Obamas didn't come out and endorse her immediately the way that the party rallied around her after Joe Biden exited the race. They wanted to wait a couple of days, let that process play out. But when they did, they called her, and a campaign turned that into an ad of sorts featuring that very moment. So she's going to talk about how she's been in regular touch with VP Harris and about what she believes she will be able to accomplish if she's elected the first female president as well. And as for President Obama, he's going to say, look, this is a situation where people can't not get complacent. That's something we've heard from both of them before, but they're really going to stress that. And they are going to be talking about this in the terms of who Vice President Harris is facing when it comes to Donald Trump. The two of them sometimes are a little more artful in their language, but I'm told you'll know who they're talking about when they reference him and when they reference what's at stake just 75 days from now, Hallie.
Okay, so an all-hands-on-deck situation is how, of course, former President Obama is going to phrase it, Mom. But here's a question. One of the most memorable moments from Michelle Obama, one of the last times she took the convention stage, was that line about when they go low, we go high. We saw some sharp attacks here at the DNC on night 1 against former President Trump. Do you have any sense of whether she's going to reprise that a bit, or has that tone shifted for her? Do we know?
I've been asking people that all day long, and my sense is that there's an awareness, that there's an evolution to that idea, that what that message meant in 2016 simply implies that the circumstances of today could not be the same for her to give it again, if that makes sense. That is what the Democrats were saying in 2016 before the election and before they saw, they would argue, what Donald Trump did when he was in office and the way he treated the office, and that may no longer necessarily apply, is the idea that I have gotten from people close to both of the Obamas, that is just certainly something that in this reality, in this political moment, she wouldn't repeat, but that there is something rooted in that in terms of how you can act, that Michelle Obama, as a former First Lady, does like to speak to, about some kind of civility when possible, and about having a political discourse that never ventures into political violence and those kinds of ideas. But I think it's something that certainly people will be thinking about. So it would be hard for me to imagine that they're not thinking about that too, in terms of the speech writing and where that message has evolved to 8 years later. And it was so notable last night, as you mentioned, Hallie, that former Secretary of State, former Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton, she was smiling and nodding when the crowd broke into those chants of "lock him up,"
That's right.
"lock him up," of course referencing what Donald Trump had said about her. And that's just an example of that when they go low, we go high, just simply isn't how Democrats are approaching Donald Trump anymore. Hallie.
Monica, we just got a pretty sweet bird's eye view look of you and your team, your crew there on the convention floor. What's it looking like? Give us the vibe check. I'm turning around. It's starting to fill up a little earlier than last night, I should say, by the way. At this point,
that's
24 hours ago, it was still fairly empty.
Yeah, and this was something that they decided today. The programming is going to kick off earlier than intended because of how late things went last night. And that is something in terms of the fluidity of the schedule that we should note for people, because they attributed that to the thunderous and raucous applause that delayed the speakers. And that is why President Biden, who was supposed to give a speech in prime time, ended up basically from Monday into Tuesday with his remarks. So tonight they're going to try to get in there earlier so that doesn't happen with the speech from the Obamas. But the other thing about tonight, Hallie, and I think what you're sensing too, is there's going to be this roll call that's a bit unconventional, and there are some musical elements and some people appearing remotely that we were told we don't want to miss. So people here are kind of excited for that too.
I saw you powering through that common sound check earlier, so we know at least one of the, of course, music stars who will be here. Monica Alba, thank you very much, fam. Appreciate it. Kristen Welker is with us in the booth, as is Chuck Todd. Jen Psaki is joining us from back home in Washington as well. It's good to be with you all. So let's pick up on where Monica left off here. And Kristen and Chuck, we'll start with you. And then, Jen, I want to get to you on some of the relationship piece of it. What's the thing you're going to be watching for tonight? Because there's a lot at play. There's a lot of interesting dynamics, a lot of relationship dynamics here. When you look at the Obama's relationship with Vice President Harris versus the Obama's relationship with President Biden.
Well, look, you know, to me, one of the fairest critiques of Barack Obama, politician, was, and I was mentioning this to you earlier, Kristen, is that the one thing he didn't do was designate an heir.
Yeah.
Right? You know, there wasn't really, and, you know, it was awkward that he was choosing between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, arguably neither of whom were heirs to what Obama, how he shifted the movement and how he moved the party and where he moved the party. I'm curious tonight. I'm not going to sit here and predict anything, but I'm curious tonight is, does he sort of give the vibe, to borrow a word that we're all going to be overusing this election, it seems, that he's making the case that she's the natural heir. That, you know, when you know, look, we like narratives. Journalists like narratives. Frankly,
but human beings
like narratives. We want to know that there are through lines, that it's all sort of interconnected. And how much he tries to do that and sort of embrace the idea, yeah, this is my natural heir. You know, the generation and, you know, and almost put himself with Biden, and we're handing it off to her. And in many ways, this is what you should have been expecting from a future president after I became president, type of thing. I'm not saying he would say it that personally, but that's what I'm looking for tonight. Does he sort of wrap his arms around the idea that she really is the natural successor to him? You know, in some ways, Clinton and Biden were transitional figures for the party.
And she is going to be, we talked about this split screen moment, in a battleground state just next door, along with Governor Walz, her running mate here, in a pretty, I think, significant break from tradition. You don't normally see the person who's running, the person whose convention it is, showing up and counter-programming their own convention with their own rally, Kristen. She's got some goals that she wants to accomplish this week as well, and You're talking about that, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, first of all, this is a sprint to the finish because she just got to the top of the ticket. So part of this is the reality of it. She wants to make sure she's making use of each day and stumping in these battles.
You're saying she doesn't have the luxury of taking a week off right now.
Yes, I think that's part of the thinking inside the campaign. Now, I just asked Quentin Fulks, deputy campaign manager, the same question. Are you not counter-programming your own event here? And he said, look, particularly in the wake of what happened last night, everyone was up late trying to make sure that tonight goes seamlessly, and part of it is making sure that choreography works very well. So I do think that there will be a real effort to make sure that it adds to, in the same way that she surprised everyone by walking out on stage last night and that got thunderous applause, to make sure that it's that type of a moment. One note to your point about Obama, I think it will be so fascinating to listen to his tone. We know that he's actually been in very frequent contact with her, counseling her as she's made this transition. And so he's really been a part of this process in a very big way.
Jen, let me go to you on this, because one of the things that I've heard a lot from Democrats that I've been talking to here in Chicago is this idea that we love the word vibe on this show. We love talking about the vibes, but that the vibes are similar. People are referencing, well, listen, people are referencing 2008 and the movement behind Barack Obama and that hope and change movement that we all covered and talked about, et cetera. You lived through it, Jen. And the question I've been putting to people is, really, do you feel like we're there yet with Kamala Harris, that Democrats are there yet with her in the way that they were with Barack Obama back then? And so I put this to you. Are you getting that this is like a 2008 redo here in 2024?
Not exactly. I mean, I think it's very different because that was a complete grind for 2 years where I think Chuck and Kristen, you, Hallie, remember, nobody thought Barack Obama had a chance of winning that primary, never mind the presidency, right? So that was an entirely different campaign. But I do think the uplifting, the joy people are feeling, the desire to vote in favor of something instead of against the other guy, there is a similarity there. So I do expect, you know, I understand, and I think I can relate to people seeing that thing in common.
Former President Trump is already looking at in his campaign the way that President Biden and the way that some Harris staffers, now campaign staffers, have linked the policies of President Biden to Vice President Harris. This is something that Republicans are seeking to do, lash her to those policies, essentially. And frankly, President Biden, in his remarks last night, sort of did it himself. He talked about the accomplishments as he sees them in his first term and says, these are Kamala Harris's as well. That potentially could be a double-edged sword and cut both ways. What does, for example, Barack Obama need to do tonight? What might he do to try to separate the two? Or do you think that's even part of the strategy here? Is it about policy, or is it more about establishing Kamala Harris, as Chuck said earlier, as the heir apparent here?
Yeah, look, I'm a policy nerd. I love policy. This campaign is not going to be won and lost on a huge policy book. She should be, of course, meeting with advisors and smart policy experts and deciding what she wants to do as president. But that's not what this campaign is going to be won or lost on, regardless of what Republicans or others are saying. I do think that tonight for Obama, it's about, one, putting his hand on her. And I don't know that he sees her as the heir apparent. I don't think he wants to, has never wanted to put his hand on anyone as the heir apparent. He's always seen that as the choice of the public. And he typically stays out of it, which frustrates and angers people. But that is his strategic approach to this. And I think it will continue to be. But he does respect her. He's known her for 20 years. He thinks she's tough. He thinks she's unflappable in a lot of ways. I'm sure he'll talk about her in a personal way, but also a substantive way, which I think is important for people to hear. And on Trump, I was listening to what Monica was saying. I think the party has shifted. I know you all have been talking about this, have talked about this before, has shifted in terms of the messaging on Trump. If you look at just a month or 6 weeks ago, it was building up Trump like he was this scary person who was going to end our universe.
Right.
Yes, end our democracy. There's still, of course, the threat of Trump. I would expect Obama and others to speak about, but his style is more also poking fun of him and talking about him as somebody who is self-involved and only cares about himself. And that, I think, is kind of one of the services he can do in his speech tonight. The last thing I'll say, Hallie, and I've been talking to some of his people as well, is, You know, his relationship with Joe Biden is complicated, as they say. It's complicated about relationships, but he loves him, right? He loves him. He loves him like a brother, and I think they've had some difficulty and awkwardness in their relationship over the past couple of weeks, but I think that is going to be the part of the speech that's probably the most heartfelt and personal.
Yeah, I'm just having flashbacks here because you have another guest that I don't want to introduce.
Spoiler, Tommy Vietor.
I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to remember. Did you take over Saki's office? And you were on the outside, right? Saki had an office.
No.
And you were like the peon.
Saki outranked me from beginning to end.
First of all, she may still, candidly.
You got her office after she got out.
No, they wouldn't give me an office. I want to know, Chuck, it's important for everyone listening to know, watching to know that my first ever TV interview was with you. It was on an Obama foreign trip. You were nice enough to let me go on air, and my leg was shaking so much that I made the camera jiggle. I think you were like, "Hey, could you?"
Don't remember that, but
were you his first podcast?
Now Tommy and Saki, they're taking over the media.
Everything. I know.
Yeah. Look, it's interesting to hear Jen talk about the role that Obama doesn't like.
He doesn't want to
playing.
be the kingmaker.
And it is something that many in the party have been frustrated with, right? It would be, and yet there's still a whole bunch of people that want him to play that role in some way. So whatever that means, I like the way Jen put it, which is sort of, I don't want this to come across as religious, but blessing her.
Yeah.
That, she's one of us.
Yeah,
that means
and there was frustration in this moment. There was frustration in 2020. Why is he not endorsing, his vice president? But then, after Joe Biden won South Carolina, it was former President Obama who sort of brought the party together and who said, okay, it's time to come together and get behind Joe Biden. And I think that's part of what we're seeing here, not just tonight, but again with this personal outreach to her.
To the other point that Jen is making, and not to make you a panelist here on the show, Tommy, but to join the conversation here.
Oh, man, I hijacked your show.
That's all right. It's great.
That's what happened. You invite an ex-anchor in.
She's in the control room, like, what's up?
I'm a recovering one.
One of the things that Chuck and I talked about yesterday, actually with you, Kristen, here on set, was the idea that, as Jen has alluded to, in many ways, President Biden, when he was on top of the ticket here as of a month plus a day ago, looked to make former President Trump this ominous, maybe larger-than-life figure. Perhaps not intentionally, but that's how he cast him. And now, what you're seeing from, and I was struck by this, so many of the speakers on night one, they're making Donald Trump small. Just a regular sort of
weird, calling him
weirdo.
Weird.
Right. I mean, that's been the strategy now for several weeks. I wonder how you see that.
Yeah, he's a clown. He's a whiner. He comes out at events.
A loser is President Biden.
He whines about his golf game. I was mistreated by this person. I was upset about that. And I think when you have someone who has authoritarian tendencies, who wants to be seen as a strong man, one of the ways you cut them down is through humor and making fun of them and mocking them. And that doesn't mean you're diminishing the threat of a second Trump term. But I think when Democrats build up someone like Donald Trump, I think it plays into his narrative that I'm this big, strong man and I can fix it for you.
Right.
I alone can fix it. Yeah. And Obama is very good at cutting Trump in ways that get him to respond.
Hey, Jen, quick final thoughts to you, because I know you got to run in a second.
Look,
I know you hate to leave.
No, I hate to leave. I hate to leave.
This reunion show.
I do think the other piece here that is more symbolic, and I don't expect President Obama, former President Obama, to address this directly, but Tommy may disagree with me, is this notion that there's never been before this person who's been elected. I mean, meaning Barack Obama was a first, right? He didn't always wear that on his shoulder. He ran as somebody who wanted to bring the country together. That's also how Kamala Harris is running. But I think there will be some acknowledgement. Maybe it's just visual of it's possible, everyone. Everybody who thinks out there you can't elect a black woman, guess what? You elected Barack Hussein Obama. And that's a reminder to people watching at home and people in the convention hall as well.
Jen Psaki, thank you very much. Chuck, Kristen, thank you both. I'm only saying goodbye for a second because we've just gotten here, and NBC News exclusive too. And Tommy, I want you to react to this. We're getting our first look here. One of the big speakers tonight, not just the Obamas, but of course the man hoping to become the first gentleman, that's Doug Emhoff. His son Cole will be introducing him, and we're getting our first look at about a minute of what that sort of bio intro will be. We want to play it and roll it right now.
My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, The blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Elle and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here?
The video continues on from there, but that again, Cole Emhoff introducing his father in that biographical clip. We're going to see more of that coming up tonight. What's so interesting, you heard that line, Kamala became Mamala, very intentionally looking to humanize her, as in many ways, as campaign sources have said to me, they are looking to define her to a broader audience, not just as the VP, but as the presidential nominee.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking to friends who have been doing a lot of focus groups, and there's a lot of white space there. A lot of people don't know who she is, what they would do for them, and I think you don't just fill in that space by saying, here's a bunch of policy papers. You say, here's this person, here's where they're from, these are their values, this is their family, and that informs their worldview. And I think most people probably don't know much about Doug Emhoff or their children. You've also had J.D. Vance, the weirdo, calling her, you know, making fun of women who don't have children, calling her a childless cat lady. And in fact, she is a mom. You know, she has a family. She has stepkids. And I think I come from a family where I have half-brother, and I don't think of him as lesser than anyone else in my family. And I think it's a very American story that people will understand. And I think that kind of bio piece will speak to that.
What kind of messenger do you think Doug Emhoff can be for her? There was a lot of like dad energy meme things happening last night with him and Tim Walz up in the box as Kamala Harris walked out on stage.
Yeah, they were vibing in there. We had some kids doing bunny ears behind Tim Walz. I mean, I don't know, like Doug Emhoff's been doing a lot of work combating anti-Semitism. That's not like standard light fare for a first gentleman. I don't know what he'll be like tonight. I think he's a very successful lawyer in his own right. He's someone who's established himself, who's had a great career, and is, I think, you know, sort of given a lot of it up to go into this new role. So I'm excited to see this speech. It's the thing I know the least about tonight.
There's also one of the things you probably know the most about, of course, are the Obamas, and we've been talking about that conversation, what that might be like. Jen Psaki said something interesting. She talked about, and I think this is very fair to say, the relationship is complicated there. There's a lot of love, but there's also some complications. How do you define that relationship between the Obamas and President Biden?
I mean, I think every president and vice president in history have had sort of strained political relationships. I mean, it's a marriage of political convenience or two people brought together because you think adding someone to the ticket gives you some benefit politically. And that was not untrue with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. I think the difference with them is a lot of presidents and VPs end up hating each other or the VP gets iced out. Joe Biden and Barack Obama were very close friends. When Beau Biden died, Barack Obama was there consoling him. He was telling him, you know, not to mortgage his house to pay medical bills, that he would step in and help him out. And obviously, like, politics has strained that relationship over time. I think the story of 2016 has been mistold. I don't think well, a lot of people think that Barack Obama told Biden not to run in 16 because he wanted Hillary Clinton to run. My understanding of that story is Barack Obama saw this man who had just been through hell, and he thought the worst thing you could do in that situation is run for office. That might have been the wrong assessment, but it was one made of love and brotherhood and like care for his friend, not that some sort of crass political calculation.
Well, under the theme of sort of turning the page, as we're doing here, as Democrats are doing at the DNC, let me ask you then about the same question with Kamala Harris. How do you define the relationship between the Obamas and Vice President Harris?
They're genuinely friends. I mean, I was in Iowa in 2007 working on that campaign. Kamala Harris came and knocked doors for us.
New Year's Eve, right?
Yeah, she was out there knocking doors in the freezing cold. That was a cold New Year's Eve, and she came out there on her own dime, was doing work for us. So they've been buddies for a long time. He got in trouble at one point for saying she was the best-looking attorney general in the country, right? Remember that? He had to apologize. But, like, they had a friendship where they could joke about stuff like that. Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama, I think, have grown close over time. The Obamas still live in D.C., so they would see each other. So they're actually, I think, quite close. And I believe the enthusiasm you see in the party about her candidacy is matched in the Obamas personally.
Do you think that there is that 2008 aura around Kamala Harris as there was around Barack Obama in the eyes of Democrats?
I feel it. I mean, I think
That didn't sound like wholehearted. I mean, you feel it fully, or are you starting to feel it?
The difference, I think, is, look, in 2008, if John McCain had won, I was like, you know what? He's a war hero. He's a good man. I disagree with him politically, but he's going to do the right thing. If Donald Trump wins this election, I'm scared about the future of the country, democracy, everything, right? So the stakes are higher in that sense. But I also think that people are not just voting for an anti-Trump vote. I think people are excited about Kamala Harris. They want to vote for her. You see it in this crowd.
Let me ask you before you go, not to get too in the weeds on logistics here, but you posted something earlier that the goal here at the DNC is to deliver a message to help Kamala Harris win, not to maximize your own time on stage or to create a social media moment. Be team players was your message to the other speakers here. Are you also upset that you lost out on sleep last night because it's been so long?
Yes, one, I'm exhausted. Two, I should never tweet. Three, no, it's just like, listen, if you're a member of Congress and you're given 5 minutes, speak for 5 minutes. There's a lot of people in the boiler room back there, speechwriters, trying to cut these things down, trying to make it a coherent night. And if you give them, 4,000 words when you were given 2 minutes, you're just not being a team player. Like, it's not about you. It's not about your social media moment. This is about Kamala Harris electing her and delivering that message. So everybody's just got to keep it tight.
You in the mood to name names on any grandstanders?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll see.
Really good to see you. Thank
Great
you so
to see you
much.
too. Thank
Really
you for
appreciate
having
you
me.
coming in, and I'm sure we'll talk again. Appreciate it, Tommy. We've got a lot more to get to coming up, including, of course, what's happening not just here behind us on stage and on the floor at the DNC, but what is happening outside this United Center in Chicago. What could be another big night of protests at the DNC. We're going to get a check on how things are looking outside when we come back. Our special coverage here on NBC News Now continues.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back to our live coverage here of night 2 of the DNC. And outside this building, you've got the Chicago Police Department, we're learning, bolstering those barriers. You see them there, that security fencing that's happening along the pre-approved protest route. That's after demonstrators tore down part of that fence and spilled out into the street there. We saw multiple arrests from that. Tonight's protest, the planned demonstration, is set to look slightly different, set to be in front of the Israeli consulate. The group behind it is called Behind Enemy Lines, operating under the slogan, "Make it great like 68." That's a callback, of course, to those 1968 DNC protests against the Vietnam War, which turned into violent riots throughout the city of Chicago. NBC's Maggie Vespa is joining us now with more. So talk to us, Maggie, about what the expectation is for tonight and some of the fallout from last night as well. We were live with you as that was all happening right here in Chicago.
Yeah, for sure, Hallie. So we'll start with tonight. You can see, obviously, the police presence is already growing here in the city. We're just across the street from the Israeli consulate. And to that end, let me walk you over here to this corner. Excuse me, ma'am. And we're going to show you, you can see scaffolding and fencing already kind of lined up in front of the consulate. I mean, for reference, this isn't starting for a few hours here, so we expect the crowds to kind of fill this area, and we expect it to be a large turnout. Right now, from what we're hearing from our law enforcement sources and our analysts at NBC News, we're not anticipating a footprint like what we saw last night. It was about 6,000 people filling the streets of Chicago last night, but you point to the group Behind Enemy Lines. This is a much more confrontational group. This is a group that is often anti-police, anti-authority, and they are really expected to be a lot more confrontational. And he said, just the name of the event itself, "Make It Great Like 68," obviously reflecting back to the anti-Vietnam War protests of 68, has a lot of people on edge, especially after what we saw last night, Hallie. The chief, the superintendent, excuse me, of Chicago PD talking about this earlier. Here's what he had to say.
You never know what to expect from a group like that. But what I can tell you is what I expect from our side. We're going to stay focused on First Amendment protection, but we're also going to make sure that we protect everyone in this city.
So Chicago police again turning out here. And just a reminder, Chicago PD has 17 other law enforcement agencies from across Illinois and from Wisconsin here in town, helping them with the DNC, along with, the governor says, the National Guard. But those other agencies, the city says, are guarding facilities, they're guarding buildings and sites. Yeah. CPD is the only agency out here. City officers are out here dealing with the protests and getting ready for another night. Allie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there outside here in Chicago. Maggie, thank you. Coming up, we're getting into what the so-called Harris coalition could look like and how that might look different from the coalition's President Biden or former President Obama built. We got a lot more to get to coming up, including some guests you won't want to miss. Right here as our special coverage continues.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back here just about an hour or so away from things kicking off for night 2 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. And tonight, campaign officials say we can expect to see this broad, diverse, and deep coalition of support behind this pretty brand new Democratic ticket, with a whole bunch of new speakers being added every single day. The idea here, right, is the idea that Democrats and maybe even some Republicans would come together to back VP Harris. Let me bring in Democratic strategist Amisha Cross and MSNBC anchor Simone Sanders-Townsend. Good to see both of you. Amisha, let me start with you, and I want to show folks who's speaking tonight. You've got, obviously, we've been talking about the Obamas, you've got Doug Emhoff, but also Governor J.B. Pritzker, somebody who's on the short list for that potential running mate slot. You've got Senator Tammy Duckworth, Senator Bernie Sanders, who represents more of that progressive wing of the party, Senator Chuck Schumer, that more traditional wing. You've been seeing some overtures to independents as well. I'm thinking of Governor Andy Beshear last night in his speech, reaching out to people who aren't just firmly in the Democratic furniture, if you will. How do you see this coalition coming together?
I think it's coming together splendidly, because what Kamala Harris is doing is expanding that tent. She wants to make sure that the tried and true Democrats knows that she's here for them, but she also wants to expand to people who may not have been looking at the Democratic ticket before. Individuals who have either been, voters who were inconsistent in their voting patterns, those who have historically voted Republican, those who are able to be persuaded. But she's also looking at demographics that are generally seen as non-Democratic voters. She is expanding that tent, and she's expanding the map at the same time. And I think it's very important, because it showcases that the South is in play. It showcases that individuals who might not always look at something like NBC News Now are also those voters that we want to reach. And I think that it's extremely smart, especially right now when so many people are turned off by the rhetoric, that are turned off by the insanity of what a Trump administration was, but are also, tired of hearing back and forth this war-type mantra. They want someone who is going to be able to do the job on day one. They want someone who's going to be a unifier. They want someone who brings joy to the ticket. They're also looking towards what those policies could be and what could help people who are in the middle class be able to stay there, as well as those who aspire to be there, be able to jump in.
You talk about putting different groups, putting different locations in play. What about, Simone, this idea of maybe putting some Republicans in play as well? That clearly seems to be at least part of the hope with this convention when you look at the programming. I'm super interested to see somebody who I interacted with a lot when I covered the Trump White House, and that is Stephanie Grisham, who was like an OG Donald Trump person, right? Back in his first campaign for presidency. She is now set to speak tonight here on this stage in Chicago to make the case against former President Trump and to make the case for Kamala Harris. It's not just her. You've also got Jeff Duncan. You've also got Adam Kinzinger and others, Olivia Troy, some of these folks who are set to sort of make the case. How effective do you think that could be?
Let me first just say, Hallie, that I was shocked by the Stephanie Grisham being on the stage. Because while she is first of all, because when she served as the White House press secretary, she held not one White House press briefing and took not one White House press person question. And so and then Stephanie Grisham had a lot to say after she left office in a book that she wrote. No shade about people writing books. I myself am an author, but I think the juxtaposition of a Stephanie Grisham vis-a-vis someone like Olivia Troy, who served as an advisor on the Homeland Security beat, if you will, to former Vice President Mike Pence. Olivia Troy, who is someone who is a tried and true Republican herself, and stood lock and step with Mike Pence when he decided to go against what Donald Trump and so many of the other Republicans in the Republican Party apparatus wanted him to do in terms of doing his job, and he certified the election results on January 6th. Now, what Donald Trump wanted him to do. So I think the Stephanie Grisham choice is an interesting one, and I'm wondering what she is going to say, because there are other Republican women who did serve in the Trump administration, like a Sarah Matthews, right? Like a I'm blanking on her name.
Alyssa Farrah Griffin,
Alyssa Farrah Griffin, right? Even the young woman who spoke up and testified before the January 6th committee. Cassidy Hutchinson. So I'll say that's my piece of criticism, if you will, tonight for the Republican slate. But then you have folks like Mayor John Giles, who is the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, but also importantly, he is co-chair of the Immigration Task Force for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. The immigration piece, border security, but also immigration writ large, is a very important piece of this election. And Democrats have leaned in on this. The vice president herself has a deep history with this particular issue. And I think John Giles is someone that can be an effective surrogate to tried and true Republicans who just want government to work for them. So I do think that that is the play here for this. And I'm looking forward to see what, unfolds on that stage tonight.
Amisha, there's also this idea, right, of having sort of casting an eye on history. You heard former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton do that in her remarks last night, talking about how that, Kamala Harris was waving on the other side of that glass ceiling if she were to win the White House here. How much are you hearing about that as you're working the floor, as you're walking around from people, the idea that the historic nature of the Harris candidacy could be in play?
Oh, a lot. I don't think that anybody who's watched this election cycle is not moved by the fact that this could be, it is a very historic election, but beyond that, this is a woman of color, a black woman who is running. This is a black woman who's been able to galvanize support as well as expand, I think, the Democratic base, expand what that 10 actually looks like, but she's also running against the backwinds of anti-CRT, of anti-DEI, of anti-civil rights legislation. We know what that is. We've seen it take off in the states, and we've also seen what Project 2025 looks like. With that being said, you cannot remove what this historical election is going to be, not only for women, particularly women of color, but also for black women, because I think that there is a huge play here. We know how the Democratic Party has relied on the black vote, particularly led by black females when we talk about the organizing potential, but also how they carried Joe Biden during his process 4 years ago. But now, when we see the galvanizing of the Divine Nine, when we see all the fundraising and organizing calls, when we see what's happening in communities across the country, I think that that's going to be something that really sets the standard. And anyone on this floor, you cannot talk to them about Kamala Harris without them bringing up history.
That brings us, Simone, to the gender gap that exists currently right now in this presidential race. It is double digits, 20-plus points. If you look at where the numbers are, men for former President Trump versus women, of course, for Vice President Harris. What does she need to do to build on that?
Look, I think that the vice president is going, and you're seeing it happen this week, right? An introduction of her bio, whom she is, from people that actually know her. President Obama and Mrs. Obama on the stage tonight are going to be an important part of that, as are people like Angela Alsobrooks, the county executive that is running for Senate in Maryland. So that's going to be an important piece, but also the policies. I think voters still, as I've been out there talking to people, they say since the switch happened, because that's how they're referring to it, Hallie, the switch at the top of the ticket, they want to know more about Vice President Harris as a person, but also the kind of president she would be. So it's more on those policies, and what Democrats are going to put front and center is going to be critical, I think, to closing the gaps a little bit. But I would also just caution, I think that we are seeing in the polling some of what we saw in 2016. There might be people who are unwilling to say that they are, in fact, going to vote for Donald Trump. I don't think this is going to be a blowout. I think this is going to be a very close race in many states across the country. And in talking with the Harris campaign folks and people close to the vice president, she believes that as well.
Simone Sanders Townsend, great to see you. Amisha Cross, thanks to you for being here as well. Both of you, a lot of gratitude. So listen, we've talked Democrats, we've talked Republicans. Coming up, we're talking about the third party factor here and some very interesting news today. The stark admission from RFK Jr.'s running mate about their campaign and what they may do next. We're going to talk about how Democrats are looking to keep spoilers at bay and whether you could end up seeing Secretary Kennedy in a Trump administration, ? That's next.
everyone. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back with our live coverage here of night 2 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Taking a look here at the floor behind me, it is filling up. We expect things to kick off formally in just about 45 minutes from now. Jacob Soboroff is down there on the floor. And Jacob, I know we're going to be hanging with you for the next little bit here. Interestingly, it's all about, right, when you're on the floor, when you're backstage, etc., who you see. And one of our colleagues, Monica Alba, has just spotted somebody pretty interesting who is here at the Democratic National Convention. And that is Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former confidant, of course, who has turned somebody who has testified against him. We've been talking about the idea of some of these sort of former Trump allies. I'm thinking Stephanie Grisham, et cetera, Republicans coming and speaking to try to make the case for Kamala Harris. So Michael Cohen seems to be part and parcel of that strategy, if you will.
It's so interesting, Hallie. I do think that tonight in particular you're going to see, and we saw a little bit of it last night in those videos of former Republicans. In fact, some folks who were former, I think, self-described hardcore MAGA Republicans coming out to be a part of this. And with many of them, we're hearing about democracy. Obviously, with Michael Cohen, we're hearing very firsthand accounts, and Stephanie Grisham as well, about the inner workings with Cohen of the Trump Organization, Stephanie Grisham, the inner workings of the Trump White House. She obviously was very close. You know this better than anybody. To the former First Lady as well. But, you know, I think that tonight, obviously, that's going to be one of the themes. As the night goes on, it'll move away from that, of course, and I think there's a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
It's much busier down here today than it was at this time yesterday, with the Obamas participating in the events tonight. A lot of people are talking about the fact that former President Obama and Michelle Obama will be down here on the floor. And I just in terms of pure buzz level, you could kind of feel the energy cranked up a notch from just last night.
Jacob Soboroff live there on the floor here at the United Center. Sobo, thank you much. Appreciate it. We got a lot more to get to when we come back, including, of course, a look at what is next for nights 3 and 4 here at the DNC. Don't go anywhere.
story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Do not adjust your televisions or your internet, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jacob Soboroff on the floor of the Democratic National Convention, night 2, about to get underway. Here while Hallie Jackson takes a quick break. She'll be back in just a moment. But tonight's a big night, as we've been talking about all night on NBC News Now. We're going to see former President Obama and Michelle Obama grace the stage here in Chicago. There is a lot of excitement, and it has been building progressively, no pun intended, over the course of the last couple hours here on the floor of the United Center in Chicago. Take a look at that speakers lineup. Michelle Obama, President Obama, Chuck Schumer, the governor of Illinois, Tammy Duckworth will be here. Bernie Sanders will be on the floor. But a lot of folks are still talking about what happened last night here in Chicago. Governor Walz and Vice President Harris were both here in person last night. We saw the Vice President grace the stage just briefly for a minute before President Biden gave that speech that I think was not only a reflection on his legacy, but also a look towards the future and the passing of the torch, if you will. I had a chance personally to catch up with Governor Walz right up there, as a matter of fact, in his personal box. Just as President Biden was getting ready to speak. Here's what he told me last night. Take a look. How you feeling, sir?
We're excited. It's a pretty important night for Democrats tonight to honor Joe Biden, and I think Wynn and I, the kids, are excited to be here.
Could you ever imagine a night like this, to be here and to be with the second gentleman, to be with your wife, and to be potentially on the verge of becoming the next Vice President of the United States?
I don't know, doesn't every public school teacher imagine being here? No, it's a privilege, it's an honor, and I can tell you this ticket, feeling that energy, just a privilege.
You can see in that video that we just played for you when I was speaking with Governor Walz, saying next to him was Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States, potential first gentleman of the United States. He will be gracing the stage tonight. Let's go for a little walk, guys. This is Illinois. This is the home state delegation here in the United States. How's everybody feeling from Illinois? Oh, you're passing out pins. Wait a minute. Is this a pin transaction in progress?
Yes.
Okay, what's your name?
Rosalind.
Rosalind, and you're from Alaska?
I'm from Alaska, yes, sir.
What part?
Anchorage.
Anchorage, Alaska. So you're from up there?
Yes, I am.
How is it to be in Chicago?
It feels so good. I'm so excited. The weather's nice. This is my first Democratic National Convention, so yeah. Totally stoked.
Vice President Harris could be the next President of the United States. This is your first convention. How does it feel for you to be here, sort of on the verge of a potentially historic transition in American politics?
It's historic. So I'm ecstatic. Yesterday's day one was off the chain. Like, that was unbelievable seeing her come out. I was dancing to Beyonce, and before I knew it,
there she was.
President Kamala was on the stage, and I was like, oh my gosh. So now every time Beyonce's on, I'm going to think she's going to be on stage.
All right, so we will be on Beyonce alert. Can I see the pin that you're handing out?
So this is our state flag.
So this is, here's the Alaska flag, guys. Pardon my manicure.
Got some really cute ones. This is our...
So you're trading pins?
Yes.
Which one is this here?
That's our moose and our Alaska Dems.
Oh, this is nice.
Yes.
With the pride flag?
Yes, sir.
And so you guys are giving out pins to, you're in the Illinois delegation.
Yes, I am.
Can I say hello to her?
Yes.
Okay, it's really nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you guys too.
What's your name?
I'm Katia Morales.
And so, is this your first convention?
Yes, it is.
How does it feel for you to be here?
Very exciting. I'm excited to be part of everything happening, such a historic convention.
What brings you here? Why'd you decide to come?
Well, I am a civics teacher, so this is something very important to me.
No kidding. God bless you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
What do you teach? What age kids?
I teach high school, juniors, and seniors.
What are you teaching them about this election and what's happening, what's taking place, and most importantly, what's at stake?
Well, I'm teaching them a lot about different topics and how I'm going to teach them how I ended up here, how elections are working, and how important it is to be an active citizen in their government.
That's really cool. You said Catherine, right?
Katia.
Kathy?
Katia.
Katia. Excuse me, Katia. Nice. I got double earplugs in. I can't even hear myself talking. Nice to meet you, Katia. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a great time. Guys, come with me. So, you know, we give a lot of love to the delegations on the floor, and at the Republican convention, you may or may not know this, every delegation was actually on the floor of the Fiserv Arena in Milwaukee. Here, it's a little bit different. Up here are some of the other delegations in the stands, and what we haven't been able to do really is give a lot of love to the people up top. The way that it works is the campaigns will situate different delegations in different areas based on, I don't think they would say this, but the priority with which they want to put those delegations because of the importance they think they are in the election. Here's the seating chart. So if you look at the seating chart, down in front is California, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Tennessee and Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Maryland, Nebraska. Of course, Nebraska is a very important swing, not just a swing state, but a swing district in that 2nd congressional district. If it's a 269 electoral college tie, that 2nd district, because they apportion their electoral votes by congressional district, could break the tie and ultimately put one candidate or the other over the top. Up here, it's the states that maybe they don't think are as important. Let's go take a look. Come with me. By the way, they're all important to me. Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Sanji.
You having a good time?
I'm having an incredible time.
You a Massachusetts delegation?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Nice to see you guys. Thank you very much. Massachusetts in the bag for the Democrats, I think it's fair to say, or at least that's what the Democrats would say. That's why you guys might be a little further back. Fair enough?
Yeah, but not in the bag, more like we know who should be president.
Right. Yeah, look, we send more activists all around the country than any other state in the union.
Is that true?
Yeah, we export 2 great things in Massachusetts, cranberries and political activists. So we're in every swing state all across the country.
I'm going to go get some cranberries. You didn't bring me any. Thank you very much. Oh, very nice. Look at that. Mass Dems for Kamala. Mass Dems for Kamala. Guys, nice to meet you. Oh, so sorry. Okay, let's take a walk. Chris Jackson's doing a great job here of following me up the stairs. How are you guys? We got the Ohio delegations up here. Ohio, obviously, is a mega swing state. Hi, how are you? Come on, let's talk. What's your name?
Cindy Dempsey.
Cindy, it's so nice to see you. I don't want to squish your fingers here. I was saying that the people up here are in states that maybe the campaigns don't think are as important. But let me tell you something. That is wrong about Ohio. I stand corrected, guys. Fact check live on NBC News Now.
Let me tell you why it's wrong. Because in last November, Ohio passed, much to the country's surprise, by 57% an abortion initiative. So abortion rights are now codified in our Constitution. So don't count us out. And we have Sherrod Brown, our fabulous senator, on the ballot, which we will send back to the Senate. But more importantly, J.D. Vance is not beloved at all. No one cares about him. He's barely in the state, so watch us.
Let me ask you, you mentioned reproductive rights. Is that the driving issue for you? Is that what brings you here? Is that what is sort of motivating you at this point in the election?
Not just me. It's all the millions of other women in Ohio. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican or independent, people believe that government don't belong in your doctor's office. It's a choice between the woman, her physician, and the people you love. And so that is a driving point. Also, the Biden-Harris administration has done so much for Ohio with the CHIPS and the Infrastructure Act. We have all these new plants, electric cars and chips. And
you ought to be the White House press secretary.
So I am telling you, don't write us off. I don't care what anybody says. And you can watch us, and you will be surprised by the margins.
I'll bet you nickel that my bosses are going to send me to Ohio after this conversation. Yeah, I got about 20 seconds to go.
So the Supreme Court, we have the opportunity to flip the Supreme Court from a Republican to a Democratic majority. Watch that happen, because we have a gerrymandering issue on the ballot, and that's going to drive people out.
That's a hot tip there from Ohio. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. I wanted to go to the back. I want to go up here and just real quick before we go, I'm so sorry, give a little love to the people in the way, way back. Here's Alabama. How you doing, Alabama? Everybody feeling all right?
We're New Hampshire.
Say again?
We're New Hampshire.
Oh, all right. Well, God bless New Hampshire. Live free or die. She's Alabama. Hold on. Just give you a little love. How's it feel to be up here doing Alabama?
It feels incredible. I love to represent my state when I can.
What's your name?
April.
April, it's really nice to meet you. Thanks very much. All right, so listen, that's what's going on up here in the United Center. Stick around. There's a lot more to come on NBC. There's a lot more to come on NBC News Now. But for now, I'm headed over to my friend, my colleague, Chuck Todd. Chuck.
Thank you, Jacob. You know, I don't hate the Ohio as a sneaky battleground state if. Right. I wouldn't be shocked if they try to find another state to put in play. It's a long shot, but it isn't that long ago that Ohio was a swing state. So, you know, you'll be headed for a bus trip there soon, I promise.
Working on behalf of the campaign, it might very well go back and play right away.
Look, at a minimum, it might get you to a few Bengals games to see Joe Burrow. Mr. Soboroff, good to see you, sir.
Thanks, Chuck.
Top of the hour, I'm Chuck Todd. I'm helping out while Hallie still finishes up her quick break. We are coming to you live from the United Center here in Chicago. It's night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. It is set to kick off in about 30 minutes. They wanted to up the time here a little bit so they didn't run over the way it happened last night. And if the phrase du jour last night was pass the torch, tonight it is turn the page. In some ways, this is the first night of the Kamala Harris convention. Last night was the goodbye to Joe Biden. You see the stage behind me? That's where you'll see later tonight some of the party's biggest stars of the last decade. Former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama. They'll be preceded by the man hoping to become the first gentleman. Frankly, it's the speech I'm most intrigued about. I don't know what it's going to be. It's Doug Emhoff. Very much looking forward to that. And for the Democrats, a bit of a split screen tonight because the two people that this entire event is being built around they're going to be holding a separate rally of their own right next door, about 90 minutes away in the swing state of Wisconsin up there in Milwaukee. Call it the not quite counter programming because the folks in here, they're going to end up seeing a little bit of Kamala Harris's event in Milwaukee. But it is because they're going to try to do it as complimentary programming. But from the Democrats' political opponents, no compliments, plenty of countering. Former President Trump and his running mate both have been in a battleground state blitz this week, and tonight they'll be in Wisconsin and Michigan. All of it, as back here in Chicago, we're watching another protest set to start later tonight. But the protests have really been much more organized and less influential than I think Democrats had feared here. There's a big team, as you know, with us covering every angle. My friend and pal, Kristen Welker, is standing right next to me here in the booth, actually sitting next to me. But we're going to start with my longtime friend, Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, we've been talking about this all night. You and I were talking earlier that in some ways, this is the first night of the rest of the Democratic Party's convention.
Absolutely. This is the chance to try to give an introduction to Kamala Harris. And if that sounds a little funny because she has been the sitting vice president, think of it in terms of those people who know her with that title but don't know her whole story. And Barack Obama and Michelle Obama have been friends of Harris, and that's not a storyline that is all that well known publicly. And so they will come in some ways as character witnesses to talk about the leadership qualities and the experience that they will argue to voters is what this particular moment needs. And in the time since Joe Biden has left the race, Barack Obama has emerged as a private advisor to Kamala Harris in things like choosing her running mate in Tim Walz and bringing some of his political allies and staff members into the fold to try to support her. And tapping into the popularity of the Obamas, especially in the city of Chicago that they had called home for so long. This is a chance for people to reconnect to that part of the party and one of the biggest moments in terms of history making with the first African-American president and connecting that line to Kamala Harris, who could become the first woman president. So there will be nostalgia, but there will be a purpose for that to try to make the case for Harris as the candidate of now. Chuck?
And Kelly, I want to get to, like I said, I am very intrigued to hear Doug Emhoff speak. I've not heard him give a long speech. I think a lot of the country, they may know who he is, but they don't know much about him. I know you've got a clip you've obtained. We've got a little bit, I think we can play a little bit of it now, of what we should expect. I think this is from a video that begins with a narration of Doug Emhoff's son. Let's throw to the clip.
In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad.
The blended family. For many people, it may look like an episode of Modern Family, right, Kelly?
It's so intentional because that is a way to connect the sitting vice president to many families across America, a blended family where they are working together and the co-parenting that's been a part of our history. And Sunday night dinners, Kamala Harris loves to cook. How many presidents can we say that about if she were to be elected? And so this is a way to humanize her, give some personal details. There's some new photos. These films that are a part of the prime time are big secrets. And so we were fortunate to obtain seen a short clip to give us a taste of it. And Cole Emhoff, Doug Emhoff's son, who sounds just like his dad, I think, will be introducing him tonight. And then, of course, we will hear from Doug Emhoff, who can talk about Kamala Harris as his life partner and the person that he thinks can be the president. So that will be an emotional time, and one where the campaign believes they are using that to make that introduction to someone already well known, but maybe not known in that way. Chuck?
I have to say, Kamala Harris as foodie, I mean, people love being foodies. I think that's a very much something you can connect with that isn't political at all. It'll be interesting to watch Kelly O'Donnell with that. Kelly, thank you. Of course, the woman of the hour, the vice president, Kamala Harris, is actually not in Chicago at the DNC right now, but she's on her way to Milwaukee. Going to have a campaign rally with her running mate, Tim Walz. Still unclear if they're going to make it back in time for her to watch in person her husband's speech tonight, as well as the Obamas. Well, let's get to Yamiche Alcindor, who's in Milwaukee with the vice president, making that 90-minute drive up there. And Yamiche, first of all, what do we know about this rally, and how much are the folks here in Chicago going to see of it?
Well, from my understanding, that this rally is going to be really her going back on the campaign trail to underscore that she wants to interact directly with voters. She wants to underscore that her campaign, she says, is one that's people-powered and focused on making lives of the middle class better. But it also is, of course, focused on the critical battleground states. They believe that this is going to be a close race. So while they don't see this as counter-programming, is what the Harris campaign sources have been telling me, they are recognizing that this is happening during the DNC. There's possibly maybe some video that's going to be played during the DNC. But I also want to just underscore just how close this race is, because it tells you why they're stepping away to Chicago to go an hour and a half north. So if we put up some polling for folks, you show that battleground polling of likely voters. Harris is 50% of battleground voters are supporting her in Michigan. 46% are supporting Trump. You look at Pennsylvania, 50% for Harris, 46% for Trump. Same thing in Wisconsin, 50%, 46%. And they're all within the margin of error, but it tells you that this is a close race, and they believe that spending time in Milwaukee, even during the DNC, exactly when people are going to be on stage speaking, that's a worthy use of their time. I also asked them, like, why not have this at 4 p.m. or somewhere earlier so that you could still get back to the DNC? Right. I was told that the Harris campaign really wanted to let people go eat dinner, get off work, and then come and party with them. So there are also going to be some video of the DNC that people can watch here. So it's going to be both sides are going to be able to watch each other here. Chuck?
Yamiche, we should point out this is happening in the same arena that Donald Trump just got his nomination some 3 weeks ago. Obviously, pretty intentional, and there's no doubt Mr. Crowd Size might be curious to see what kind of crowd she gets.
I'm very interested to see what the crowd is. Right now, there aren't, the arena isn't filled right now, but I keep looking around because in Atlanta, there were like 14,000, 15,000 people, and her rallies have been packed. They've been joyful. They've been people, long lines all down blocks. I saw a lot of people waiting outside, so it'll be very interesting to see if they can fill this arena, because as you said, it was intentional to come to the exact same arena that Donald Trump and Republicans held the RNC. A little bit of a trolling going on. And this campaign has sort of taken that stance to say, you know, if Donald Trump wants to personally attack the vice president, she's going to go and take it to him. She's going to join Truth Social. She's going to go to the places where he was. So it's very interesting to see them take this step, especially in this space. Chuck?
It is, Yamiche. It is a move that you might expect from Donald Trump. But my substitute teacher duties are over here.
Nice.
I got Kristen Welker here and Hallie Jackson. And, you know, Hallie, you can take the man out of the anchor booth. You can't take the anchor out of the
Any day, man. Let me tell you. We love to see it.
The baton is back to you.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of torch passing.
I was going to say,
at the Democratic National Convention.
It's fun to carry a torch and pass it around. And, yeah, we all have the Olympic spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been cool to see you two on the floor, Chuck. I know you've had a chance to get down there, to talk to folks, to talk to delegates. What stood out to you?
It's more fun to talk to the delegates because they care so much about it. Right? Like I always say, the reason I do love politics is because it's how personal it is, how human it is, and sometimes we actually dehumanize it too much. You know, we sometimes are clinical about it, and the way the two campaigns treat each other. But this is a celebration of democracy, just like the one in Milwaukee was, and this one is. So that's where I sort of get my inner sort of Pollyannish geek on, if you will, my patriotic geek on, because everybody here and everybody in that place, they love America.
Yeah.
They disagree on which direction we should go, but they love this place.
The other thing is they love politics, right?
Yes.
I mean, and that is something that they have in common with, I know, the two people that are sitting to the right-hand side of me here, including Kristen Welker. And we've been talking a little bit about some of the big moments tonight. And I know that you and Yamiche have had that conversation as well. What to expect from not just the Obamas, but from Doug Emhoff. Chuck, you mentioned earlier, that's the one you're sort of most intrigued by because he is such an unknown quantity to a lot of Americans.
Right. We've seen Obamas give speeches, no offense, and I think we know how they'll do. You know, I think about these important first conventions, right? Bill Clinton, in 1992, Bill Clinton, they were trying to connect Clinton to the story of the history of the Democratic Party, and they found this footage of a teenager, Bill Clinton, shaking hands with John Kennedy. And it was this moment, and the convention didn't know it was coming. And the convention just like, so I find these personal spousal moments about who they are, how they grew up. There's things we end up learning we have no idea about. And that's why I think the Emhoff speech tonight should be more important than the Obama speech, because it's going to be setting up the tone for how Democrats personally connect to this potential first time.
And really humanizing, I think, in a lot of ways, too.
Well, in terms of the video clip that we just saw, I mean, it is being narrated by Doug Emhoff's son, and he tells the story of how the vice president became Mamala. And that has a lot of significance right now, not only because it's helping to fill out the biography of who Vice President Kamala Harris is, but because there has been some controversy on the Republican side with the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, making controversial comments about children, women who don't necessarily have children. That's something that, of course, the vice president, second gentleman, his former wife came out and released a statement about.
His ex, who's been here at the DNC, by the way.
Yes, and saying that she has been a part of the process of raising these kids, that term Mamala means so much. And so I think that they are trying to fill in those gaps about who she is, about how she will lead, and really trying to paint her as someone who is a part of this blended family, which so many Americans all across this country.
And then, of course, there is the Obama speech, for the reasons that Chuck lays out, will be also interesting. What are you looking for from that? It was interesting talking to Tommy Vitor, who knows the Obamas well, about expectations for tonight and the way that the former president may make the case, not just for Kamala Harris, but against former President Trump.
That's right. I mean, he's going to argue that this is an all-hands-on-deck moment for the Democrats. I've been talking to folks who are in touch with him, familiar with his speech tonight, and they say, yes, he's going to make the case for why Kamala Harris, why Tim Walz is the right ticket for right now. He is also, I am told, going to be quite forceful in his case against former President Trump. He is someone, as Jen Psaki said to you earlier today, who has done that for a long time in a range of different ways. He can be quite serious about the fact that he perceives Trump to be a threat to the democracy, and then he can also, there are moments when he pokes fun at Trump. So we'll listen to see what his tone is tonight. I think it'll be very interesting. But he's going to also talk about Kamala Harris in very personal terms. He's going to talk about the fact that they've known each other for 20 years, why he's impressed by her as the, Attorney General, why she's this barrier breaker. And Attorney General of California, I should say, and why she has been a barrier breaker. And so he can talk about her historic candidacy, I think, in a way that maybe she can't.
I'm going to ask when he campaigned for her. When she was running for Attorney General, got in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, that's right. The reference to her look.
Her look.
Chuck, Kristen, thank you both. We're going to be talking much more throughout the night. Speaking of former President Trump, I want to get to somebody who is covering him and his campaign, because he's been on this counter-programming blitz, if you will. Both the former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance. Today, you've got Mr. Trump in Michigan to talk about crime and safety. You see it on the map here. Senator Vance is next door in Wisconsin, focusing on crime as well. Let me get to Garrett. And there's a couple of new pieces of information here, Garrett, including this new interview that former President Trump has done. He's talking a lot about a whole variety of things. Elon Musk, Robert Kennedy Jr., third-party runs, Kamala Harris, etc. How do you see the strategy taking shape for Team Trump right now during this week when Democrats are looking here behind me to capture a ton of momentum?
Yeah, look, they're trying to do two things at once, Hallie. They're trying to hold events that keep him focused on very specific issues. Today it was crime and public safety. Yesterday it was the economy. But they're also offering him up for interviews with outlets, trying to make sure that he gets some coverage at all at a time where so much of the media is heavily focused on what's going on with Kamala Harris in Chicago. And what you get from that is kind of a tale of two campaign messages. The official message that gets pushed out during the day, and then whatever comes out of these interviews where Trump is asked about a wide variety of of topics in the evening. The Elon Musk one is a perfect example. This was an interview he conducted yesterday with Reuters after this economy-focused event, which the interviewer basically floated a question to him of, would you consider putting Elon Musk in your cabinet or in some role? And Trump, as he's often likes to do, just says, yeah, sure, he's a smart guy. You know, if he'd do it, we'd find a spot for him. And from there, 1,000 ships were launched, none of them about the economy. And so I think this is part of the challenge for Trump in general, given kind of his lack of discipline on the campaign trail, but in this moment with the convention going on, trying to break through specifically.
Garrett, let's look ahead to what else is in store for the former president this week. He's heading to North Carolina tomorrow, which is notable because North Carolina is sort of a fascinating state at the moment when you look at where the race is, but also notable because it will be his first outdoor campaign event since that assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania. Not a rally, we understand, but still notable.
Yeah, that's right. So this event will be like one of these smaller messaging events like we've seen earlier this week in Asheboro, North Carolina, focused on national security, the military. But it will be appearing outside and for the first time anywhere other than one of his clubs. Of course, he did that news conference at Bedminster Outdoors last week. We expect to get a look at what this plussed up U.S. Secret Service presence will be for him at that event, possibly including the bullet-resistant glass that we often see when he does when he did outdoor events as president, like the rally on the Ellipse on January 6th, or what we sometimes see with President Biden when he's out for larger-scale events. So it'll be a notable moment in the campaign here, and something tells me we're likely to hear Trump himself address it. I cannot imagine he'll simply ignore it since he's so focused on the optics and the logistics around his events, just as someone who pays attention to that, I think, because of his TV background.
I have to say, we have right now, Garrett and you, one of our Donald Trump campaign reporters. Sitting next to me is one of our third-party campaign reporters. And tonight there's kind of a collision between the both of you because former President Trump is talking about something on CNN specifically related to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd like to ask both of you to stand by for a second. We just cut the clip. We just turned it around. I want to play it here.
Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, we haven't, but I would love that endorsement because I've always liked him.
Would you also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
Explain, Alex Seitzwald, who's joining us now here on set, why this is even coming up as a possibility. RFK Jr.'s running mate basically floated this today and said, and I'm paraphrasing here, if the goods are good enough, right, if there's a deal that's good enough, RFK Jr. might consider dropping out and backing Mr. Trump.
Yeah, these are some truly remarkable comments from Nicole Shanahan on this podcast, where she basically acknowledged that they have no real path to victory at this point. She spoke in past tense about the campaign, said they do not want to help Kamala Harris get elected in any way, and they would work with Donald Trump, which is, of course, what Democrats have been accusing Kennedy of doing this entire time, and they've adamantly denied. But now that the campaign is kind of coming to the end of the road, they're looking at some kind of offer. And I spoke to some Kennedy supporters this afternoon about those comments, and one that really stood out to me was this guy, Kyle Kemper, who's been driving across the country in a bus that he made himself with Kennedy's face on the side, and he was furious at the idea of Kennedy working with Trump. He said it would be a deal with the devil. He shouldn't be trusted, and that it would betray the whole ethos of the campaign, which is about independence and breaking the two-party system.
Garrett, we heard former President Trump in that interview suggest that he would love RFK Jr.'s endorsement. Probably more newsy if he said he didn't want the endorsement. Of course he would, right?
I think, Hallie, but I've been playing this out in my head all day today, and I actually think I could make the argument that Kennedy's more useful in the race to Donald Trump as a third-party candidate, as a vote sink for people who don't like Kamala Harris and don't particularly like him than he is as just another endorser. As Alex was just pointing out, I'm not convinced that Kennedy's endorsement brings all that many of Kennedy's voters to Trump. The idea that he can be out there for people who, you know, the double haters in the previous consideration of this race when Joe Biden was still in it, but I think it still exists. People who just burned out on the two-party system. You know, if that lowers Kamala Harris's vote totals in any number of places by some significant measure, isn't that more useful than another endorsement from someone who can be used against you just as well as he can be used for you?
Garrett Haake, thank you very much. Alex, on this whole issue, it came up because of somebody we haven't seen a ton of on the campaign trail, and that's Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr.'s running mate.
Yeah, she has been basically absent since she was announced, done very few events. I mean, the whole campaign has gone kind of dark in a while. And I think this podcast interview was an explanation of why we have not seen a lot about her, because she said a lot of things that I don't think the campaign would have liked her to divulge. And basically saying the campaign is over, that she said the Democrats made us a spoiler. Clearly very, very upset, very resentful of the Democratic Party, which she was a member of for years. Said her biggest regret in life was supporting Chuck Schumer and giving him money to help the Democratic Senate turn. So she is out for revenge. She talked about maybe running for governor of California and floated this deal with Trump, which has been kind of, on the margins for a while. But it's clear that she's done with Democratic Party. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pretty much done with the Democratic Party. So they might be like a Tulsi Gabbard kind of figure and have gone full to the right in Trump's camp.
What do the numbers show? And is he even on enough ballots in enough states to make a difference here?
He is on enough ballots theoretically to make a difference. And that was her word when, can you win? She said, theoretically we could win. But, the polls show that he's still pulling about 5 to 10%, depending on the polls. And some of those voters would definitely go to Donald Trump. I spoke to some of them today. I even spoke to a lifelong Democrat who said that she would consider voting for Donald Trump, which is something that she would never consider if Kennedy asked her to. But then I also talked to a lot of his other voters, like Garrett was saying, who said they will never vote for a major party candidate at all. And it's not clear to me that even if Kennedy asked them to, that they would do it.
Alex Seitz-Wald, good to have you on this, a topic that has made getting a lot of buzz today, given some of those new remarks. Appreciate it, friend. Good to see you. I should note, too, by the way, on the floor behind us here, the delegates have just been told to take their seats. I'm turning around to get a good look. I don't know if it's 100% compliance or even anywhere close to that, but we are getting ready for the programming to begin here on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. We are going to bring you that start live when we come back. Stay with us with our rolling special coverage right here on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. It's
story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
You are looking live here at the floor of the Democratic National Convention. Night 2 about to begin any minute. The delegates have been asked to take their seats. That's because the program will begin shortly with a number of big names, a number of critical speeches coming up on Night 2 here in Chicago. That's what's happening inside the United Center. But outside, you've got the Chicago Police Department. Look at this, bolstering that fencing, that barricading that's along the pre-approved protest route after demonstrators tore down part of it and spilled into the street there overnight, leading to multiple arrests. Tonight's protest, it's going to look a little bit different. It's planned to be in front of the Israeli consulate. The group behind it is called Behind Enemy Lines, operating under the slogan, "Make it great like '68." That's a callback, of course, to the 1968 DNC protests against the Vietnam War, which turned into violent riots throughout the city of Chicago. NBC's Maggie Vespa is joining us now with more. Talk about the expectation for tonight, the demonstration, what we think we're going to see, the group behind it, et cetera.
Yeah, for sure, Hallie. Well, kind of to get an idea, you can see the group behind me. Again, Chicago PD already here lining the street in front of the Israeli consulate. You can see how far this line of bike cops goes. And then we have, obviously, the barricade up as well. Suffice to say, after what we saw last night, it sounds like things at least are that more tense heading into tonight, but especially when you look at the group behind this demonstration tonight. You talked about Behind Enemy Lines. This is a group that basically is far more confrontational when it comes to dealing with police and potentially trying to confront police and stir something up. They actually have a slogan tied to tonight's event, which, as you said, is called "Make It Great Like '68." They said, quote, "We're calling on students and youth to be bold and audacious. Take the front lines, and yes, take police beatings and arrests." For what it's worth, Behind Enemy Lines was also part of the threat assessment that the FBI and local authorities put together ahead of the DNC, just kind of letting them know which groups headed to town and which groups gathering in Chicago might be sort of like the highest on their radar. So heading into tonight, we don't know if we're expecting as big of a crowd as we saw yesterday at the protest, which ended and kind of devolved to some protesters tearing down part of the Secret Service perimeter. But again, this group just known to be that much more confrontational, that much more intense. They're expected to gather here in the next couple of hours. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there on the streets of Chicago. Keep us posted, Maggie. Thank you for being out there. Let's talk now about the state of play as things really kick into high gear with just 75 plus days until Election Day. Sooner than that, when early voting will begin. And right now, what we've seen over the course of the last week or so are polls showing Vice President Harris gaining ground or pulling even with former President Trump in some key battlegrounds, still inside the margin of error, but outperforming how President Biden had been doing against Mr. Trump. And look at this. You can see the gender gap in this particular election getting bigger. You've got Mr. Trump losing ground to VP Harris among women voters across key states by 10, sometimes 20%. Of course, the question is, how significant are these numbers going to be come Election Day? Do you know who's well equipped to talk about the significance of numbers? Steve Kornacki, of course, joining us now from the big board to break it all down. Hey, friend, it's good to see you. We miss you in Chicago, but we're glad you're at your own personal home there next to the charts and graphs that we know you love. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, this thing wouldn't have been easy to transport to Chicago, so we'll do it from here. Let's talk gender gap here. Let's talk about it nationally and at the state level, because as you're suggesting there, two different things we're seeing right now. National picture right here. Here's what we've got. The 2020 result. This is an average of all of the post-election surveys, understanding the 2020 electorate. Donald Trump on average won in 2020 over Joe Biden by 5 points among men. Now, by comparison, during this campaign, when Joe Biden was the Democratic candidate, on average, for the final month before he dropped out, Trump was leading Biden by 12 among men. So again, with a gender gap, Republicans typically do better with men. Trump had been doing better than in 20 against Joe Biden. Now Kamala Harris comes in, and for the last month, Trump lead on average 7 points among men. So from 12 to 7, still a solid Trump lead, but that's a little bit better for Democrats. Then among women, take a look at this, 13-point Biden win in 2020. Biden had only been ahead by 5 before he dropped out. Now Harris is up by 9. So Harris on average leading women by 9, Trump, on average, leading men by 7. That adds up to a 16-point gender gap. Now, that's big, that's significant, but nationally, that's not new. That's typically what we see in presidential elections. As you say, here's the thing that's new. It's from one pollster, New York Times Siena, and it's one set of polls, these battleground polls they did last week. But you were pointing some of them there. I mean, Michigan is the biggest. They found Trump by 20 among men, by 28 among women. That is a gender gap of 48 points. Wisconsin, Trump 17 men. Harris, 24 women, 41-point gender gap. Georgia, 20 points. Trump men. Harris, 10 with women, 30-point gender gap. So this is massive if it's true. And that's the question here, because it is one pollster, as we say, one set of polls. There can be statistical noise. I mean, look, in Pennsylvania, they actually didn't find much of a gender gap at all. It indicates how these numbers can bounce around, but it raises the possibility of state-specific effects that might be driving gender gaps in particular states. We need to see more polls, but if that is something we keep seeing in polls, Hallie, it's enormous.
Steve Kornacki back at the big board. Steve, thank you. Let's bring you back here to Chicago, because if you heard the music kick up behind me, that is because night 2 is coming into play. You just saw Jamie Harrison. Let's listen.
The second in-person session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by Rabbi Sharon Browse.
As we wait for Mike Memoli here, he's down on the floor for us, the DNC gaveling in. Let's get down to Mem, and I hate to do this to you, Mike, because I know they're about to, I think, lead the group in prayer, but give us a sense. Are folks in their seats?
That's right. Well, Hallie, we know what the issue was last night. Things went just a little bit long. So the convention organizers tonight are doing everything they can to not just keep things on a better pace, but also start things earlier just in case they do go long. And that's really important because of what we know about tonight's program, Hallie. Last night was significant, of course, the moment, especially with President Biden. But tonight there are a lot more complicated moving parts. You have the Democratic nominee for president not here in Wisconsin. They want to bring her rally in Wisconsin to the delegates here as well. That requires some time precision. You also have the roll call that's happening tonight, the ceremonial roll call, where it involves elements both in the room but also some remote pieces where they're going to try and borrow from that hybrid, mostly virtual convention in 2020 and complement it with the in-person experience here in 2024. All of that means that they have to keep things on a much tighter schedule this time around. And so we do see most of the delegations in their seats. Everyone is filtering in. We haven't heard any of the security issues that we saw yesterday as well. So all signs are that things are about to get going here, and it's going to be a very interesting, busy night, of course, headlined by not just one, but both Obamas, Barack and Michelle Obama.
So what you're saying, it sounds like, Mem, is that there's a chance folks may be able to get to bed or get to their after parties. Perhaps by midnight, we will see, Eastern time at least. Mem, you talk about the headliners tonight. If we look at the moments that have been emotionally resonant at the Democratic National Convention so far, obviously last night held a lot of emotion. Tonight, there's a lot of focus, rightfully so, on the Obamas, on Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, who remains hugely popular among Democrats. In fact, if you looked at some polling from back in July for hypothetical head-to-head matchups, this is when President Biden was still in the race. She was the only Democratic name polled that actually outperformed former President Trump. She has zero interest, and she's made that clear in getting back into politics. But part of tonight is also going to be about the person hoping to become the first gentleman, and that's Doug Emhoff here, too. We've been talking a little bit about that biographical video that NBC News has exclusively. His son introducing him, talking about how Kamala Harris became Mamala. That may hold, I think, a lot of emotional resonance tonight for people as well as he takes the stage. Do we know if Vice President Harris is going to be watching from Wisconsin?
Oh, you can be sure she is. And I'm so glad you brought that up, Hallie, because I think this is we talk about the historic nature of Kamala Harris's candidacy. We have sort of lost sight of Doug in some ways in all of this. The vice president likes to call her husband the second gentleman. He's the first, obviously, male to hold the role of the second spouse. And he would obviously make history if she makes history as the first woman president. And think about what we saw last night. Of course, Secretary Clinton speaking here. She was the first woman nominated by a major party, but of course her husband was a former president. And so even as she was campaigning and as she was making history, that we didn't necessarily look at Bill Clinton in the way that we might look at Doug Emhoff. And so a campaign advisor was telling me that they feel he's going to play a really important role in speaking, especially to those voters who are not necessarily politically oriented, who may come from blended families. Like he'll highlight that story here tonight as well.
Mike, Memoli, what's been the most interesting thing you've seen down there on the floor so far today?
Please welcome Joshua.
Well, I think I'm holding it. I'm not what you would call a Swiftie. I haven't really been to too many concerts here, but we're all wondering what these LED wristbands are that are on every one of the chairs here in the arena. There's going to be some sort of multimedia presentation here where this comes into play, and we're looking forward to seeing what it is.
All right, we will see that moment, of course, as we pause for a brief moment for the Pledge of Allegiance there behind you, Mike Memoli. And there it is, 15-year-old Joshua Davis from Virginia kicking off night 2 here at the DNC. We are going to continue our special coverage of the Democratic Convention with our thanks to Mem and others when we get back, including more on the other, of course, spouse set to speak tonight, not just Doug Emhoff, but Michelle Obama back in the spotlight. We're getting into it right after a real quick break. Stay tuned for our special coverage rolling on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We are back with our continuing special coverage here, night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, starting in just the last 10 minutes, not even. And so far, very much on schedule. We'll see if that continues. Of course, tonight we're looking ahead to 2 very distinct political spouses making the case for Vice President Kamala Harris at the DNC. We are going to hear from the woman you see on screen, former First Lady Michelle Obama. She is one of the most popular voices in the Democratic Party. She's spoken at every DNC since 2008 when her husband was nominated. Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman who could become the first gentleman, will be with us as well. For more, I'm joined by NBC News Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And as a roar goes up, Andrea, behind me, I'm just going to turn around. Look at this moment. Patti LaBelle early here on stage. And the crowd is on their feet. So much of this, Andrea, as you know, is about the energy in the room, is about capturing moments like this to get the folks here, the delegates excited. I should note, still a number of empty seats. That'll pick up as the night goes on.
And they've been doing that also with surprise guests, surprise appearances. Yeah. Kamala Harris last night coming out in the cameo. Then all 4 of them, the 2 couples, coming out at the end of President Biden's speech. And we don't know what's going to happen tonight because we know that Kamala Harris and Doug Walsh are in Milwaukee. It's only an hour and a half now, but they can be on screen at any time by satellite.
Well, you know who's not on screen? She's here in person. Let's take a minute. Let's just vibe out here.
Enjoy
and
it.
Listen in. Patti LaBelle at 80 years old, getting the crowd on its feet here at the DNC. Your turn, Andrea. You want to take a solo?
What a voice. I mean,
incredibly powerful. Somebody else, of course, who has a voice in a very different kind of way is Michelle Obama. We're talking about politically, as she is set to take the stage as well. She is somebody that you have covered through the course of your career, Andrea, and somebody who, along with her husband, has stepped out of this role of, let's call him king or queen maker, if you will. They've both got other projects going on. They've got that Netflix deal, very consciously choosing not to engage in the political arena to the degree that I think some Democrats would like them to. Talk us through that dynamic.
No, that's so true. But, you know, Kamala Harris had to make a choice in 2008 during that very bitter Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama primary campaign, and she chose Barack Obama over Hillary Clinton. And that says a lot, and it's paying benefits right now. The other thing is that Michelle Obama and Jill Biden, frankly, were never terribly close, and that became more estranged after Hunter Biden's divorce because Michelle Obama was known to be very close friends with Catherine Buell, his first wife. So there were tensions there, tensions in the family, but it spilled over into politics. But she's... And, you know, she never loved politics. Yeah. But she's coming on to
about that. I mean, she made that pretty clear.
She said that going in with him in 2008. So she was a reluctant spouse. She's written about it. But she's the most popular political figure and celebrity in sort of political celebrity context in the country. Bar none. Her books sell more than anyone else's within that cadre of presidents and first ladies. And she does those book tours. She's won all kinds of awards for voicing her own books. So she is a unique personality, and her speaking here is a great tribute because it was not at all clear she was going to do it. Barack Obama was clearly going to do that, but she chooses her roles very carefully.
They're friends, right? I mean, they are people who they've known each other for decades now. They are, by all accounts, quite close on a personal level, not just on that sort of politics level where everybody's your friend.
And, you know, there was that undercurrent of tension that Barack Obama was part of the Democratic leadership group pressuring for Joe Biden to get out.
Andrew, we're going to take a beat for a second here because Jack Schlossberg is walking out onto the stage, the grandson of former President John F. Kennedy, a Vogue political correspondent who's got a big following online. Let's listen in.
My grandfather, and he's my hero. JFK was the youngest person ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now ours to answer, because once again, the torch has been passed to a new generation, to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader is Vice President Kamala Harris. Like President Kennedy, Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs. She will defend our freedoms, the freedom for women anywhere in America to make their own healthcare choices, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make, and history is watching to see what we will do. Now, let's elect Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you.
Jack Schlossberg speaking there briefly, making the case for Kamala Harris and linking her, of course, to his grandfather, former President Kennedy, Andrea.
And just very briefly, when he was still in graduate school, he made his debut on the political stage, if you will, at a White House black-tie dinner honoring the 50th anniversary of his grandfather's establishing the Medal of Freedom 50 years ago at that point. And he was the MC, and it was the first time he'd been out in public. His mother, Caroline, of course, is the ambassador previously to Japan, now to Australia, from President Obama and then President Biden. And he'd never spoken publicly before, and he was just a wow. And that's when he became kind of known. I was there. My husband had been awarded the Medal of Freedom, so that's why I was there.
Andrea,
very exciting.
It's fascinating to look at that arc, at that thread that connects these Democrats, through history. Andrea, thank you. We got a lot more to get to here as night 2 of the Democratic National Convention is in full swing. We're going to get back here in just a second after we sneak in a quick break with more here live from Chicago on NBC News Now.
we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We are back now with more of our continuing coverage live from night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Look at that. The floor is filling up. People are milling about. They were on their feet for Patti LaBelle, as you watched live just a couple of minutes ago. And this place is going to get pretty raucous coming up in the next couple of hours. You're going to watch it all here on NBC News Now as we await a number of key moments here. Of course, those speeches from former First Lady Michelle Obama, former President Barack Obama, current second gentleman hoping to become the first gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and many others. I want to bring in a couple folks to talk about some of the dynamics at play in the state of the race. Giulio Terusa, national political reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Maya King, who covers politics in the Southeast for the New York Times, and Peter Baker, who covers politics everywhere at all times, constantly, as the New York Times chief White House correspondent. Peter, I'll start with you here, because we are seeing this moment where the DNC, the Harris-Walz campaign, is really looking to create a coalition of people in a way that the Trump campaign has made clear in conversations with senior advisors. They want to supercharge their base. They want to boost turnout for the people who already like Donald Trump. You don't see a lot of olive branches from the former president to like Nikki Haley supporters or whatever. His message is take it or leave it. Different message from Democrats here who want to broaden what they see as a Big Tent.
Absolutely. Look, at the Republican convention in Milwaukee a few weeks ago, you didn't have any former presidents. You didn't have any former presidential nominees. The Republican Party of old did not show up at that convention. They weren't welcome.
Because it barely exists.
They barely exist, and they weren't welcome. Here tonight, you're going to see, of course, the past in Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, tomorrow Bill Clinton. We heard Hillary Clinton last night along with Joe Biden. And you have a party that is embracing its past at the same time Kamala Harris is making argument for the future, right? We don't go back. That's her phrase. It's a way of saying generational argument against Donald Trump, but not at the expense of the party as it existed before.
Maya, we mentioned Nikki Haley, somebody who has, of course, now endorsed former President Trump. She's not going to be on stage, but Stephanie Grisham will be. Adam Kinzinger, for example, will be. Olivia Troy, another former Trump administration official, will be. How resonant do you think that may be, not for the audience in this room, but for the audience at home?
Well, you're right. So the folks here, they're just expecting sort of a pep rally. But I think that this creates the permission structure for some of the more moderate conservatives in these battleground states like Georgia, where Nikki Haley actually did get 70,000 votes in Metro Atlanta after she had actually dropped out. I think seeing people like Kinzinger, like Grisham, actually talking about supporting a Democrat for the country and not for the party is what offers that sort of permission structure for people to feel like they could possibly vote for or support Harris this year.
Of course, we're in Illinois, not known as a swing state, but just next door we've got, of course, Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will be. You've got Michigan, where former President Trump is today. You've got the state that you covered, Julia, and that's Pennsylvania, these critical Rust Belt battlegrounds, where some of the most recent swing state polling from New York Times Siena suggests that Vice President Harris is gaining ground or pulling even with the former president in ways that President Obama could not. Still inside the margin of error. Let's be very clear that there's still 70-plus days to go. But give me a sense of your reporting on the ground and what you're hearing when you talk to folks there in PA.
Yeah, I think Democrats in Pennsylvania feel like this is a whole new race. It is a whole new race. I've been at a lot of the delegation breakfasts this week, and I'll say that they feel the pressure of being from Pennsylvania, and they think it's still going to be an incredibly close race. Governor Josh Shapiro has been making the rounds as well, and he said similarly that they're feeling better, but it's a state that was won by less than 1 percentage point in 2016, a little more in 2020. So they're still feeling the pressure.
Perhaps the hardest hitting question I could ask you is how you managed to get to a delegation breakfast after how late things went last night. Truly. I mean, one of the things you bring up, I've heard in conversations with Democrats here, which is this idea that, and I've heard it from close advisors to the vice president, to the Harris-Walz campaign, they don't feel like this is in any way a victory lap. I think there is very much a sense, you use the word underdogs, they've used the word underdog. The vice president has used the word underdog. That is how they see this race moving forward, because while there is some momentum and energy, when you talk to Trump campaign officials, they'll tell you it's a sugar high, it's a honeymoon. This campaign disagrees, but there's still an element of keeping that moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's a risk of irrational exuberance, right? Suddenly you have a group of people that felt quite depressed about their nominee, not excited at all. push. They're out there. They're energized. You're hearing it in the room. But that room isn't going to represent Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or even these Sun Belt states. And you're right. The polls are convincing in the sense that she's doing better than Biden was against Trump. But she's not doing as well as Biden was doing at this time 4 years ago, or Hillary Clinton was doing 8 years ago. And that tells you that there's still a lot of room for Democrats to have to make up.
When we talk about November, and I call it election week, I feel like that's what it could be very well. You look at, counting the votes, how long that's going to take, how close this thing could be. When you talk about Georgia, Maya, state that you cover, they just passed the state election board yesterday a new rule that requires election workers to closely scrutinize ballots. Critics suggest that could potentially further delay the process. How should we be thinking about that as we're looking ahead to
it creates an opportunity to sow more doubt in the results of the election. And I think that's the bottom line. There's a lot more partisanship that's being kind of inflected into this, the overseeing of these elections now in Georgia. And it's something to watch very closely. There's a real possibility that the race in Georgia will be another close one. And all of these things just make it a lot more difficult to actually see the results immediately on election night. So Democrats I've spoken to are really trying to let their voters know you have to turn out, of course, but also check your registration. Make sure that you know exactly how your vote's being counted and where it will be.
What does this say to you, Peter, about some of the post-election scenarios that Trump campaign officials, Trump allies, those in his orbit, maybe preparing for here and what that landscape looks like?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, the biggest difference, of course, is he's not in the White House, right? He doesn't have control over the military, which he talked about declaring martial law with some of his advisors. He doesn't have control of the Justice Department. Obviously, these are big tools that he had available to him last time, not available to him this time. But he does have allies in places like Georgia, and that can make a difference in small ways. And it doesn't take much to make a difference in one of these battleground states where we saw, as you just said, a very small amount of votes can make a difference.
Julia, quick final thoughts to you. What should we be thinking about that we are not thinking about right now as it relates to critical states like the one that you covered?
I mean, I hate to say it's not an easy answer, but any little difference in any voting block in Pennsylvania could make a difference.
You're talking about half percentage point swing.
I'm talking about what happens in Philadelphia, in the suburbs, in small cities,
in Yardley, in Newtown,
rural areas. But I think that's why they're going to be in my state a lot.
Julia Trusa, thank you so much. Peter Baker, I think great to see all of you. Really appreciate it. If you haven't noticed, it's gotten kind of loud down on the floor behind me there. That's because we've seen yet another performance on stage. Jacob Soboroff has a front row seat for all of it. Are you loving it? Like, are you just having a dance party down there or what?
Sometimes we talk politics. Sometimes we do substance. Sometimes things are very serious. But I'm just in the front row because Common was just performing. I was watching Common, Chicago Zone. It was a pretty unbelievable performance. When you're here in the front and you have the privileges that we do to be on the floor, and it is a privilege, look how close it all is. So right there, you missed them by just a matter of seconds. Tonight, right there, about 15 feet away from where I'm standing, is where you're going to see President Obama, Michelle Obama, Bernie Sanders, the first gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff. The excitement in this building, I know we've talked about it earlier this evening, is palpable, and it feels different than last night. Maybe on the account of the fact that everybody's here a little bit earlier because of the sort of snafus that logistical that came up last night, but also because I think people, the energy really just quite literally is building as we work towards Vice President Harris and Governor Walz coming out and addressing this crowd, even though they're in Milwaukee tonight. Speaking of Milwaukee, let's do a little walk, guys. Come with me. Hallie, when you and I spoke from the convention in Milwaukee, I recall it was a little cheesy, no pun intended, but I did make a visit to my friends in the Wisconsin delegation because they have the nicest accessory, I think, of anybody at any political convention, and that is the cheesehead. I was just going to go see the cheeseheads. Can I see the cheese? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's always maneuvering here. Thank you. Can I go that way? Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Hi, just coming up to say hi to the cheeseheads. Excuse us. Check it out, guys. Cheesehead, can I say hi to you? What's your name? Chris. Chris, you said? Chris, yeah. Chris. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are in your hometown tonight, home state. How do you feel?
I'm excited for Milwaukee. My family is down there at Pfizer. I've got lots of friends down there. I'm sorry to be missing it, but I'll be here for the ultimate rally on Thursday.
So do you have a little FOMO that you're not going to see him tonight down there?
A little bit. Yeah, I'd love to be.
But let me tell you something. They know how issue for you this year in the election?
Reproductive rights.
Reproductive rights. Yes. So nice to talk to you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We'll catch up again soon. Hallie, take a look. I want to show you. Chris, just swing around and show her. This is the seat that the Wisconsin delegation has. I don't think you could get a much better seat than being in Wisconsin. And again, that goes to show the importance with which this campaign is putting in this delegation. Hallie?
Jacob Soboroff, definitely, I think, a better seat than the one that we have up here in the booth, but it's good to see you and your cheesehead friends down there on the floor. Jacob, thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us for our special coverage here on NBC News Now. More coverage picks up from Chicago right now.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here is Tom Yamas.
And tonight we are live from Chicago, night 2 of the Democratic National Convention getting underway right now. This evening is one of the most anticipated as former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama bring their star power to the main stage. You can see right behind me the arena is packed with thousands. The focus shifting to what the next 4 years could look like under Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Tonight's theme inside the United Center, as you can see, completely packed once again, a bold vision for America's future. Democrats drawing stark contrast between the two parties and what's at stake if former President Trump wins in November. In this hour, you'll see delegates casting their votes in a ceremonial roll call after virtually nominating Harris just two weeks ago. And we are told by the DNC it's unlike anything we've ever seen before. And it's all eyes on the Obamas as well, back in their hometown, hoping to fuel a surge of enthusiasm for the new Democratic ticket. The 44th president hoping to reignite the same energy as when he accepted the nomination back in 2008.
Change happens. Change happens because the American people demand it, because they rise up and insist on new ideas and new leadership, a new politics for a new time.
Then Senator Barack Obama running for the presidency back in 2008. The nation's first black president set to make a direct appeal to voters to elect the country's first black female president. And excitement building for First Lady Michelle Obama as well, who normally shies away from politics, going all in for Vice President Harris on the biggest week of her candidacy. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, slated to speak and share personal stories about his wife of 10 years. Another notable speaker in prime time, the governor of Illinois, J.D. Pritzker, one of the hosts of the event here at DNC. Notably missing from the DNC action, the vice president and her running mate, the two spending the evening in Milwaukee, not too far from Chicago at all, speaking at a rally in the same arena where former President Trump accepted the Republican nomination just a month ago. We're going to have more on that later in this broadcast. And breaking tonight, former President Trump saying he is open to appointing RFK Jr. to a role in his administration if he drops out after Kennedy's campaign signaled that they may throw their support behind Trump in this election. But something that might anger the former president this evening, his former supporters who have turned on him now taking part in this convention. The historic switch in the Democratic's presidential ticket triggering a significant shift in polling, especially for younger people. That voting bloc is on one Democrats are working to capitalize on. You see it right here. And one they're doing by giving TikTokers with millions of followers behind the scenes access to the convention. We'll speak with them just ahead. We have a lot to cover this evening. We're going to be covering everything that happens over the next several hours. We want to go right now to the stage to listen in right now.
I voted for Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times. You see, I work in construction. I work with my hands. He told us he'd look out for blue-collar workers. So I made my first ever political donation to Trump. And I donated to him many times throughout his presidency. But then I started to see Trump's tariff policy in action. Costs for construction workers like me were starting to soar. I realized Trump wasn't for me. He was for lining his own pockets. Now I'm not left-wing, period. But I believe our leaders should bring out the best in us, not the worst. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She She's tough. She's going to tackle inflation.
Let's go to Senator Warnock right now.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Okay, we've just been listening to a former Trump voter who's now supporting the Harris waltz ticket. It was a surprise sort of guest and speaker. We weren't ready for that one, but that happens at the conventions. We have another surprise. This is a surprise that we welcome. Senator Ralph Warnock from the great state of Georgia here speaking to us right now on our hour of special coverage. So, Senator Warnock, you were here yesterday. What was it like to address the convention?
Listen, I can't even begin to adequately express the energy that you feel in this room. You know, I'm feeling it on the ground in Georgia and all across the country. And I have a word for all that energy is hope. People are feeling it, and we just got to keep this momentum going all the way through November.
Speaking of hope, we're going to hear from the Obamas.
Sure.
They gave hope to a lot of voters across this country when President Barack Obama ran in 2008. What do you expect to hear from him tonight?
Well, you know, Barack Obama is great, particularly in these kinds of settings. And it was 20 years ago this year that the country was introduced to him with that speech that he gave.
At the convention, I was there.
At the convention. And the rest is history. And so we're all looking forward to hearing from him. Look, one of the contrasts between our convention and what we saw a few weeks ago is that we've got a multi-generational team working together. You've got the elder statespersons of the party. Joe Biden, of course, was gracious as always yesterday. Such a class act. Even you had the grandson of Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter, a friend of mine. They are speaking on behalf of his grandfather. We'll hear from the Obamas tonight. We heard from Hillary Clinton last night. This is who we are. It's a big tent. And there's room for a lot of voices.
Senator, I want to pause our conversation for a second and go live to the debate, to the stage right now. I should say the convention stage. This is Stephanie Grisham. She worked directly with President Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump. She's now endorsing this ticket. Let's listen in.
Muslim basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, it doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you. But it does matter. What you says matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word, no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
Picking up our conversation here with Senator Warnock from the great state of Georgia. We were just listening to Stephanie Grisham, Senator. I worked with her. I knew her very well when I covered the Trump campaign and when she was in the White House as well. She's about as Republican as they come, and yet she's going to vote for the Harris waltz ticket. Why do you think that was important to have that moment tonight here?
Listen, powerful words, and even more powerful when you consider the source. She's not a Democrat. This is somebody who worked directly for Donald Trump. But she said, you know, this election is about the character of the candidate. There are some things that transcend partisan politics. I will submit that not only is it about the character of the candidate in a real sense, it's about the character of the country.
Is this about trying to get voters maybe in the middle? It's going to be hard to peel away Republicans to vote for the vice president. It's a 50-50 country, I think, but there's those independent voters that are going to make or break this election. Hearing from people like this, do you think it might convince them?
Oh, I think so. Look, I have some experience with this in Georgia.
Yeah. A red state.
I was able to get folks who were independent, and I also routinely run into Republicans all the time who said that when they looked at the character of the two opponents, that the contrast was so stark that, yes, I'm a Republican, but I supported you. And I think that there are enough reasonable people in America who are thinking about the future of the country, especially in this moment when the democracy itself is at stake, when freedom is on the ballot. And you have a candidate who literally said to a group of Christians a few weeks ago, vote for me and you'll never have to vote again.
Right. No, I hear you. I want to put up on the screen for our viewers the recent poll numbers out of Georgia. And the poll numbers have been strange over the last year when it comes to the presidential race. They've kind of been all over the place. Where do you think the race stands right now? As we see right here, 46-50, 47-47, 48-48. Do you think Georgia's in play? You think Democrats need to be worried? You think Republicans need to be worried?
Georgia is in play. And I know a little bit about how to win Georgia. I've won Georgia twice. It will not be an easy race. It will be a tight race in Georgia. It's going to be a tight race in the country. That's why it's so very important for people to turn out. And if folks are watching me, watching us right now tonight, the thing I can say, the most important thing for you to do right now is to show up, to make sure that you use your voice and use your vote. Anything you do other than vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz means that Donald Trump gets just that much closer to the White House, and that's something that the country cannot bear.
I want to play a portion of your speech last night to this convention hall. It was on religion. You spoke about religion and faith and former President Trump. Let's take a listen to that.
I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
To anyone listening who's struggling to start a family.
Sometimes in politics, it used to be said that religion was sort of off the table. You wouldn't attack someone for their religion. You're a man of faith. You're a pastor. I'll finish the question. Do you think it's fair to attack former President Trump over his religion and his faith, or do you think that you don't like the way he's been using it on the campaign trail?
The point I was making is that my faith is not a weapon. It's a bridge. And you should remember the context in which he was holding that Bible. He had literally just wiped protesters, peaceful protesters, off of the street. Yeah. And he used the Bible as some kind of shield and sword for his actions, which were undemocratic and I believe unrighteous. And so part of the job of the preacher is truth-telling. That's what I do every week. Yeah. And I don't like folks bearing false witness against my faith. And I stand in the strength of my faith. And by the way, for me, it's not the doctrines of my faith as a Christian necessarily. It's the values that I think are resonant in all the great faith traditions. And so what I'm calling us to is our higher calling.
Before we go, I think faith is important to voters. Religion is important to voters. You have a relationship with Vice President Harris. Have you talked to her about her faith? I know she grew up Hindu, Christian. She's married, Jewish.
Not only have I talked with her, I've worshiped with her in my church.
What can you tell our viewers about her? Because it's an unknown for some voters.
She is a woman of faith, and I won't go into the detail. I'll let her speak for herself, and I'm sure she will. But I can tell you she's a woman of faith. I have worshiped with her in my church. And I'll tell you a funny story. Yeah. She came to visit my church early in the 2020 cycle, before I knew I'd be running for the Senate. And she was sitting next to me and my then 3-year-old daughter. And my daughter was restless. We were sitting in the pews because it was Youth Sunday. And my daughter was kicking her legs. She kicked a tear in the stockings or the pantyhose of the sitting senator who was running for President of the United States. Of course, I wanted to go under the pew. But she was very gracious, and we had a big laugh out of it, and it was a wonderful day of worship. Kamala Harris is the real deal.
Senator Warnock, we thank you for your time. We thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
We're going to go down to the convention hall stage again. Speaking now, Gary Peters, the junior senator from Michigan. He's a Democratic Senate Campaign Committee chair, focused on keeping control of the upper chamber this fall. Let's listen in.
And let's be clear, if they win, working people like my friends here from the Teamsters will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut healthcare programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires.
am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025 my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife Beverly was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
Inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result.
All right, let's get back down to the convention floor. Our Peter Alexander joins us live now. He's been talking to delegates and watching some of the action. Peter, I first want to ask you about that moment with Stephanie Grisham. It happened about maybe 15 minutes ago, but it was sort of strange. I don't know if when you were covering the Trump campaign and the Trump administration, if you ever thought you'd see her speaking at the DNC. She's about as Republican as it comes. It's got to be a play to also get under the former president's skin.
Yeah, Tom, I think you're exactly right. Having covered the campaign and, again, the White House, I interacted with Stephanie routinely. She was an early adopter of the MAGA movement there early on during the campaign, later becoming its press secretary, though she was never given the opportunity to hold a briefing, then its communications director. She said the breaking point for her was January 6th, but to see her on the stage is something I think that's going to get a bit under the skin of some of those members of the MAGA community who feel like she is using this megaphone in a way that they would like her to stop. The president himself has been critical of her. He's trying to distance himself with some, but you can't do that with someone who literally worked as your press secretary. Those words really resonated. I was struck by the loud ovation of Democrats in this room welcoming her to the party's celebration of Kamala Harris. Tom.
And then, Pete, I know you've been speaking to a lot of delegates out there. Are they excited for the Obamas tonight?
Well, there's a lot of excitement for the Obamas. We were just down in the Illinois delegation. This is a homecoming of sorts for President Obama. I've been speaking to sources close to him tonight. We expect him to sort of detail the task ahead for Democrats in these next 77 days to talk about the values that are at stake in this election. But there you got a little union yes from some friends. Tom, in the way that you can only do at a convention, you go from Northern Mariana Islands to Kansas in a matter of steps. I'm here with Gina Repass and the Kansas delegation of Democrats. As if they didn't speak for themselves with the Patrick Mahomes gear in full effect today. So what does this mean for you to be a part of this effort and be a part of the Kamala Harris movement?
It is the most exciting thing that I have ever done in my lifetime. I am so excited.
Let me ask you, you brought in some jewels today. Could you show me what's this?
Well, this is a high school state championship ring. Much like Tim Walz, we are representing a high school team in Kansas who won their first ever state championship.
So to be very clear, anybody who thought this was one of many of the Super Bowl rings that now exist in the Kansas-Missouri border, not to worry, it is not that. Nonetheless, it is worth celebrating. We appreciate you guys, your union service, a lot of union members here as well, more than 80,000 union members. Obviously, they've been among those celebrating those union workers, Tom, we just saw about moments ago.
Peter Alexander on the convention floor. Peter, we're going to be checking in with you throughout the broadcast. We thank you for that. For more on what's to come here at night 2 of the DNC, I want to bring in our political pros tonight. Chuck Todd, our chief political analyst here at NBC News. You just saw him. You'll see him again, I'm sure. Megan Hayes, former special assistant to President Biden. And Matt Gorman, the former senior communications advisor to the Tim Scott campaign. We thank you all for being here. Chuck, it's been nearly 8 years since President Obama came to one of these conventions, was nominated, took the political world by storm. Where's he been the last 8 years for Democrats? Last, 16, I should say.
Well, you know, he really has had a lower profile. He did not, they did not want to follow the model of the Clintons, where they made, the Global Foundation and all of this. I am, perhaps when this library ever gets built here in Chicago, it could become an epicenter of something more. But it was pretty clear that he wanted to retreat a little bit public life. I think some of it had to do with when he left office, he still had his youngest in high school. So they were just like parents. They had to finish high school. But he's not played the role that many Democrats wanted him to play, which is be the leader of the party. He's not wanted to do that. People have wanted him to do that.
Do you know why?
It's interesting. He looks at it. The explanation I've gotten is, hey, had the party leaders spoken in 2007, Hillary Clinton would have been the nominee. They would have told a young Barack Obama, why don't you go wait your turn, go run for governor of Illinois, and we'll see you in 2012 or 2016. So if he wasn't going to take the advice of Grand Poobahs telling them when he should run and when it was his time, why should he be the one? He didn't want to be a hypocrite. So I get it. But you could argue that him not putting his hand on an heir apparent, letting basically the past, Clinton and Biden, fight it out over the last 2 cycles, he never designated an heir. And one wonders, would the party be in a different place had he done that?
Yeah.
Or really is the whole party just organized as a response to Donald Trump now? So
Megan,
that's a separate story.
I want to put up a survey from Gallup. This is from last year for our viewers here. It's basically on ex-presidents, right, and their popularity. John F. Kennedy, the top 90%. You have Ronald Reagan there, 69. Bush, 41, 66. Obama's at 63, right? My question to you is, he's going to be here tonight. The delegates and all the supporters and donors are excited to hear from him. Does he still have the juice that he had? Yeah? Tell our viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's done incredible things. He has incredible business with Netflix. He does a ton of streaming shows that influence pop culture. It's interesting because he also resonates with youth, which is extremely important here and in this election. So, of course, he has the juice. Also, he was the first black president. The Democrats are incredibly proud of that and incredibly excited. And he also did a lot. And he also was the president to then Vice President Joe Biden. And I think that's meaningful in the moment in time we are right now.
Matt Gorman, do you think there is a President Donald Trump without a President Barack Obama? Because a lot of people say that the Tea Party, the way the Republican Party changed was because of the Obama presidency. Do you believe that?
I think you're right. I think just like the Obama presidency was a direct response in many respects to the Bush presidency, the Trump presidency was a response to the Obama presidency, right? I mean, Trump flirted with running in 2012 when Mitt Romney ended up winning the nomination and then ended up obviously running in 2016. I think there was absolutely a reaction to that. And look, I think one of the other things is to the point you guys were discussing, right? Obama still is very much a celebrity, and not just in politics, right? He's doing podcasts and books with Bruce Springsteen. He's producing Netflix series and specials and movies. So there is a cultural kind of celebrity to him. I think that will draw in the casual viewer and fan tonight.
All right, everybody, what a way to
I do want to tell our viewers, Matt Gorman is an insane Bruce Springsteen fan. That's the only time I've ever heard him say anything positive about the Democrats. Chuck, I want to ask you, we're going to hear from Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. Do we know enough about Doug Emhoff? I feel like I cover politics. I love politics. I don't know enough about him.
Tom, it's the speech I'm most intrigued about. I don't want to say looking forward to. I'm just curious. As a political reporter like yourself, I'm just very curious because we haven't heard him in that sort of setting. Look, I haven't been to fundraisers. I understand he's very popular on the trail, and the Biden-Harris White House loved. Emhoff was like the least controversial person. They could send him anywhere. Am I right? Like everybody loved Doug. I'm very curious if that sort of energy that I heard that was almost like a at times, and I know you might rush back at me on it. At times when there was perceived tension between Biden and Harris, not with Doug. Everybody loves Doug. I think he, for me, just like the first time we heard from Michelle Obama at a convention in 2008, the first time we heard from Melania, right? There are a lot of voters who are like, they're going to take a measure of Kamala Harris by their impression of her husband. Yeah. So it is an important, I might argue, it might be more important tonight. It might actually have more impact with some of these swing voters that might be tuning in than the Obama. You kind of know what the Obamas are going to say. None of us quite know, and people want to get to know him. How does he connect with the personal side of Kamala? Because I think a lot of people don't yet, being vice president, you're the most famous person nobody knows. Right. You're an unknown famous person. It's a weird thing.
Megan, the programming here is a little strange. Explain to me what you think the thinking is, because the vice president is in Milwaukee, 2 hours, less than 2 hours from where we are. Similar media markets. She's going to be speaking as well at where former President Trump accepted his nomination. Is this about sort of dunking and trolling former President Trump, or is there actually a strategy here? Because it's a little confusing.
I think there's definitely a strategy, more to come. But I also think that this is a local media market play too. You need to hit all your local media markets. It's not just about networks.
But everyone's covering the convention, though.
But they're going to cover the convention, and then they're also going to say Kamala Harris was in Milwaukee today, and that's important in these markets. This is going to be one in the battleground states, and Wisconsin's a battleground.
Yeah, Matt, I want to turn to the debate that may or may not happen. I mean, right now both campaigns say it's going to happen. We've been getting reporting that Tulsi Gabbard is helping former President Trump. Do you believe this reporting? Is he really going to prepare for this debate? It seems like he did have a strategy, at least in the beginning, against President Biden in that last debate.
That was one of the underrated things from the last debate, right? Everybody's talking about Joe Biden, rightly so. It was clear Donald Trump practiced and prepped more than he and his team had let on, right? Go to the abortion answer. It was very within the realm of what you might hear from a ton of the candidates in a debate. He was very careful, and I don't mean that in a negative way. So you're right. Whether it's Tulsi Gabbard, people have said he should talk to Nikki Haley as a debate kind of sparring partner. He needs to prep. He needs to be at his game with this, because it's very, very different than debating an 80-some-odd-year-old Joe Biden.
All right, Matt Gorman for us, Bang. We appreciate all your help. As well, Chuck Todd, we'll see you right after that. All right, Tom. Still ahead tonight, our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues. We're just a few hours away from the Obamas taking the spotlight during night 2 of the DNC. What you can expect when they take the stage. Much more from Chicago when we come back.
They would give me an African name, Barack, or Blessed, believing that in a tolerant America, your name is no barrier to success. With profound gratitude and great humility, I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Joe was the last one in the room whenever I faced a big decision. He made me a better president, and he's got the character and the experience to make us a better country. And in my friend Kamala Harris, he's chosen an ideal partner who is more than prepared for the job.
That was former President Obama. He's going to be headlining what's happening tonight. And we have a powerhouse of New York Democrats. We have the governor of the great state of New York, Kathy Hochul, here. But we also have your colleague, if you can believe this, live at the same time. Senator Chuck Schumer is down on the convention floor with our Mike Memoli. Mike, give us a quick update on what Senator Schumer's up to before we talk to Governor Hochul.
So, Senator, you're here with the Arizona delegation because we know one of the most critical Senate races this year is Arizona. How are you feeling about keeping the majority this year, especially now with Kamala Harris leading the ticket?
Really great. We're ahead in almost all our races. The contrast between Ruben Gallego, who's fighting for families, and somebody who's an extremist who's not even liked by most Republicans or many Republicans in Arizona, Gary Lake, is a metaphor for the whole Senate and for the country. The contrast between we Democrats fighting for families, working together with everybody, and the Republicans calling names, making up things is glaring. That's why we're so optimistic.
This has been a very difficult period for the Democratic Party, obviously changing the top of the ticket the way it has. What has changed most in your eyes since Kamala Harris is now leading the ticket?
We have unity, we have strength, and we feel so strongly that she, as a great debater, will really be able to flummox Donald Trump. That's why he's afraid to even do the debates. He had to be pushed into it. He's afraid of her.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer joining us here. Now, obviously, this is a convention that's about the top of the ticket, but really down ballot, so important for Democrats as well. And this is
listen to this. Ruben Gallego.
Mike Memoli, we appreciate you. Mike Memoli, we appreciate you. Stand by for us. Governor Hochul, so great to have you here in person. When you look out at its convention floor, the party's come a long way in 3 weeks. Did you think it could get to this point?
Oh, this is extraordinary. It's electric out there. And people, especially young people, and people who've had the very first experience here at a convention, this is like a rock concert. And people are so energized, and they can't wait to leave here after we nominate Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and take it to the streets. That's where we're going to win this election.
What do you hope to hear from the Obamas tonight? First with the former First Lady and later with President Obama.
They'll have an opportunity to remind Americans what the pre-Trump era was like. The world has vastly changed since Donald Trump became president. He took us to such a dark place. The civil discourse is almost non-existent. But the Obamas can remind people of that golden time when people worked together more. Yes, we've always had challenges. I was a member of Congress in the minority with Barack Obama, but he got the Affordable Care Act, which I knew, even representing the most Republican district in New York, was helping the most needy in my district. So he has a chance to remind people of those incredible accomplishments of what Democrats can do. And then he'll get out there on the campaign trail, help Kamala Harris get elected, and then onward to victory.
So I can hear you, but I can also hear this crowd behind us. I know you can. How do the Democrats maintain this type of energy and enthusiasm for the next 75 days?
That's a sprint. I mean, presidential elections take 2 years ordinarily. This is a brand new breath of fresh air, restart opportunity. So there's no challenge at all in carrying this all the way to November.
You're here, you're taking my questions, you're doing interviews all throughout this convention hall. Do you think that the Vice President Harris is going to start to do sit-down interviews? She's going to start to be asked questions by members of the media, maybe a news conference, just to have those unscripted moments for voters? Do you think they deserve that?
She's going to want to let people see who she really is, but give her a little break here. She just became the candidate. She is trying to get through this convention. This is really important to get this right, to set her off with a positive, strong start. There's plenty of time for the interviews. I'm sure she's going to let people know who she really is. But I'll tell you this, she's a fighter. She was the district attorney for a very large city, protecting the people and their businesses and their properties. She's a fighter in that respect. But also the attorney general from the largest state in the nation. That is a big job. No one should overlook that. On top of that, going to the United States Senate, and then from there, vice president. She has a great, long history of public service and fighting for the people. She'll get that message out there.
Governor Hochul, we thank you for your time. We hope you have a great convention.
Thank you.
If you've been watching our coverage and listening to some of the noise, some of the action behind us, it's because they're getting ready for the roll call. If we can take some live pictures of what's happening right now. They've actually told all the delegates to sit down, to stay in their seats, because they want to get ready for this sort of historic roll call that we think is going to start in about 20 minutes or so. Right now, we're so lucky to have Andrea Mitchell, my colleague, who's been covering politics and the DNC for decades. I also want to bring in Mike Memoli, who's down on the floor for us as well. He's going to be part of this conversation. So, Andrea, I want to start with you. You've been covering former President Obama since he announced, I think, his candidacy for Senate in 2004 at that convention. What has President Obama been doing since he left office?
I mean, he's been doing a lot of things that are not involved in politics. He's, of course, worked on the foundation. That's the central core. Valerie Jarrett, his close aide and friend, is in charge of that, being built on the south side of Chicago. But they're also, both Obamas, the books, her 2 books outsold his. She's, of course, the biggest star, Michelle Obama. But 2 of them together, they've got all kinds of Netflix deals, documentaries, theatrical films. So they've been really busy and writing, and also through their foundation, advising younger generation politicians, and he's involved with Eric Holder in their attempt to make sure that elections are fair and not stolen.
Mike, you know, we talked about this yesterday. President Biden delivered that speech last night. He was the headliner. It went pretty late, but he was there, and the crowd was behind him every step of the way. He's no longer here. He's in Southern California. Talk to me about the relationship between the Obamas and President Biden, because they're not going to get that, at least Democrats and delegates here won't get that moment of the 2 of them on stage here in Chicago.
Well, this is a relationship that obviously has evolved over the last really 16 years since Barack Obama chose Joe Biden to be on the ticket with him. They forged a close partnership in the White House as a governing team, but then there was some tension that emerged in the second term, especially when President Biden, at the time, Vice President Biden, wanted to run in 2016, but he felt like he didn't have Obama's support as he and many of his allies were going to Hillary Clinton in her campaign. Now, since President Biden has been in the Oval Office, we've seen a bit of a rivalry, even some tension emerge between the 2 camps, as you've heard President Biden touting some of the legislative accomplishments, talking about himself as one of the most progressive, successful presidents in history. That seems to be putting himself ahead of Barack Obama. But allies to both men talk about the fact that they continue to work close partnership. President Obama has been there as a key validator for President Biden as he is trying to advance that legislation. He did also tweet supportive comments during the course of President Biden's efforts to stay as the nominee, of course, as well. And so this is a relationship that will continue even if we won't see President Biden here in the room tonight. I'm told by an Obama advisor that President Obama will give a hearty tribute to President Biden in his remarks here tonight as well.
Mike, while we have you down there, it's a very strange moment at this convention, and all these delegates and donors and Democrats are listening to the instructions. They've been basically told not to say anything and not to move. They're doing some type of photo. Is it like a massive selfie? What exactly is happening?
They're doing a panoramic photo of the entire convention. This is something that all the delegates will eventually get. It'll be a bit of a memento. Part of that photo will unfortunately be me gesturing in the way as I am here talking. A lot of people
you're the only
looking
guy
at me.
talking in this hall. It's crazy.
Feeling distracted by this, but that's just the nature of our job, and having to keep at it while they're doing this.
Mike, you're a brave man, because they've been tough down there on that convention floor.
It's kind of like doing a golf tournament, right?
You got to use the golf voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Andrea, talk to me. You know, it's interesting. I was at the RNC, and I can remember being at the RNC in 2016, and there was no President Bush, right? And President Bush isn't even discussed anymore. And then you think about President Obama, and I was talking to Chuck about this as well. I mean, he's been out of office for a while now, but he was such a force. But it feels like since he's left, all the conversation, all the oxygen has been about Trump. Has that surprised you, being a political reporter?
No, because George W. Bush really wanted to get back to the ranch. Laura Bush certainly wanted to get back to the ranch. Let me just tell you what he did that is durable and for which he gets enormous credit from people like Bono and the people I know in the healthcare world, international AIDS groups. He has, because he did PEPFAR, which was
you're talking about Bush.
Revolutionary. Yeah. George W. Bush created the money that saved 25 million people at least from HIV/AIDS in Africa. It has continued. It hasn't been funded as generously because of Republicans on the Hill right now, but it has enormous gratitude from all the World Health people internationally, and it's perhaps his lasting legacy for all those who are critical of the Iraq War. They know that he saved lives in Africa, and it's a continuing legacy that he gets great credit for.
I guess my question was more, are you surprised that President Obama and his legacy has been largely absent in the discussions we've had over the last 8 years in politics?
First of all, Michelle Obama always disliked politics. We knew that. She didn't want him to run for president. And they wanted to do other things. They do love their time off now that they're empty nesters. He loves golf. They've always loved the Hollywood, the glamour. So I'm not really surprised, but he has great impact. Just one data point, Michelle and Barack Obama, when they endorsed Kamala Harris after Joe Biden stepped aside, that video had already instantly 117 million views. That's real impact in terms of American politics.
Andrea Mitchell, Mike Memoli, great to have you both here for this conversation. We're live tonight from Chicago, night 2 of the DNC kicking into high gear, the Harris campaign embracing social media influencers, hoping to capitalize on the millions of followers. We'll hear from TikTok stars on what their experience at the DNC has been like. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. That is that great patriotic jam, Livin' in America. DJ Cassidy spinning tonight here at the DNC on night 2. Welcome back to our coverage live from Chicago. Over the last 15 years, social media has become a critical battleground in presidential elections. But Vice President Harris's campaign has made her social media presence a centerpiece of her candidacy. The Harris team going on offense on TikTok, bolstering her credentials with young voters and taking jabs at the GOP ticket. The DNC also credentialing some 200 influencers for the convention, including Fidea Goplan and Nadia Okamoto, TikTok creators with more than 3 million followers each, massive followings. They've been online friends for years. I'm just learning that. That's very cool. They join us now for the first time here at the DNC. Did you guys ever meet before this or no?
We met for the first time yesterday.
How was that? Was that cool?
Oh, yeah. It was like I've known her forever.
So talk to me about this. You guys got the invitation to come here. Are you guys happy you're here? What have you learned? And do you think people will actually vote after seeing some of your content, which is an endorsement of the Harris-Walz ticket?
Yeah, I mean, extremely excited to be here. It's truly an honor. I was actually here in 2016 before I was a social media influencer. And I think for me, I'm not surprised that creators are credentialed. If anything, it feels like the obvious right thing to do if you're trying to mobilize the young vote. Obviously, this whole ticket depends on winning the young vote, and so why not have creators here?
And I think TikTok is a great platform, especially for the younger generation. That's how they're consuming news. That's how they're consuming media. So I think it's a great way to get them to get out and vote.
It is. So you guys have a huge responsibility, right? Because sometimes people think of social media as influencers showing fashion, what to buy, funny videos. But I mean, what you're talking about now can make a difference in the world. Does that weigh on you?
Well, so I never was a TikToker that just did fashion or otherwise. I started talking about periods. I mobilized around the tampon tax, around magic of social media, right? Because if you look at political candidates, they're raising lots of money to run political ads. They want to build brand awareness. We probably collectively have more impressions than some news outlets who are here, right? And I don't say that out of competition.
It's fine.
I say that out of the goal of campaigns is to raise awareness, get the name out there, educate, and that's what we can do on our platform.
So is the campaign inviting you here and putting you up, or is it just the credentials?
They're giving us the credentials to be here, so.
But like hotels, they flew you here, that kind of thing? Is it the whole thing?
No, so
it's basically like you're sort of a, I don't want to say a journalist because maybe you don't like that word, but you're here to cover the convention and put it on your feed.
Think of us just like another member of the media, right? We are media personalities, and just like a writer who might be here covering this event, we're doing the same thing, but we're doing so in a really visual, short-form content sort of way.
How do you make sure you're not being used by politicians? Because like one of the first rule of politics and covering politics is that a politician's first job in office usually is to get reelected. So how do you make sure that you're actually doing work that can help people and not being used by a political machine?
Well, look, I am first and foremost an American voter too, and for me, I think that I approach it more as here's a candidate and a ticket that I want to support. I proactively wanted to be here. It's not that they reached out to me. They're trying to use my platform. They're not, specifying deliverables or messaging. I haven't gotten a single messaging document. If anything, I'm here and I'm like, hey, I want to do everything I possibly can to use the platform that I have. I think it's an enormous responsibility to have this platform, and what do you do with it? And so, for me, I would say I don't feel used, but I'm also kind of like, use me, whatever I can do to be helpful.
Maybe you do want to be a part of the campaign.
Yes, I think I feel like
and you don't make any bones about it. You don't try to be objective and lie to your viewers. You're saying, listen, I'm going to vote for her, and this is why.
And I think that part of it is like, I believe in this campaign, what it stands for. I am someone who believes so strongly in reproductive rights, and I think that my platform is built off sharing that passion. And so social media is just a way that we're furthering ourselves to do that.
Why do you think people love Kamala Harris so much on places like TikTok? I mean, I know her laugh, the coconut tree, all these things took off and they blew up.
I think she just somehow reaches this younger audience using the trending sounds and using what kids are familiar with, right? This is what they're watching every day, and I think she really brings the younger audience in that way, which is so great.
It's interesting because it's the same social media team, I'm told, that was helping Biden out, but they're helping Harris out, and it's a completely different reaction. So I guess it's the person who's at the center of it, right?
But I think also at the same time, if you look at if you try to put it more in marketing speak, right? If you think about authenticity and sort of the ability to, be in it with culture, right? Like Biden trying to be brat is inauthentic, and asking him to try to speak to what brat is just going to be cringy. Can you
explain that to our viewers? Because some people may have heard it, our younger viewers. I know our staffers have, but I mean, can you explain it to maybe some of our older viewers what the brat thing is?
So Kamala is brat, right? Brat. And brat is this kind of identity that was created by the musical artist Charlie XCX. If you've seen the Apple dance on TikTok, to actually a remix of the coconut quote, but brat really, it's kind of like the next-gen version of Paris Hilton's Sliving, right? So brat is completely authentic. We know the system, it has not worked for us in the past. We're going to define it for ourselves. The vibe of I'm going to make my own table, bring my people with me, and kind of defy the stereotypes and odds.
But she's been in politics for decades. She was an attorney general. I mean, she's part of the system. So how can she be brat and still be part of the system?
Because I think that she's worked within the system in a way that feels very much challenging it to be better and for the values that she really believes in, right? And so, and look, I fully believe that it helps to be in the system. I mean, to be able to be vice president, to be able to be our next president and be an amazing woman of color who has this authentic being around her, that is brat.
That's brat in definition.
I think people are incredibly successful on TikTok when they are themselves, when they're authentic. Have you been here and have you questioned anything you've done as far as okay, I'm at a political convention now, this is different. I mean, do you have to act differently, or are you just you?
I think for my platform, I focus a lot on beauty, lifestyle, kind of family content. So I infuse politics in a lot of ways within my content. I don't primarily talk about politics, and so it's kind of a seamless process for me. I can just go about my day or do my vlogs and kind of infuse what I'm doing throughout the day.
What have you been doing here? Give me an example of one thing you did here.
Just, taking footage of where I'm going and who I'm seeing and all the different events that I'm going to. And
how's the fashion down here at the DNC?
It's pretty good, but it could use some work too.
It could use some work too.
I think, again, think of us as just an alternative new form form of media, right? Like just like
I know what you guys are. No, I get it. I get it.
don't mean
But I know that this is a new experience for a lot of you guys that are here that have these credentials, and you have a huge responsibility whether you know it or not, because if people are only getting their news from TikTok, then what you give them, it not only has to be right, it has to be sort of vetted in a way, because if not, it's propaganda.
But I
Maybe
think
you're
that
okay with that, but you should also realize what you're doing, because it's a huge responsibility.
But I think that that's also where there can be a symbiotic relationship, whether with the campaign or, you know, staffers here, right? Like, we had the chance to interview the DNC chair, and I think to be able to kind of have the freedom to say, hey, you can ask him whatever you want to ask him. And for me, I went up and I said, what is the DNC and what are we doing here, right? Because I think that for a lot of my viewers, they've never heard of this before.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I agree.
And so I think that's where, like, it's not, to us, it's like coming in and education and just sharing our experiences.
Yeah.
So it's a beautiful, beautiful opportunity.
I want to thank you both so much. Thank you for coming out here. I do want to tell you, the top story staff, the producers behind the scenes, we're so excited for this segment because I think it's so important. I think it's important as well. And I think it's going to open up a whole new way to watch these conventions and experience them. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for having us.
All right, well, thank you. I want to go down to the convention floor. We're about to do the roll call, and I want to bring in Kelly O'Donnell, one of our great correspondents who's down there on the floor covering this. Kelly, can you walk our viewers, give us the Cook's tour, if you can, of what's going to happen with this roll call, because I know the Democrats are very excited about the way they're going to do this year.
Well, having just listened to your conversation, Tom, I think the roll call is intended to be brat this year. I'm a Gen Xer, so I probably have no authority to say that, but I think that's something they're attempting. And by that, what I mean is, in 2020, because of the COVID issue, they had to get creative about a roll call, and they used visual elements and went across the country to make it a television program and an experience that was different than decades of tradition here on a convention floor. This will be a combination of both the traditional way of doing it and some of those modern elements. It is ceremonial because in advance of the convention, the delegates voted for Kamala Harris to be their nominee in order to meet some of the ballot requirements around the country, specifically the state of Ohio, to make sure that their candidates would be printed on the ballot. But you'll see some of the traditional notes, and by that I mean it will start with Delaware. They go alphabetically, so Alabama hands off to Delaware, of course, President Biden's home state, and then the bookends will include California, Kamala Harris's home state, and also Governor Walz with Minnesota. So we'll have those key points as being celebrated in special ways. You'll also see some of the prominent people in the party whose states are in battlegrounds. So think of all the big governors who had been talked about as potential running mate candidates and are certainly prominent voices in the party. They'll be participating, and there will be different storytellers who will reflect different parts of what Democrats hope to see in this campaign and the issues and the concerns that they want to reflect. So they're looking to reach out broadly, they're looking to bring in different generations, and they're looking to make what has been a core part of traditional convention politics into this modern moment. We're all, of course, here. COVID is behind us, and so it's a mix of what they innovated in 2020 and putting a 2024 spin on it. Tom?
Before you go, usually when these things happen, they can be kind of fast. They're a whip around. They go all through the states. We saw it at the RNC. Do we have any idea how much longer this sort of interactive celebration of the roll call will be?
Well, as far as we know, it's going to dominate a big part of this evening, and they're just about to get going with it, and it will include that kind of stepping out and being here. So things happening in the room. You're hearing the cheers now with the words, "Are you ready?" So the roll call is about to begin, Tom, as we'll see this sort of innovation and not tradition to bring together delegates from all the states and the key battlegrounds getting those highlights for sure. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we thank you for that. Let's listen to DJ Cassidy. He may have gotten you through the pandemic. He's going to get us through this roll call. Let's start with him right now.
But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your vote? Alabama passes. Delaware,
beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
It is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your vote?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first Black woman President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your vote?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future, and that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud Black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next President of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Arizona, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas tardes. From the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Get it go!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut's the Constitution state, home of the submarine, home of the jet engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris.
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions had marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote? Aloha, Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration. A celebration of democracy. A celebration of freedom. A celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner
University of Notre Dame. Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivers its 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Tom Llamas joining you live from Chicago here at the DNC as our coverage continues. Hallie Jackson, my friend. This is a roll call, Hallie, like we have never seen before.
They are lit up here in the arena, literally and figuratively. The room is electric here as you're seeing this roll call vote unfold. We had heard there may be some surprises. We sure have seen them. Lil Jon, of course, notable as Georgia went through its roll call. You just saw Rudy, or Samwise Gamgee, you may know him. Sean Astin, of course, the celebrity, as Indiana went through it. We're going to keep listening in here as night 2 of the Democratic Convention is in full swing. We're in our live coverage here on NBC News Now. Let's keep listening.
Feeds and fuels the world. Casts one vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Kansas, how do you cast your vote?
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Kentucky, how do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we open the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your vote?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its vote in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing could be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal phenomenal votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines. The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its one vote present, and our 47 votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels, and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the Red Clay Hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Ms. Kamala Harris.
And tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Maureen Benner and Lisa Spoon. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris is in a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala
Nebraska, how do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will
is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives. No more silent streams. No more shattered families. As Vice President, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle. Now our chair, Danielle Moreno.
Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state, home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Hope Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches.
movement. To Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement. To Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement. And the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earl, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC roll call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Hafaday, Tiro, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz!
Ohio, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast one vote present and 142 is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And hailing from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
And where we believe that reproductive rights are human rights, Oregon cast 78 votes for Kamala Harris.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state. Thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
Puerto Rico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the next state of the United States, has its 60 votes para la primera mujer afroamericana de ascendencia asiática y caribeña que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
DNC, let's go. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Rhode Island, how do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast one vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks. I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles in Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina. Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight and will fight for all Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going forward against hate crimes. Forward with a prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
Tennessee, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Texas, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and of the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
Vermont, how do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and
the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden. The Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Virginia. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom, by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, where this year we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Washington. How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the Blue Walls. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala Davy
West Virginia. How do you cast your votes?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you ready?
My home state of Wisconsin. How do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Badger Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud
state of Wisconsin. We're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin cast one vote present and 94 votes were for, who were we? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. I love you, Jody. We love you, Jody. 94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
You've been watching our live coverage of the roll call at the Democratic National Convention. Tom Yamas, Hallie Jackson here for our coverage. We're headed to Minnesota for a very special reason, Hallie, right now.
That's right. That's because that's the home state, of course, of Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz. Let's listen in.
And Tim Walz is my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. If you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walz is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
is Governor Gavin Newsom. From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are in this process.
You have been watching that delegate roll call. Let's call it what it is, a party here in Chicago, because the floor behind us was electrified. The clapping, the cheering, the ovations, as Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are now the presidential and vice presidential nominees. They already were. This is ceremonial, but boy, what a moment here.
It is more than official, Hallie, and when we say, and we give credit to the people who produce this, we're not talking about the politics, we're talking about the show in general. I mean, this has had everything. I mean, incredible directing, incredible music, incredible energy. You're seeing somewhat of a light show right now. You had DJ Cassidy providing the soundtrack. People were dancing and having a great time, and we're so honored now to have two great Democrats here, two leaders in the party and who've led their states. Former governor of Massachusetts, Deval Patrick, and thank you for being here, and former governor of Rhode Island, Gina Raimondo. People may know you also as a Commerce Secretary, but you're here in a personal capacity.
Thank you.
There are certain rules, so we'll keep it away from there. Governor, I'll start with you. I do want to ask you, were you surprised at how well this is? We're going to actually listen for a second.
Well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
So that of course, was Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. To explain what you just saw, they were at a rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's where they are right now. And this interesting bit of, if not counter-programming, at least complementary programming to the DNC here live in Chicago. People here inside the convention floor, inside the United Center, saw her speaking to that rally. 15,000 people, the campaign says, at that arena in Milwaukee. Of course, the place we just were for the Republican National Convention last month. The campaign telling NBC News about 20,000 people are packed into the United Center here in Chicago, Tom.
Yeah, it was an incredible moment there. We were unclear what was going to happen because they had this counter-programming event where they're doing this speech in Milwaukee. We were wondering why. It was just about a 2-hour drive from here. It all makes sense. They tapped into it live. We have two guests here who can talk about...
She is legitimate.
Okay.
Optimistic.
Okay, we just want to be very clear with our viewers here. Obviously, things are changing. It's a bit chaotic. Kamala Harris is speaking once again, even though there's someone else speaking at the convention, and we have guests here. We're going to listen to the Vice President right now.
Members of Mar-a-Lago.
And I know we are all deeply grateful for his lifetime of service to our nation. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So Wisconsin, we have 77 days until the election. 77 days. And look, we know this is going to be a tight race until the very end. We have some hard work ahead of us. We have hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Okay. And with your help this November, we will win. We'll win. We will win. We will win. Because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days. No, we haven't already won. 77 days of work to do, my friends. So listen, make no mistake. As we all know, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This is about two very different visions for our nation. One, ours, focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. And Wisconsin, we fight for the future. We fight for the future. We believe in the future. A future with affordable health care. A future with affordable child care. A future with affordable housing and paid leave. That's the future we believe in. We believe in a future where we build an opportunity economy, where every American has the opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build wealth, including intergenerational wealth. That's what we believe in. We believe in the future of our country. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families. And when I am president, I will bring down the cost of groceries by making sure markets are competitive and fair. Together with Coach, we will take on Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription medication for all Americans. We will take on the high cost of housing, understanding so many people are trying to fulfill the American dream, and we need to give people help to get there. In fact, last week I announced my plan to build...
So we're bringing you back from Milwaukee here to Chicago, where you're seeing the Senate's top Democrat, New York Senator Chuck Schumer, taking the stage. We're going to listen in back live here in Chicago at the DNC to this.
Now, just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing: tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward: Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered: helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two. And that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada, John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana, and Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates: Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel Powell, and folks, listen to this, More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never, never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
You have been listening, of course, to Senator Chuck Schumer here at the Democratic National Convention, Night 2, live in Chicago, as Vice President Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, are over in Milwaukee at their rally, a split-screen moment for the Democrats. I want to go down to the floor now to check in with our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's been taking it in. Peter, if I know you, perhaps not during Senator Schumer, but I know you were dancing at least a little bit during that roll call, friend.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, when you got Lil Jon down here, I think everybody, regardless of your party, has to feel the beat a little bit. This place, you say electric, it's basically battery powered, but the strongest batteries you've seen. They all got those little wrist deals going like you find at a Taylor Swift concert right now. We're joined by Dwayne from Delaware. Delaware, of course, the home state of President Biden, but proudly wearing his Kamala hat today. You have not been to a convention in 20 years.
That's right.
They don't do roll calls like they used to. That was insane.
That was amazing. The energy in the room was fantastic. I got a selfie with Lil Jon, singing by, and it just texted my friend. They were like, you got to turn down that music. My baby's trying to go to sleep. So we're having a lot of fun at this convention.
What does this tell America about the state of the Democratic Party right now and what we're looking forward to this fall?
The energy is just electric. I'm hoarse. I was screaming my head off yesterday. I should have saved it for the rest of the week, but we are all just ecstatic. We are so thrilled to be here.
Dwayne, it was so good to meet you. Hallie, you saw this like I did. This was, I mean, you and I have been to conventions before. We've never seen a roll call done like this, and it actually didn't matter. It wasn't so much ceremonial as they say it was celebratory. She was already the party's nominee, but they had all sorts of celebrity Democrats, as it were. You had Spike Lee, you had Eva Longoria, you had the governor, popular governors, Wes Moore of Maryland, Gavin Newsom of California, Tony Evers of Wisconsin, and of course, dropping in live from Milwaukee, where they have packed the Fiserv Forum, home to the Milwaukee Bucks, where Donald Trump was just a short time ago for his convention, a packed house with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz there as well. Hallie.
From your vantage point, Peter, because let me tell you, at certain points, like when Lil Jon came out, the roars were ear-splitting from where we were. Who got the biggest round of applause from the floor, biggest cheer from your point of view?
Man, I got to tell you, there was a lot of applause to go around. And what struck me, Gavin Newsom got a lot as they got to California, of course, the home state, with some cameos by those people back in Oakland, California, home to Kamala Harris. Josh Shapiro got a lot of pride. Minnesota here got a big ovation as well. This is not the way it always goes, as they now invite Bernie Sanders to the stage. A lot of progressives in this room, they feel strongly that the party is united behind Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders likely to make that message clear again.
That's right. Let's listen in now to Senator Bernie Sanders representing the more progressive wing of the party here on stage live in Chicago. Our special.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor to be with you tonight, because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years, and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way,
We cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on
on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
All right, we've been listening there to Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont. We are joined now by the governor of the great state of North Carolina, Roy Cooper. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. First off, what was that roll call experience like to be here on the floor and witness all that?
Well, we know this is a moment in history that we're all a part of right now. And I'll tell you this, if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she is the next president of the United States.
Do you really think that state is in play? Your home state's in play?
Absolutely.
Explain to me why.
I have that 2008 feeling. That's the last time that North Carolina voted for a Democratic president in Barack Obama. We were part of history then. It's time to be a part of history now. She came to North Carolina on Friday week to present her economic plan. She's been to North Carolina 16 times while she's been vice president. She knows our state is in play. We are the offensive state. They're going to protect everything they want in 2020. This is the one state they want to get. It was their closest loss in 2020. She can win North Carolina because people are excited.
It would be a complete game changer. Something that may have helped that, or could have helped that, would be if you were on the ticket and you were on the short list and you pulled yourself out. And I got to ask you why, because in politics, if this ticket wins, that running mate is the next in line. Everyone knows that. It happened to Kamala Harris. It could have happened to you. Why did you pull out?
So I knew Tim Walz was out there.
Is that, you really thought he was that good of a candidate?
Tim Walz is the perfect complement for Kamala Harris. It just wasn't the right time for me or my state. But I believe that we have the combination now that people are very excited about. Tim is smart. He's an everyday guy. All of the governors like to be around Tim. He's honest. He's straightforward. He is the perfect complement to her. Together, this team can win, and I'm excited about it.
Let's be very frank here. We're all adults, right? Do you think this type of energy would have been like this arena, the United Center, if it was President Biden running on the top of the ticket?
So we were not unified, and I think the president understood that. The president believes in doing the right thing, but he also believes in fighting through adversity, and usually those two things go together. But I think this time he recognized that fighting through the adversity wasn't doing the right thing. He made the patriotic, courageous decision. He brought the party together by passing the torch to Kamala Harris. I think you heard the gratitude from people in this arena, and I think all over the country, he will be an historic president.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's her age? Is it simply her age? Is it the type of candidate she is? Is it her background? What do you think it is that united all the Democrats?
It was really ground up, too, because in North Carolina, hours after it was announced that she was going to be in the running, they met by themselves, 163 North Carolina Democratic delegates, and voted for her unanimously. And it's hard to get 163 Democrats in a room to agree on anything, but she is the right person at the right time. People sense that. A prosecutor, attorney general, U.S. senator, running against a guy who is a convicted felon, is a con man. The contrast is stark, and it's an important time in our history. We have to stop him. She's the right candidate to do it.
Governor Roy Cooper, we thank you for your stage, which is just right next to us here at the convention hall. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get 'em!
We've just been listening to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, one of the hosts here of the DNC. It's in his town of Chicago here. The guests and the delegates and the Democrats going crazy for him right now. We have another special guest with us right now, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. Senator Kelly, thanks so much for joining us. What have you thought about tonight so far? I mean, I know yesterday was a special night for Democrats. What about tonight?
Well, I mean, same thing all over again. Really special energy. Looking forward to hearing from President Obama. But a week ago, I was in Glendale, Arizona, in a stadium just like this. There were 15,000 people in the room. The level of excitement about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is off the charts.
You're set to speak Thursday. What do you want to tell the country? What do you want to tell your party?
Well, I've got a message, and you should be here and listen to that message.
Give us a little teaser.
Nah, you'll be here. You're not going anywhere.
You were on the short list for Kamala Harris. You were vetted. Do you wish that it was you? Do you think you would have done a good job as vice president?
I was honored to be considered for this. Now my focus over the next 77 days is to make sure Kamala Harris is our next president, because the consequences cannot be greater. And the contrast between her and Donald Trump cannot be more clear to the American people. On one hand, you have Kamala Harris, experienced prosecutor, attorney general, senator, vice president, who wants to take this country into the future. On the other hand, you have a convicted felon who only cares about himself. And if you consider what he did during his presidency, basically three things. He took away reproductive rights for women. He wants to double down on that. He gave a big, giant tax cut to himself and other billionaires, and he shredded our alliances around the world. So,
how do you explain that his poll numbers in your state?
Well, I mean, right now, I ran two very competitive Senate races, 2020 and 2022. And a statewide race in Arizona, it's going to be close. It's going to be close in November. But I'm going to do everything I possibly can. And my expectation is, through a lot of hard work and building a team of people to accomplish a mission, and that's what this is. The mission is to make sure that Kamala Harris wins Arizona, wins out of the other battleground states, and win the election. And that's what's going to happen.
How do you help her win Arizona?
Well, I'm going to get around the state, and I'm going to talk to people about the issues that they care about. And Kamala Harris cares about everyday Americans. While in the White House as a vice president, she's focused on these issues, reducing the cost of things for Americans, like prescription drugs for seniors. Right now, seniors' out-of-pocket expenses, thanks to Kamala Harris and a democratically controlled Senate and House, $2,000 a year out-of-pocket expenses. Insulin, $35 a month. You know what Donald Trump said about the Inflation Reduction Act? He wants to get rid of it. He wants to take that away. So all the cost savings that seniors have seen in their prescription drugs over a second Trump presidency would go away, because he doesn't care about people. He just cares about himself.
I know you've seen the polling on immigration. Republicans, including former President Trump, polls much better against the Democrats, against Harris. He was against Biden.
But he shouldn't.
I've read that you haven't always been on the same page with the administration when it comes to how they handled the border. If you could talk to Vice President Harris, and I know you do, what would you tell her about the border?
Well, I talk to her about it all the time. But what I think is important for folks to understand is we had a bipartisan border security bill, Democrats and Republicans working together with the administration, including the Vice President Harris. And we were so close to getting this done. We had the votes. Republicans wanted to support it. Donald Trump told them that they were not allowed to support it. So they didn't walk away from it. They ran away from this deal because he doesn't really care about solving problems. He made it very clear, and I hope the American people heard this. He said he needed this for the election. He just wants this issue to talk about it. He doesn't want to fix it. Kamala Harris has said, when she is president, if we can get this through the Senate, and I expect we will, she will sign it into law.
You have about 75 days left before Election days. How do you guys maintain this momentum?
Well, I mean, it's a matter of not only maintaining this momentum, we got to take this momentum and turn it into votes, right? So that's the key. But the good news is this isn't too complicated. I mean, this isn't rocket science.
You know a little bit about that.
Yeah, if it was, I could help with that. It ain't that. It's about outworking the other side. It's about out-organizing them. It's about recruiting, not a Navy. I served in the Navy, but we need an army of people, you know, to knock on doors, to make phone calls. And if we outwork the other side, and I believe we will win this election.
Senator, we appreciate your time. We thank you for joining us on our special coverage. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We've been reporting from inside over several hours. We want to head outside right now. Maggie Vespa's been covering some of the protests outside the United Center. She has some new reporting for us. Let's listen in.
Hey, Tom, yeah, so you can see behind me, we're going to have the camera lift up right away. Riot police facing off with pro-Palestinian protesters right now. For what it's worth, we're close to a mile away from the United Center, but you can see the pushing, you can see the shoving. Look at the center of that crowd.
Excuse me. Sir, name and birthday.
If our camera can pan over, we have attorneys here yelling at people who are getting arrested to give them their name and birthday. But I have to point out to you, this is like the third or fourth standoff that we've seen between these pro-Palestinian protesters and Chicago police. For what it's worth, some context, we were reporting on this protest earlier tonight. This is called Make It Great Like 68, referring to the anti-Vietnam War protests of the 1968 DNC here in Chicago, when there were police beatings, there was police violence. These protesters, police having us back up, they've been doing this all night. These protesters had said they wanted to clash with Chicago police. They encouraged people to confront police. They encouraged people to do whatever they had to do to get the message through, including getting arrested. It's gotten physical several times. We've seen multiple arrests. You can come up a little bit, lift up once again to show what's going on there. Tom, it is a chaotic night, by far the most violent and chaotic protest we've seen thus far in Chicago since the DNC started, and we're only on night 2.
Yeah, Maggie, I do want to ask you, I mean, this looks completely different than what we saw from you yesterday. Right now, how did this happen? Was it organized, or was it sort of unorganized groups all forming at the same time?
No, this is completely organized. That's a great question. The group behind this is called Behind Enemy Lines. They're the one who organized that event that I called. It was Make It Great Like 68. They told people, and it was organized on social media, it was organized online, that this is essentially, in so many words, it seemed like what they wanted to happen. And police were here, organized in mass numbers, in riot gear. They were lined up around the streets. You can see
Date of birth.
They're arresting people down this way as well. We've seen multiple people hauled away in handcuffs. But you're right. Yesterday was almost like a family-friendly protest. It was far larger. I mean, we had close to 6,000 people marching through Chicago's West Side, but it was largely calm until at the end it devolved into that small group tearing down the Secret Service perimeter. This has been chaotic and violent from the start, and it seemed like exactly what organizers wanted when they arranged this, when they called for people to attend online. And again, like I said, we're talking like 4 or 5 clashes with Chicago PD right now. They've been running through this part of Chicago trying to get away from police. They haven't been able to yet, and we'll just show this once again, Tom, and I send it back to you. The pushing continues, the shoving continues. I think we're seeing at least one more arrest in there.
Hey, Maggie, before you go, I do have one more question for you. It's sort of interesting because inside, the thousands of people inside the United Center have no idea what's happening there. There was a moment when some people could see our video, and we have to look at it on a cell phone cam because it's so small because of our footprint down here. They didn't even know what they were looking at. Does it look like the police have this under control?
It does. I mean, we've had people in this protest running through this part of Chicago trying to get away from police lines, trying to break through police lines. They've tried multiple times. They've sprinted down random blocks. They haven't been able to do it. You see giant vans. At one point, we saw ambulances seeming to block protesters from going where they wanted to go. So they are keeping this group away from the DNC. Keep in mind, this was not a permitted march. They don't have a route to get close to the United Center. They're telling media to go this way. Can we see what's happening over here? I think we have another arrest. Can we walk yeah. That person has a press helmet on. I want to point out we don't know that person, and obviously a lot to be desired as far as information here, but that's why you saw that commotion. So yeah, Tom, they have it contained. They seem to have it controlled, but again, I mean, the chaos continues, so we'll see how this goes.
All right, Maggie, stand by for us. We're going to check in with you throughout the broadcast. You and your team, please stay safe. Back here inside the conventions hall, inside the United Center, we are on the floor live tonight. I want to go to my colleague, Kelly O'Donnell, who's across the floor. You can see her all the way there in the distance, that purple jacket, the red hair. Kelly, talk to us about the night tonight. It looks almost like Democrats have been able to pull this off so far without any mistakes. The crazy part about all this is there is a situation unfolding outside that is quite chaotic.
Those of us who are here inside United Center don't really have any sense of what Maggie was just talking about and what local authorities and security officials have been dealing with there. Very different mood in here, where you have right now the governor of New Mexico speaking. We've been hearing from those who are advocating for down ballot races. That is bread and butter for a convention, to talk about the races that matter to a party and how voters who are paying attention can get to that. All of this building to a very emotional night when we will hear from Doug Emhoff, husband of Kamala Harris. His son Cole will introduce his dad, and we'll get to see more of the family side of Kamala Harris in the Harris-Emhoff household and how they came together as a blended family, and that will build more to Michelle and Barack Obama. I just saw Pete Souza, the very well-known photographer for Barack Obama, who was in the White House. Many people have seen his books. So if Pete Souza's around, we know he's training his lens on what will be a night including the Obamas. So the night will build. They've kept it more on time tonight than last night, but it is long-term viewing. People at home probably getting very comfortable tonight as we are dealing with the waves of energy. Each one of these speakers, it's a big moment for them. We heard from the governor of Illinois a short time ago. He, of course, is the hometown governor here, and people were on their feet and dancing. Peter, maybe me even included, during the roll call. Tom?
I wish I could get some of that video. That might be very special video to get. I'm going to have to look all over the internet for it. Kelly, great coverage. Stand by for us. We do want to tell you that we have much more coverage coming from Chicago. We're going to have Lester and Savannah going to pick up our coverage in just about 30 seconds from now. We're still waiting for Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. He's going to address the crowd. A lot of people interested to hear what he has to say and what his life story is. A lot of Democrats and voters across the country still getting to know him. And, of course, the main show tonight, the main event, which is President Obama in primetime, the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. She'll speak just before him. It's going to be a huge night for politics, a huge night for Democrats. There's a ton of energy here. Our coverage on NBC News continues right now.
Tonight from Chicago, history in the making. Vice President Kamala Harris shatters a barrier. The first woman of color to win the nomination of a major American party.
And in this packed arena tonight, a show of force and unity on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our special coverage starts right now.
The Democratic Party making it official.
The next president, Kamala Harris.
After Vice President Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Barack Obama, one of the most popular Democrats in the country, takes the spotlight tonight to throw his support behind Harris.
As the Vice President mounts a historic bid to break another barrier and become the next president.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
20,000 people inside this arena right now. Democrats fired up, rallying around their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The party projecting unity heading into the final stretch of the presidential campaign.
Tonight's theme from the DNC, looking forward, branding the evening as a bold vision for America's future. And moments ago, a roll call with a soundtrack. Each state pledging their delegates, with the DNC DJ here hyping up the crowd, and Harris's home state of California putting her officially over the top.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
A celebratory roll call in the last hour. Harris filling 2 arenas, surprising her supporters in Chicago from a rally in Milwaukee, about an hour and a half up the road, with a massive crowd in the same arena where Donald Trump held his convention last month.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Notably, the DNC also shining a spotlight on former Trump supporters who are now backing Harris, including Donald Trump's former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who said he mocks his own supporters behind closed doors.
Well, in a matter of moments, we're going to hear from some of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including second gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and tonight's closing speaker, former President Barack Obama. So for more on a busy night ahead, we want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Kristen, we'll start with you. Definitely a party atmosphere here at the DNC tonight, and how interesting. It was certainly purposeful that Kamala Harris beamed in from the very convention hall that a month ago Donald Trump had filled to the rafters. Hers is filled to the rafters, and so is this one in Chicago.
Absolutely. The optics tell the tale here, Savannah and Lester. That arena in Milwaukee was filled to capacity. Kamala Harris creating her own split screen of sorts, campaigning in a critical battleground state, the very same venue where Donald Trump held his convention just a few weeks ago, and really trying to make the case that we've got the energy, we've got the unity. Remember when we were covering the Republican National Convention, we talked about the unity that was on display. We wondered if Democrats would be able to match it. Well, they are trying to send the signal that, yes, we are unified around Kamala Harris. Last night was about officially passing the torch, President Biden officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight is really when the convention becomes hers, and you are seeing that play out in a range of different ways. We are going to hear from the Obamas and second gentleman Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, and I want to ask Hallie about that. We're learning so much about the vice president now, seeing it in a different light, including some of the relationships and friendships, and we're going to see that in the form of Barack Obama tonight.
That is what she has, Lester, with the Obamas, is a friendship, a personal friendship that goes back years, that goes back decades here. If the relationship between former President Obama and his then running mate, President Biden, can perhaps be described as complicated, it is different here for Vice President Harris and her relationship with the
Obama's. Remember, this goes back to the early days of his first campaign for the White House. She was an early endorser of his. She came out when a lot of the Democratic institution was not backing Barack Obama. She knocked on doors for him on New Year's Eve in 2007 in frigid Iowa, and that is something that has not been forgotten. More recently, the former President Obama has acted as a kind of advisor to the vice president as she has taken on now the top of the Democratic ticket and moved forward here in her push to win the White House. What's been interesting as we've been at this convention and as I'm talking with delegates and other Democrats, you know what there's a lot of comparisons to? 2008 and the energy and the vibe and the momentum that was around Barack Obama. And I'm asking folks, okay, do you feel that now? You feel that momentum already? And they're thinking, and they're telling me, we think we can get there. So the question for the former president tonight, I'm told he's going to make the case for Kamala Harris and make the case against former President Trump. How does he differentiate the Biden agenda from the Harris agenda? We'll watch.
The big question looming over all of this is whether this energy, this newfound energy in the Democratic Party and unity can be sustained for the long haul. We want to get down to the floor. I just want to mention as a programming note, our intention tonight is to play most of the programming that you're going to see and will not cut away to a commercial break. That is the plan. So just so you know, you're not going to be missing the programming. Let me quickly go to Tom Yamas, though, down on the floor, because it was interesting. Last night it went very, very late, well past midnight, and the Democratic National Convention organizers heard that and are trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, Savannah, it's very brave of you to talk about a plan because I don't know if they're going to follow the plan tonight. As you mentioned, last night the event was supposed to end around maybe 11:15, maybe 11:30. It went well past midnight. The DNC has spoken to the television networks and to others are saying this night is much more scripted. So far, it has gone as planned, and I will tell you, it has been an incredible night so far. Why? They had this virtual roll call where they essentially made the ticket official, the Harris Waltz ticket official. They had rapper Lil Jon running up and down the aisles right here, singing Turn Down for What. They had each state doing their own unique roll call for them. It was quite the night, quite incredible. Everyone getting ready for former President Obama tonight. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the DJ in the house kind of livened things up during that celebratory roll call. Right now, we are listening to Angela Alsobrooks, the Democratic nominee for the Senate. Let's listen to some of her remarks.
I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders will get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now, Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartel she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
We've been listening to Angela Also Brooks, the keynote speaker for night 2 of the convention. It also Maryland's Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in a tight race right now with the Republican Governor Larry Hogan there. And coming up next, this is the Republican mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles, part of the DNC's focus on Republicans breaking with Trump.
I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border, Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
A warm welcome for Governor Giles, who came out and basically said the grand old party has been hijacked, and really making an appeal to those in the center. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor right now. What was the reaction, Peter?
Well, Lester, hard to give you the instant reaction to that, though there's certainly a lot of applause. But I've been struck by not just the electricity, it's almost battery-powered here. They've all been wearing those Taylor Swift-like bracelets that light up throughout the night. As we've been talking to people like those here from Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, there's just a ton of energy. As one Democrat described it to me tonight, it's like the Democrats were mourning a loss not long ago, and now they're celebrating a success with only 77 days to go. I'm here with Dwayne from Delaware very quickly. That roll call tonight, you haven't seen one of those in 20 years. What was special about it that made it so memorable?
Oh my gosh, the energy in the room. Every state had its own dynamic. We had Little John coming in, not Lil John coming in, turn out for Waltz is what we're doing.
And to be clear, you think the party, the Democrats, have found new energy going forward?
Oh my God, this is amazing. You never felt anything like it in this room.
He's not alone in those feelings right now, and is evidenced by this place being packed and that other arena about a couple hours away, Fiserv Forum, being packed tonight as well. The Democrats here are showing their stripes. Lester, Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next from the DNC, the program is going to focus on IVF, which, of course, has become part of the national conversation as part of a larger conversation about reproductive rights. We're going to be hearing now from the Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who will take the stage momentarily. And, of course, this is a major focus of the Democratic Party. Always, even before Kamala Harris was on board, was assumed to be one of their, what they will play as a strength. And here comes the senator now.
I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. And they'll prosecute doctors. they will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
Okay, we start with the next issues. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois speaking not as she often does of her military experience and the wound she suffered in war, but which she said was a far more grievous wound, which was the infertility that resulted. And of course, reproductive rights, abortion, all of these topics are potent topics for the Democrats, have been very successful topics for them in prior midterm elections in 2022. And now, as I turn to you, Hallie Jackson, clearly this is an issue that Kamala Harris had already made her own as a vice president, and they are carrying this women so crucial to her election fortunes in November.
Democrats see this as hugely mobilizing, especially when you look at, for example, where the gender gap is, anywhere from 10 to 20 points when you look at the polling. And when you look at the numbers, this is an issue where Vice President Harris leads former President Trump well outside the margin of error, according to the most recent polling, something like 45 to 33% as far as trust to protect abortion access. Listening to the roll call earlier tonight as the states went around and talked about various things that are important to their constituents, you heard about reproductive rights and the issue of abortion access again and again. And of course, these very personal stories, like what we just heard from Senator Duckworth, Governor Tim Walz and his wife have a personal story as well. You saw the Trump campaign try to make something of that today because Governor Walz referred to it as IVF when it's IUI, a different procedure. The Harris campaign says, listen, everybody kind of knew what he was talking about here. He was shorthanded.
And Kristen, this is an area that really highlights not only the difference between reproductive rights, but how big a deal each party considers it, what the legacy of the repeal of Roe v. Wade will be.
Absolutely. This is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And look at what we have seen in the midterms. We know that the issue of abortion was a motivating factor in special elections in recent years. It's been an energizing factor for Democrats. Abortion is now on the ballot in 8 different states, potentially 3 more. Democrats want to capitalize on that. So yes, we just heard from Tammy Duckworth. We are going to be hearing a whole lot about this topic.
And we know that, of course, the Republicans, well, Donald Trump in particular, considers this to be one of the issues that they are very vulnerable on. And for the first time ever, the Republican platform in a generation, at least, did not call for a nationwide abortion ban. So he's trying to soften this stance, on the one hand saying, taking credit on the record for overturning Roe v. Wade, appointing the justices who made that a reality, but then saying, oh, it's now up to the states.
And here's where the real issue comes in, because Democrats say if he's elected, he's going to try to enforce a federal ban. Donald Trump has said, no, he's not going to do that. But that's where the battle lines are being drawn. That's where the fight's going to
I just want to mention that we're waiting breaking right now. We promised you the programming, and we will be getting you right back to it. And the next thing we're going to hear from is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman who has the potential to be the first gentleman of the United States, and he'll be talking about the Kamala Harris that he knows and married 10 years ago.
Defining not just who he is to an audience to whom he is simply the second gentleman at the moment, but also who his wife is, and watch for him to really try to humanize her. We have seen the introduction from his son, Cole Emhoff, in which he describes learning about Kamala Harris as Mamala, how she becomes that sort of mother figure in their lives, somebody who is a part of their family here. When you look at this moment overall, as we talk about defining who these folks are, who these candidates and their spouses are, the state of the race is very different than it was just a month ago. Kamala Harris is doing better in polling than President Biden did against former President Trump. What happens over the next 70 days, we'll see.
And this will get back to the idea of blended families, and for America to see blended families, perhaps through a new set of eyes.
Absolutely. A significant theme, particularly with J.D. Vance saying that Democrats aren't focused enough on family.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, having his moment in Chicago.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. People are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Well, we can't speak to how that may be going over outside, but inside this arena tonight, Doug Emhoff may be having a moment.
Absolutely, Lester. And what's significant about it is this whole week is about filling in the biography of Kamala Harris. She served as vice president for nearly 4 years, but a lot of people still don't know who she is. Hearing about that voicemail, hearing about what she means to their family.
Conventions are all about, humanizing people, and that may be a...
It's the relatability factor there, reclaiming her laugh, for example, something Republicans have tried to attack, and now, of course, one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party.
Let's listen. Former First Lady Michelle Obama enters the room.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom
in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs. Look, it's his same old con. His same old con, doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people, there is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Right away after this.
Before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Lady Michelle Obama with a fiery, heartfelt, and personal call to action as she greets her husband, former President Barack Obama, to the stage. This speech was personal. It covered the terrain, and it felt like this was a First Lady who had some things to get off her chest, particularly about Donald Trump, first by implication and then by name, Hallie.
She blew the roof off this place. It was a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris and a full-throated indictment of Donald Trump.
She has blown the doors off this house and certainly raised the bar for what is to come from her husband.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As Vice President, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. all across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise. The ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between. We have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why, if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Remarkable 1-2 punch from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to an energized hometown crowd here in Chicago. The former president not only paying tribute to his former running mate and now President Biden, but both Obamas making forceful cases for Vice President Harris, directly going after former President Trump, not holding back. In many ways, you could argue, Savannah, that what we heard from Barack Obama there was really, at times, while going after Trump, really an appeal to the middle.
These were two different speeches, and yet they were bookends to an argument for a return to American ideal that the Obamas argued has been lost in our recent politics. Michelle Obama started out by saying, hope is making a comeback. Of course, Barack Obama was the candidate so famous for saying hope and change. And he went out there and gave an endorsement of Kamala Harris, an indictment of Donald Trump. But most crucially, I think he was arguing for a hopeful future, one where Americans, though they may feel divided or feel that they can't agree, that they could still live together in peace and harmony. And I think that was, Kristen, what he was trying to do tonight.
These were fascinating speeches in the way that they fit together. Our Monica Alba is reporting that the two of them actually coordinated their speeches, worked on them so that they would feel like bookends. Former President Barack Obama really became the explainer-in-chief. Remember, that's what former President Bill Clinton was for him when he was running for re-election in 2012. He delivered a speech that very much fit into this. Former First Lady Michelle Obama basically unleashed what it seems like she's been wanting to say about former President Donald Trump since 2016. It was a stunning moment in our politics. She took the gloves off. She went directly at Mr. Trump. This is a preview of what we'll see from them on the campaign trail.
She took the gloves off and then delivered a total knockout punch. And then what we saw from Barack Obama was a little bit different, Hallie, in the sense of it was an indictment of Trump, but done with a little more humor and lightness, even making fun of Donald Trump for his weird obsession with crowd size and that kind of thing.
So they were, if you look at these two speeches, almost puzzle pieces that fit together to tell that bigger picture story. And what was so interesting here in listening to them is that it feels like this moment right now cements the difference in strategy going after Donald Trump between President Biden and Vice President Harris. President Biden made the case for years, really, that former President Trump was a threat to democracy, casting him as almost this sort of ominous figure looming over American democracy. In some ways, you could argue making him seem almost larger than life. The Harris-Walz strategy, in many ways, Tim Walz, the architect of this, is to say, wait a second, Donald Trump's not large. They say he's in fact small. He's weird. He's annoying. He's a whiner. He's a loser, trying to take away that power from him as they make the case against him.
Let's not forget, a lot of this was directed at Democrats and hand-wringing. We heard it really explicitly from Michelle Obama, and then her husband kind of picked up on that theme.
From both of them, really. There was a message to, we always say, and we talk about this a lot at conventions, there's an audience in the room, and then there's an audience watching at home. Millions of people in prime time, you're delivering a message to both. But they both had a message to Democrats. And from Michelle Obama, it was, stop trying to hold these candidates to an impossible ideal of perfection. Stop the, so to speak, bedwetting, which is a phrase that often comes up in Democratic politics. Former President Obama had a message to almost the citizenry of the Democratic Party saying, don't hold supporters of the former President Trump to that standard either. Let's give each other a little bit of grace as citizens here. So it was fascinating to see how the interplay between these two.
Well, it's interesting, too, in this larger sense. Yes, President Biden has been talking about the threat to democracy, but the other side of that was what we heard from the Obamas, which is why democracy is something worth fighting for, what our better angels were, what this restoration is that they're talking about. So we're going to take a break right here. We have a lot more to cover from the Democratic National Convention, and we will talk about what's next for this fired up crowd in Chicago tomorrow night, right after this.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Tuesday night in Chicago. Our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention rolls on. Tonight's program has come to a close after former President Obama delivered the night's major address, of course, throwing his support behind Vice President Harris. And, of course, Michelle Obama lit the place on fire with her speech. Let's go to Tom Llamas. He's on the convention floor, so he was in the room where it happened. Tom, how did these speeches go over with this crowd of party faithful?
I mean, the entire crowd here, the entire arena was electrified. They were on their feet the entire time. Towards the end of President Obama's speech, people started to sit down. It was a very long speech. After 2 nights, we've learned 2 things. One, in prime time, they are going after former President Trump. We heard it yesterday with President Biden. We heard it again today with former President Obama. And also, they are not following the schedule. These nights are going very, very long. I do want to ask LaTanya Reeves. She's from Minnesota. She was watching the speech. Tell me, why were people so excited about the Obamas, and did they
deliver?
They definitely delivered. I've lost my voice because I was crying at the words of Michelle Obama, really speaking to the experience of people of color and the fact that Kamala is a woman going for the highest office. I was so impressed by both of them, and for them to endorse her, the first black man president to endorse a black and South Asian woman, is just phenomenal.
Can Democrats maintain this energy and enthusiasm for the next 75 days?
You see this room, we are going to maintain this energy, and she is going to win this race. With our wonderful governor, of course, Minnesota, Tim Walz.
LaTonna Reeves, we thank you so much for talking to us. Savannah, I'm going to send it back to you guys up there.
All right, Tom, thank you.
And we want to bring back Peter Alexander. He's also on the convention floor getting a sense of how this landed with that crowd. Peter.
Yeah, Lester and Savannah, what struck me, among other things, is how the Obamas sort of lent some of their language and their energy to Kamala Harris, saying hope is making a comeback. You heard from Michelle Obama, do something. The crowd repeated that, something you might hear along the way. And from President Obama tonight, he had a little smile on his face when the crowd picked on Yes, We Can and said, yes, she can. That's something I already am hearing from some campaign officials they think may stick going forward. William is from California. Rate it, 1 to 10, how was it?
I thought it was a 10 out of 10 speech. I was so moved by President Obama and all the speakers tonight. It really infused me with hope. Growing up,
we're going to let you head on your way. I just want to make sure we get back to them on the way. The debate tonight from these guys, which Obama did better, Michelle or Barack? Back to you guys.
Yeah, a lot of conversations taking place at this table and many others about what we witnessed tonight. We're going to take a break. When we come back, what to expect tomorrow from the DNC as the new Democratic ticket prepares to address the nation. More from Chicago right after this.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to the DNC in Chicago. Our special coverage on the second night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. The crowd still energized, not eager to leave based on what we're seeing behind us after the biggest speech of the night from former President Obama. There are still 2 big nights ahead of us with Tim Walz set to speak tomorrow and Vice President Harris's historic acceptance speech on Thursday. When you piece these together, you get a sense of the arc that the party is trying to put across this week.
Well, Monday night was about paying tribute, of course, to the current president, President Biden. We saw Barack Obama do that as well, his former vice president, and wanting to put a grace note there. There obviously was some difficult moments for the Democratic Party when we were sitting here a month ago at the Republican National Convention. There was so much torment within the Democratic Party. You could almost not have fathomed that a month later this would be a Democratic Party that has coalesced behind a candidate that has changed the poll numbers and momentum is on their side. But now, as the speakers were so quick and insistent to point out, so much work to be done, so much can change in this time, 75 days.
And the timeline is so compressed, despite some of these numbers that Democrats are looking at, not just in key swing states, but also nationally, showing Kamala Harris gaining ground along with Tim Walz. There is still a real sense when you talk to Democrats and sources here that they are the underdogs. There's a lot of fight left and not a lot of time to fight it.
That concludes our coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Thanks for being here.
We'll have more tomorrow on Today. See you tomorrow night, too.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage here on NBC News of the Democratic National Convention. This is night 2. It is just concluded here in Chicago. We are still live. So much action, so much politics on night 2. Hearing from both the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, and the former President, Barack Obama. Something we're learning here in prime time. The Democrats are going long. They have not shy about going past the schedule. They went about 30 minutes past the schedule tonight, an hour past the schedule last night. And also in prime time, we're hearing the attack dogs come out. Yesterday was President Biden. Today was former President Barack Obama going after former President Trump, pulling no punches. At one point, President Barack Obama even making a joke about crowd size and making reference with his hands that was possibly a little bit PG-13. And Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, really rallying the troops here at the United Center in Chicago, talking about the black experience, talking about what a Kamala Harris presidency would be like, and also saying, turning a phrase on former President Trump, saying being president is a black job. Our Kelly O'Donnell was up at a platform just behind me here. You can see her right up there. She's live for us tonight here inside the convention hall. Kelly, talk to me about some of the things that stood out to you after another long night here inside the United Center.
A long night for sure, Tom, but tonight I didn't see anyone walking out until all of this was concluded. People hung in their seats. They hung on every word. And of course, Democrats were very excited to hear what Michelle Obama and Barack Obama had to say, and many of the other speakers here tonight. Heat and fire from Michelle Obama. President Obama at times playing more peacemaker and talking about some of the things that connect communities together and ways that people could relate to how they could have less anger, maybe less loneliness. Some tones that we might not have expected tonight, but woven together. I had a chance from this perch here on the podium, as we call it, to talk to the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, just a short time ago and asked him what he thought, and he said it was hit after hit, waving his arm. I could also peek backstage during each of the Obama's remarks, and there were high fives and hugs from members of their teams and those who were watching behind stage, because apparently it was living up to what they had hoped it would be. There was emotion and encouragement and a lot of enthusiasm to have the Obamas back here in Chicago tonight. As we look out on the floor, people still lingering, still taking in this night and getting a sense of the experience. For delegates, of course, tonight also included the roll call, which was a dance party set state by state to theme songs and big names and important issues, weaving in key issues throughout the evening that matter to the Democratic Party. Also notable to me, I think, Tom, is that tonight with Doug Emhoff having his moment to talk about Kamala Harris, to talk about his family. Prior to that, there was discussion of issues like abortion rights and fertility and women's health care, things that you might associate with women voters. But right before Doug Emhoff, in part to say that it's not just women, it's the men in their lives who love them that are concerned about these issues, threading that together. We should see that again tomorrow with Gwen Walz and Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. They have talked about their fertility journey, 7 years in going through different treatments to try to have their daughter. Tomorrow, we will learn more about Tim Walz, the teacher, the coach, the veteran, and expect that to be another way for people to get to know him, to learn about his record, of course, to learn about what he's done in Minnesota, but to get to know him as the Midwest dad. That's part of the framing we expect from the campaign. We heard a little of that from Barack Obama tonight as he talked about Tim Walz and basically gave that endorsement that these are people he knows and trusts and is calling on voters to get to work. Lots of focus tonight on the limited time and no chance for resting on laurels or thinking the energy that was in this arena translates to everything that needs to get done. Really imploring Democratic voters and maybe those who are just tuning in to take action and to participate. So those are some of my takeaways tonight from one of the best seats in the House. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we always appreciate all your reporting. I want to send it back to my colleagues, Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson, up in the studio, at our anchor studio here at the convention hall. And guys, just a couple of conversation topics to get that hot conversation going. I know you're going to have up there. Number one, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. You know, for a lot of people, this is the first time they're seeing him. He was pretty funny, and I think he probably met the moment in what the campaign wanted him to do. And I may say something that might be a little controversial, but maybe not. Michelle Obama's speech may have been better than President Barack Obama's speech. I mean, it was so well received in this hall, I'll tell you, from being down here on the ground. People love the president's speech as well, but Michelle Obama really rocked the House as well.
Tom, as one Democrat put it to me, she is a generational talent. What's so interesting is she is also a reluctant political talent. She is not somebody who has a desire to get involved with politics, to be in politics. She made that clear, of course, when her husband was in the White House. She's made that clear after as well. And yet tonight, as Tom, as Kelly, as others have pointed out, she blew the roof off of the United Center here, Kristen. If Doug Emhoff was about sort of relatability as it relates to Kamala Harris, the message from the Obamas was partly about electability, but also about suitability as it related to former President Trump. Both of them very sharp in their attacks against him. We are a long ways from the days of when they go low, we go high.
Absolutely. She made that argument in 2016. When they go low, we go high. Tonight, she took the gloves off. She went directly after former President Donald Trump. And it was as if she had unleashed the things she's been wanting to say to him since 2016. And she really made a character argument. I think one of the things that was so fascinating is that she started off talking about her late mother, what her late mother meant to her, the character that she instilled in her, the ideals. And then you heard former President Barack Obama end his speech talking about, yes, both his mother as well as Michelle Obama's mom, and really making the argument it's women who built this country, and making the argument to the American people, it is time to elect a woman. Remember, this is still an historic nomination. And so he really leaned into that, I think, at the end of his speech. But the bottom line is these two speeches wove together. We know that they coordinated on their speeches. But I think Tom's right. I think that the headline tonight was Michelle Obama. It's one of those moments in American politics where the ground shifts, and we felt it here in Chicago tonight.
We've had great seats, obviously, to the convention happenings. Kelly O'Donnell probably had the best one, but Gabe Gutierrez wasn't too far behind, our senior White House correspondent who's got the bird's eye view of it all. Gabe.
Hey there, Hallie and Kristen. Well, yeah, we're in the upper deck here, and much like what Kelly saw, we did not see pretty much anyone leaving their seats at all before the conclusion of former President Obama's speech. And something that struck me, Kristen and Hallie, was how much rhetorically, at least, that the Democratic Party seems to have moved on from President Biden. It was former President Obama in his speech. He got a little emotional, saying that he was proud to call Joe Biden a friend. But other than that, other than the references by former President Obama, we didn't really hear President Biden mentioned at all today as compared to yesterday. Of course, yesterday was the theme of giving thanks to President Obama and perhaps moving on, him passing the torch. Rhetorically, the party seems to have moved on. But again, I saw many of the things that Kelly and Tom were talking about down there on the floor. This was very well received here in the upper deck. No one leaving their seats, and certain lines, especially by Michelle Obama, for example, the affirmative action of generational wealth. That line was really poignant here, as well as, of course, the line that's getting a lot of headlines where she talked about black jobs. Hallie, Kristen?
Yes, Gabe, you're absolutely right. That was one of several lines that got a lot of applause. And as we were talking about earlier, the other one, Hallie, was the do something. You can almost feel that
call and response moment in the hall.
Yes,
here.
The entire hall started to chant, do something, do something. It could sort of become a hope and change slogan.
Let me bring back in our friend and colleague, Tom Yamas, here, as we got about a minute left here in our coverage. Quick final thoughts from everybody. I will say I'm looking ahead to tomorrow night and what might be an interesting interesting moment. Nancy Pelosi, somebody who helped, by all reporting, architect the shifting of the ticket, set to speak tomorrow night, of course, along with former President Bill Clinton. What are you watching for, Kristen? And then Tom will hear from you.
I'm going to watch to see how much meat they put on the bones in terms of how Vice President Kamala Harris would be different than a President Biden. Will we learn anything new about that? Tom, how about you?
So, guys, look, listen, I think every night we've been surprised by something. We were surprised by the way they did the roll call tonight. We were surprised when Vice President Kamala Harris came out and spoke, and it was live here as well. So I think those surprises are going to continue. Whoever's producing the convention right now, they know what they're doing. They've captivated the attention of the country, to the Democrats. We're going to have much more throughout the week. We thank you for watching.
Have a good night, everyone.
Tonight from Chicago, history in the making. Vice President Kamala Harris shatters a barrier. The first woman of color to win the nomination of a major American party.
And in this packed arena tonight, a show of force and unity on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our special coverage starts right now.
The Democratic Party making it official.
The next president, Kamala Harris.
After Vice President Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Barack Obama, one of the most popular Democrats in the country, takes the spotlight tonight to throw his support behind Harris.
As the Vice President mounts a historic bid to break another barrier and become the next president.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
20,000 people inside this arena right now. Democrats fired up, rallying around their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The party projecting unity heading into the final stretch of the presidential campaign.
Tonight's theme from the DNC, looking forward, branding the evening as a bold vision for America's future. And moments ago, a roll call with a soundtrack. Each state pledging their delegates, with the DNC DJ here hyping up the crowd, and Harris's home state of California putting her officially over the top.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
A celebratory roll call in the last hour. Harris filling 2 arenas, surprising her supporters in Chicago from a rally in Milwaukee, about an hour and a half up the road, with a massive crowd in the same arena where Donald Trump held his convention last month.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Notably, the DNC also shining a spotlight on former Trump supporters who are now backing Harris, including Donald Trump's former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who said he mocks his own supporters behind closed doors.
Well, in a matter of moments, we're going to hear from some of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including second gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and tonight's closing speaker, former President Barack Obama. So for more on a busy night ahead, we want to bring in Meet the Press moderator, Kristen Welker, and our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Kristen, we'll start with you. Definitely a party atmosphere here at the DNC tonight, and how interesting. It was certainly purposeful that Kamala Harris beamed in from the very convention hall that a month ago Donald Trump had filled to the rafters. Hers is filled to the rafters, and so is this one in Chicago.
Absolutely. The optics tell the tale here, Savannah and Lester. That arena in Milwaukee was filled to capacity. Kamala Harris creating her own split screen of sorts, campaigning in a critical battleground state, the very same venue where Donald Trump held his convention just a few weeks ago, and really trying to make the case that we've got the energy, we've got the unity. Remember when we were covering the Republican National Convention, we talked about the unity that was on display. We wondered if Democrats would be able to match it. Well, they are trying to send the signal that, yes, we are unified around Kamala Harris. Last night was about a officially passing the torch, President Biden officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight is really when the convention becomes hers, and you are seeing that play out in a range of different ways. We are going to hear from the Obamas and second gentleman Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, and I want to ask Callie about that. We're learning so much about the vice president now, seeing it in a different light, including some of the relationships and friendships, and we're going to see that in the form of Barack Obama tonight.
That is what she has, Lester, with the Obamas, is a friendship, a personal friendship that goes back years, that goes back decades here. If the relationship between former President Obama and his then running mate, President Biden, can perhaps be described as complicated, it is different here for Vice President Harris and her relationship with the Obamas. Remember, this goes back to the early days of his first campaign for the White House. She was an early endorser of his. She came out when a lot of the Democratic institution was not backing Barack Obama. She knocked on doors for him on New Year's Eve in 2007 in frigid Iowa, and that is something that has not been forgotten. More recently, the former President Obama has acted as a kind of advisor to the vice president as she has taken on now the top of the Democratic ticket and moved forward here in her push to win the White House. What's been interesting as we've been at this convention and as I'm talking with delegates and other Democrats, you know what there's a lot of comparisons to? 2008 and the energy and the vibe and the momentum that was around Barack Obama. And I'm asking folks, okay, do you feel that now? You feel that momentum already? And they're thinking, and they're telling me, we think we can get there. So the question for the former president tonight, I'm told he's going to make the case for Kamala Harris and make the case against former President Trump. How does he differentiate the Biden agenda from the Harris agenda? We'll watch.
The big question looming over all of this is whether this energy, this newfound energy in the Democratic Party and unity can be sustained for the long haul. We want to get down to the floor. I just want to mention as a programming note, our intention tonight is to play most of the programming that you're going to see and will not cut away to a commercial break. That is the plan. So just so you know, you're not going to be missing the programming. Let me quickly go to Tom Yamas, though, down on the floor, because it was interesting. Last night it went very, very late, well past midnight, and the Democratic National Convention organizers heard that and are trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, Savannah, it's very brave of you to talk about a plan because I don't know if they're going to follow the plan tonight. As you mentioned, last night the event was supposed to end around maybe 11:15, maybe 11:30. It went well past midnight. The DNC has spoken to the television networks and to others are saying this night is much more scripted. So far, it has gone as planned, and I will tell you, it has been an incredible night so far. Why? They had this virtual roll call where they essentially made the ticket official, the Harris Waltz ticket official. They had rapper Lil Jon running up and down the aisles right here, singing Turn Down for What. They had each state doing their own unique roll call for them. It was quite the night, quite incredible. Everyone getting ready for former President Obama tonight. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the DJ in the house kind of livened things up during that celebratory roll call. Right now, we are listening to Angela Brooks, the Democratic nominee for the Senate. Let's listen to some of her remarks.
I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders will get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring back on track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
We've been listening to Angela Also Brooks, the keynote speaker for night 2 of the convention. It's also Maryland's Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in a tight race right now with the Republican Governor Larry Hogan there. And coming up next, this is the Republican mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles, part of the DNC's focus on Republicans breaking with Trump.
I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a
little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
A warm welcome for Governor Giles, who came out and basically said the grand old party has been hijacked, and really making an appeal to those in the center. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor right now. What was the reaction, Peter?
Well, Lester, hard to give you the instant reaction to that, though there's certainly a lot of applause. But I've been struck by not just the electricity, it's almost battery-powered here. They've all been wearing those Taylor Swift-like bracelets that light up throughout the night. As we've been talking to people like those here from Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, there's just a ton of energy. As one Democrat described it to me tonight, it's like the Democrats were mourning a loss not long ago, and now they're celebrating a success with only 77 days to go. I'm here with Dwayne from Delaware very quickly. That roll call tonight, you haven't seen one of those in 20 years. What was special about it that made it so memorable?
Oh my gosh, the energy in the room. Every state had its own dynamic. We had Little John coming in, not Lil John coming in, turn out for Waltz is what we're doing.
And to be clear, you think the party, the Democrats, have found new energy going forward?
Oh my God, this is amazing. And you never felt anything like it in this room.
He's not alone in those feelings right now, and as evidenced by this place being packed and that other arena about a couple hours away, Fiserv Forum, being packed tonight as well. The Democrats here are showing their stripes. Lester, Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next from the DNC, the program is going to focus on IVF, which, of course, has become part of the national conversation as part of a larger conversation about reproductive rights. We're going to be hearing now from the Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who will take the stage momentarily. And, of course, this is a major focus of the Democratic Party. Always, even before Kamala Harris was on board, was assumed to be one of what they will play as a strength. And here comes the senator now.
I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
Okay, let's start with the next issues. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois speaking not as she often does of her military experience and the wound she suffered in war, but what she said was a far more grievous wound, which was the infertility that resulted. And of course, reproductive rights, abortion, all of these topics are potent topics for the Democrats, have been very successful topics for them in prior midterm elections in 2022. And now, as I turn to you, Hallie Jackson, clearly this is an issue that Kamala Harris had already made her own as vice president, right, and they are carrying this women so crucial to her election fortunes in November.
Democrats see this as hugely mobilizing, especially when you look at, for example, where the gender gap is, anywhere from 10 to 20 points when you look at the polling. And when you look at the numbers, this is an issue where Vice President Harris leads former President Trump well outside the margin of error, according to the most recent polling, something like 45 to 33% as far as trust to protect abortion access. Listening to the roll call earlier tonight as the states went around and talked about various things that are important to their constituents, you heard about reproductive rights and the issue of abortion access again and again. And of course, these very personal stories, like what we just heard from Senator Duckworth, Governor Tim Walz and his wife have a personal story as well. You saw the Trump campaign try to make something of that today because Governor Walz referred to it as IVF when it's IUI, a different procedure. The Harris campaign says, listen, everybody kind of knew what he was talking about here. He was shorthanded.
And Kristen, this is an area that really highlights not only the difference between reproductive rights, but how big a deal each party considers it, what the legacy of the repeal of Roe v. Wade will be.
Absolutely. This is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And look at what we have seen in the midterms. We know that the issue if abortion was a motivating factor in special elections in recent years. It's been an energizing factor for Democrats. Abortion is now on the ballot in 8 different states, potentially 3 more. Democrats want to capitalize on that. So, yes, we just heard from Tammy Duckworth. We are going to be hearing a whole lot about this topic.
And we know that, of course, the Republicans, well, Donald Trump in particular, considers this to be one of the issues that they are very vulnerable on. And for the first time ever, the Republican platform, in a generation at least, did not call for a nationwide abortion ban. So he's trying to soften this stance, on the one hand saying, taking credit on the record for overturning Roe v. Wade, appointing the justices who made that a reality, but then saying, oh, it's now up to the states.
And here's where the real issue comes in, because Democrats say if he's elected, he's going to try to enforce a federal ban. Donald Trump has said, no, he's not going to do that. But that's where the battle lines are being drawn. That's where the fight's going to
I just want to mention that we're waiting right now. We promised you the programming, and we will be getting you right back to it. And the next thing we're going to hear from is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, who has the potential to be the first gentleman of the United States. And he'll be talking about the Kamala Harris that he knows and married 10 years ago.
Defining not just who he is to an audience to whom he is simply the second gentleman at the moment, but also who his wife is. And watch for him to really try to humanize her. We have seen the introduction from his son, Cole Emhoff, in which he describes learning about Kamala Harris as Mamala, how she becomes that sort of mother figure in their lives, somebody who is a part of their family here. When you look at this moment overall, as we talk about defining who these folks are, who these candidates and their spouses are, the state of the race is very different than it was just a month ago. Kamala Harris is doing better in polling than President Biden did against former President Trump. What happens over the next 70 days, we'll see.
And this will get back to the idea of blended families, and for America to see blended families, perhaps through a new set of eyes.
Absolutely. A significant theme, particularly with J.D. Vance saying that Democrats aren't focused enough on family.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, having his moment in Chicago.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of 2 Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well. but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary. which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Well, we can't speak to how that may be going over outside, but inside this arena tonight, Doug Emhoff may be having a moment.
Absolutely, Lester. And what's significant about it is this whole week is about filling in the biography of Kamala Harris. She served as vice president for nearly 4 years, but a lot of people still don't know who she is. Hearing about that voicemail, hearing about what she means to their family.
Conventions are all about, humanizing people, and that may be a...
It's the relatability factor there, reclaiming her laugh, for example, something Republicans have tried to attack, and now, of course, one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party.
Let's listen. Former First Lady Michelle Obama enters the room.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother.
the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, We all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. A business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs. Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. This election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Right away after this.
Tonight. Yeah. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
First Lady Michelle Obama with a fiery, heartfelt, and personal call to action as she greets her husband, former President Barack Obama, to the stage. This speech was personal. It covered the terrain, and it felt like this was a First Lady who had some things to get off her chest, particularly about Donald Trump, first by implication and then by name. Hallie.
She blew the roof off this place. It was a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris and a full-throated indictment of Donald Trump.
She has blown the doors off this house and certainly raised the bar for what is to come from her husband.
It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds. But we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace, That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them, and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
A remarkable 1-2 punch from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to an energized hometown crowd here in Chicago. The former president notably paying tribute to his former running mate and now President Biden, but both Obamas making forceful cases for Vice President Harris, directly going after former President Trump, not holding back. In many ways, you could argue, Savannah, that what we heard from Barack Obama there was really, at times, while going after Trump, really an appeal to the middle.
These were two different speeches, and yet they were bookends to an argument for a return to American ideal that the Obamas argued has been lost in our recent politics. Michelle Obama started out by saying, hope is making a comeback. Of course, Barack Obama was the candidate so famous for saying hope and change. And he went out there and gave an endorsement of Kamala Harris, an indictment of Donald Trump. But most crucially, I think he was arguing for a hopeful future, one where Americans, though they may feel divided or feel that they can't agree, that they could still live together in peace and harmony. And I think that was, Kristen, what he was trying to do tonight.
These were fascinating speeches in the way that they fit together. Our Monica Alba is reporting that the two of them actually coordinated their speeches, worked on them so that they would feel like bookends. Former President Barack Obama really became the explainer-in-chief. Remember, that's what former President Bill Clinton was for him when he was running for re-election in 2012. He delivered a speech that very much fit into this. Former First Lady Michelle Obama basically unleashed what it seems like she's been wanting to say about former President Donald Trump since 2016. It was a stunning moment in our politics. She took the gloves off. She went directly at Mr. Trump. This is a preview of what we'll see from them on the campaign trail.
She took the gloves off and then delivered a total knockout punch. And then what we saw from Barack Obama was a little bit different, Hallie, in the sense of it was an indictment of Trump, but done with a little more humor and lightness, even making fun of Donald Trump for his weird obsession with crowd size and that kind of thing.
So they were, if you look at these two speeches, almost puzzle pieces that fit together to tell that bigger picture story. And what was so interesting here in listening to them is that it feels like this moment right now cements the difference in strategy going after Donald Trump between President Biden and Vice President Harris. President Biden made the case for years, really, that former President Trump was a threat to democracy, casting him as almost this sort of ominous figure looming over American democracy. In some ways, you could argue making him seem almost larger than life. The Harris-Walz strategy, in many ways, Tim Walz, the architect of this, is to say, wait a second, Donald Trump's not large. They say he's in fact small. He's weird. He's annoying. He's a whiner. He's a loser, trying to take away that power from him as they make the case against him.
Let's not forget, a lot of this was directed at Democrats and hand-wringing. We heard it really explicitly from Michelle Obama, and then her husband kind of picked up on that theme.
From both of them, really. There was a message to, we always say, and we talk about this a lot at conventions, there's an audience in the room and then there's an audience watching at home. Millions of people in prime time. You're delivering a message to both, but they both had a message to Democrats. And from Michelle Obama, it was stop trying to hold these candidates to an impossible ideal of perfection. Stop the, so to speak, bedwetting, which is a phrase that often comes up in Democratic politics. Former President Obama had a message to almost the citizenry of the Democratic Party saying, don't hold supporters of the former President Trump to that standard either. Let's give each other a little bit of grace as citizens here. So it was fascinating to see how the interplay between these two.
Well, it's interesting, too, in this larger sense. Yes, President Biden has been talking about the threat to democracy, but the other side of that was what we heard from the Obamas, which is why democracy is something worth fighting for, what our better angels were, what this restoration is that they're talking about. So we're going to take a break right here. We have a lot more to cover from the Democratic National Convention, and we will talk about what's next for this fired up crowd in Chicago tomorrow night, right after this.
top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tuesday night in Chicago. Our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention rolls on. Tonight's program has come to a close after former President Obama delivered the night's major address, of course, throwing his support behind Vice President Harris. And, of course, Michelle Obama lit the place on fire with her speech. Let's go to Tom Llamas. He's on the convention floor, so he was in the room where it happened. Tom, how did these speeches go over with this crowd of party faithful?
I mean, the entire crowd here, the entire arena was electrified. They were on their feet the entire time. Towards the end of President Obama's speech, people started to sit down. It was a very long speech. After two nights, we've learned two things. One, in prime time, they are going after former President Trump. We heard it yesterday with President Biden. We heard it again today with former President Obama. And also, they are not following the schedule. These nights are going very, very long. I do want to ask LaTanya Reeves. She's from Minnesota. She was watching the speech. Tell me, why were people so excited about the Obamas, and did they deliver?
They definitely delivered. I've lost my voice because I was crying at the words of Michelle Obama, really speaking to the experience of people of color and the fact that Kamala is a woman going for the highest office. I was so impressed by both of them, and for them to endorse her, the first black man president to endorse a black and South Asian woman, is just phenomenal.
Can Democrats maintain this energy and enthusiasm for the next 75 days?
You see this room, we are going to maintain this energy, and she is going to win this race. What's with our wonderful governor, of course, Minnesota, Tim Walz.
LaTanya Reeves, we thank you so much for talking to us. Savannah, I'm going to send it back to you guys up there.
All right, Tom, thank you.
And we want to bring back Peter Alexander. He's also on the convention floor getting a sense of how this landed with that crowd. Peter.
Yeah, Lester and Savannah, what struck me, among other things, is how the Obamas sort of lent some of their language and their energy to Kamala Harris, saying hope is making a comeback. You heard from Michelle Obama, do something. The crowd repeated that, something you might hear along the way. And from President Obama tonight, he had a little smile on his face when the crowd picked on Yes, We Can and said, yes, she can. That's something I already am hearing from some campaign officials they think may stick going forward. William is from California. Rate it, 1 to 10, how was it?
I thought it was a 10 out of 10 speech. I was so moved by President Obama and all the speakers tonight. It really infused me with hope. Growing up,
we're going to let you head on your way. I just want to make sure we get back to them on the way. The debate tonight from these guys, which Obama did better, Michelle or Barack? Back to you guys.
Yeah, a lot of conversations taking place at this table and many others about what we witnessed tonight. We're going to take a break. When we come back, what to expect tomorrow from the DNC as the new Democratic ticket prepares to address the nation. More from Chicago right after this.
From Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the DNC in Chicago. Our special coverage on the second night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. The crowd still energized, not eager to leave based on what we're seeing behind us after the biggest speech of the night from former President Obama. There are still two big nights ahead of us, with Tim Walz set to speak tomorrow and Vice President Harris's historic acceptance speech on Thursday. When you piece these together, you get a sense of the arc that the party is trying to put across this week.
Well, Monday night was about paying tribute, of course, to the current president, President Biden. We saw Barack Obama do that as well, his former vice president, and wanting to put a grace note there. There obviously was some difficult moments for the Democratic Party when we were sitting here a month ago at the Republican National Convention. There was so much torment within the Democratic Party. You could almost not have fathomed that a month later this would be a Democratic Party that has coalesced behind a candidate that has changed the poll numbers, and momentum is on their side. But now, as these speakers were so quick and insistent to point out, so much work to be done, so much can change in this time, 75 days.
And the timeline is so compressed, despite some of these numbers that Democrats are looking at, not just in key swing states, but also nationally, showing Kamala Harris gaining ground along with Tim Walz. There is still a real sense when you talk to Democrats and sources here that they are the underdogs. There's a lot of fight left and not a lot of time to fight it.
That concludes our coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Thanks for being here.
We'll have more tomorrow on Today. See you tomorrow night, too.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage here on NBC News of the Democratic National Convention. This is night two. It has just concluded here in Chicago. We are still live. So much action, so much politics on night two, hearing from both the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, and the former President, Barack Obama. Something we're learning here in prime time. The Democrats are going long. They have not shy about going past the schedule. They went about 30 minutes past the schedule tonight, an hour past the schedule last night. And also in prime time, we're hearing the attack dogs come out. Yesterday was President Biden. Today was former President Barack Obama going after former President Trump, pulling no punches. At one point, President Barack Obama even making a joke about crowd size and making reference with his hands that was possibly a little bit PG-13. And Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, really rallying the troops here at the United Center in Chicago, talking about the black experience, talking about what a Kamala Harris presidency would be like, and also saying, turning a phrase on former President Trump, saying being president is a black job. Our Kelly O'Donnell was up at a platform just behind me here. You can see her right up there. She's live for us tonight here inside the convention hall. Kelly, talk to me about some of the things that stood out to you after another long night here inside the United Center.
A long night for sure, Tom, but tonight I didn't see anyone walking out until all of this was concluded. People hung in their seats. They hung on every word. And of course, Democrats were very excited to hear what Michelle Obama and Barack Obama had to say, and many of the other speakers here tonight. Heat and fire from Michelle Obama. President Obama at times playing more peacemaker and talking about some of the things that connect communities together and ways that people could relate to how they could have less anger, maybe less loneliness. Some tones that we might not have expected tonight, but woven together. I had a chance from this perch here on the podium, as we call it, to talk to the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, just a short time ago and asked him what he thought, and he said it was hit after hit, waving his arm. I could also peek backstage during each of the Obama's remarks, and there were high fives and hugs from members of their teams and those who were watching behind stage, because apparently it was living up to what they had hoped it would be. There was emotion and encouragement and a lot of enthusiasm to have the Obamas back here in Chicago tonight. As we look out on the floor, people still lingering, still taking in this night and getting a sense of the experience. For delegates, of course, tonight also included the roll call, which was a dance party set state by state to theme songs and big names and important issues, weaving in key issues throughout the evening everything that mattered to the Democratic Party. Also notable to me, I think, Tom, is that tonight with Doug Emhoff having his moment to talk about Kamala Harris, to talk about his family. Prior to that, there was discussion of issues like abortion rights and fertility and women's health care, things that you might associate with women voters. But right before Doug Emhoff, in part to say that it's not just women, it's the men in their lives who love them that are concerned about these issues, threading that together. We should see that again tomorrow with Gwen Walz and Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. They have talked about their fertility journey, 7 years in going through different treatments to try to have their daughter. Tomorrow, we will learn more about Tim Walz, the teacher, the coach, the veteran, and expect that to be another way for people to get to know him, to learn about his record, of course, to learn about what he's done in Minnesota, but to get to know him as the Midwest dad. That's part of the framing we expect from the campaign. We heard a little of that from Barack Obama tonight as he talked about Tim Walz and basically gave that endorsement that these are people he knows and trusts and is calling on voters to get to work. Lots of focus tonight on the limited time and no chance for resting on laurels or thinking the energy that was in this arena translates to everything that needs to get done. Really imploring Democratic voters and maybe those who are just tuning in to take action and to participate. So those are some of my takeaways tonight from one of the best seats in the House. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we always appreciate all your reporting. I want to send it back to my colleagues, Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson, up in the studio, at our anchor studio here at the convention hall. And guys, just a couple of conversation topics to get that hot conversation going. I know you're going to have up there. Number one, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. You know, for a lot of people, this is the first time they're seeing him. He was pretty funny, and I think he probably met the moment in what the campaign wanted him to do. And I may say something might be a little controversial, but maybe not. Michelle Obama's speech may have been better than President Barack Obama's speech. I mean, it was so well received in this hall, I'll tell you, from being down here on the ground. People love the president's speech as well, but Michelle Obama really rocked the House as well.
Tom, as one Democrat put it to me, she is a generational talent. What's so interesting is she is also a reluctant political talent. She is not somebody who has a desire to get involved with politics, to be in politics. She made that clear, of course, when her husband was in the White House. She's made that clear after as well. And yet tonight, as Tom, as Kelly, as others have pointed out, she blew the roof off of the United Center here, Kristen. If Doug Emhoff was about sort of relatability as it relates to Kamala Harris, the message from the Obamas was partly about electability, but also about suitability as it related to former President Trump. Both of them very sharp in their attacks against him. We are a long ways from the days of when they go low, we go high.
Absolutely. She made that argument in 2016. When they go low, we go high. Tonight, she took the gloves off. She went directly after former President Donald Trump, and it was as if she had unleashed the things she's been wanting to say to him since 2016, and she really made a character argument. I think one of the things that was so fascinating is that she started off talking about her late mother, what her late mother meant to her, the character that she instilled in her, the ideals, and then you heard former President Barack Obama end his speech talking about, yes, both his mother as well as Michelle Obama's mom, and really making the argument it's women who built this country, and making the argument to the American people, it is time to elect a woman. Remember, this is still an historic nomination, and so he really leaned into that, I think, at the end of his speech. But the bottom line is these two speeches wove together. We know that they coordinated on their speeches. But I think Tom's right. I think that the headline tonight was Michelle Obama. It's one of those moments in American politics where the ground shifts, and we felt it here in Chicago tonight.
We've had great seats, obviously, to the convention happenings. Kelly O'Donnell probably had the best one, but Gabe Gutierrez wasn't too far behind, our senior White House correspondent who's got the bird's eye view of it all. Gabe.
Hey there, Hallie and Kristen. Well, yeah, we're in the upper deck here, and much like what Kelly saw, we did not see pretty much anyone leaving their seats at all before the conclusion of former President Obama's speech. And something that struck me, Kristen and Hallie, was how much rhetorically, at least, that the Democratic Party seems to have moved on from President Biden. It was former President Obama in his speech. He got a little emotional, saying that he was proud to call Joe Biden a friend. But other than that, other than even the references by former President Obama, we didn't really hear President Biden mention at all today as compared to yesterday. Of course, yesterday was the theme of giving thanks to President Obama and perhaps moving on, him passing the torch. Rhetorically, the party seems to have moved on. But again, I saw many of the things that Kelly and Tom were talking about down there on the floor. This was very well received here in the upper deck. No one leaving their seats, in certain lines, especially by Michelle Obama. For example, the affirmative action of generational wealth. That line was really poignant here, as well as, of course, the line that's getting a lot of headlines where she talked about black jobs. Hallie, Kristen?
Yeah, Gabe, you're absolutely right. That was one of several lines that got a lot of applause. And as we were talking about earlier, the other one, Hallie, was the do something. You can almost feel that
call and response moment in the hall.
Yes,
here.
the entire hall started to chant, do something, do something. It could sort of become a hope and change slogan.
Let me bring back in our friend and colleague, Tom Yamas, here, as we got about a minute left here in our coverage. Quick final thoughts from everybody. I will say I'm looking ahead to tomorrow night and what might be an interesting moment. Nancy Pelosi, somebody who helped, by all reporting, architect the shifting of the ticket, set to speak tomorrow night, of course, along with former President Bill Clinton. What are you watching for, Kristen? And then Tom will hear from you.
I'm going to watch to see how much meat they put on the bones in terms of how Vice President Kamala Harris would be different than a President Biden. Will we learn anything new about that? Tom, how about you?
So, guys, look, listen, I think every night we've been surprised by something. We were surprised by the way they did the roll call tonight. We were surprised when Vice President Kamala Harris came out and spoke, and it was live here as well. So I think those surprises are going to continue. Whoever's producing the convention right now, they know what they're doing. They've captivated the attention of the country to the Democrats. We're going to have much more throughout the week. We thank you for watching.
Have a good night, everyone.
Tonight from Chicago, history in the making. Vice President Kamala Harris shatters a barrier. The first woman of color to win the nomination of a major American party.
And in this packed arena tonight, a show of force and unity on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Our special coverage starts right now.
The Democratic Party making it official.
The next president, Kamala Harris.
After Vice President Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination for President of the United States.
Former President Barack Obama, one of the most popular Democrats in the country, takes the spotlight tonight to throw his support behind Harris.
As the Vice President mounts a historic bid to break another barrier and become the next president.
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention.
20,000 people inside this arena right now. Democrats fired up, rallying around their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. The party projecting unity heading into the final stretch of the presidential campaign.
Tonight's theme from the DNC, looking forward, branding the evening as a bold vision for America's future. And moments ago, a roll call with a soundtrack. Each state pledging their delegates, with the DNC DJ here hyping up the crowd, and Harris's home state of California putting her officially over the top.
California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
A celebratory roll call in the last hour. Harris filling 2 arenas, surprising her supporters in Chicago from a rally in Milwaukee, about an hour and a half up the road, with a massive crowd in the same arena where Donald Trump held his convention last month.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
Notably, the DNC also shining a spotlight on former Trump supporters who are now backing Harris, including Donald Trump's former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who said he mocks his own supporters behind closed doors.
Well, in a matter of moments, we're going to hear from some of the biggest names in Democratic politics, including Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and tonight's closing speaker, former President Barack Obama. So for more on a busy night ahead, we want to bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, we'll start with you. Definitely a party atmosphere here at the DNC tonight, and how interesting. It was certainly purposeful that Kamala Harris beams in from the very convention hall that a month ago Donald Trump had filled to the rafters. Hers is filled to the rafters, and so is this one in Chicago.
Absolutely. The optics tell the tale here, Savannah and Lester. That arena in Milwaukee was filled to capacity. Kamala Harris creating her own split screen of sorts, campaigning in a critical battleground state, the very same venue where Donald Trump held his convention just a few weeks ago, and really trying to make the case that we've got the energy, we've got the unity. Remember when we were covering the Republican National Convention, we talked about the unity that was on display. We wondered if Democrats would be able to match it. Well, they are trying to send the signal that, yes, we are unified around Kamala Harris. Last night was about officially passing the torch, President Biden officially passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight is really when the convention becomes hers, and you are seeing that play out in a range of different ways. We are going to hear from the Obamas and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, and I want to ask Hallie about that. We're learning so much about the vice president now, seeing it in a different light, including some of the relationships and friendships, and we're going to see that in the form of Barack Obama tonight.
That is what she has, Lester, with the Obamas, is a friendship, a personal friendship that goes back years, that goes back decades here. If the relationship between former President Obama and his then running mate, President Biden, can perhaps be described as complicated, it is different here for Vice President Harris and her relationship with the Obamas. Remember, this goes back to the early days of his first campaign for the White House. She was an early endorser of his. She came out when a lot of the Democratic institution was not backing Barack Obama. She knocked on doors for him on New Year's Eve in 2007 in frigid Iowa, and that is something that has not been forgotten. More recently, the former President Obama has acted as a kind of advisor to the vice president as she has taken on now the top of the Democratic ticket and moved forward here in her push to win the White House. What's been interesting as we've been at this convention and as I'm talking with delegates and other Democrats, you know what there's a lot of comparisons to? 2008 and the energy and the vibe and the momentum that was around Barack Obama. And I'm asking folks, okay, do you feel that now? You feel that momentum already? And they're thinking, and they're telling me, we think we can get there. So the question for the former president tonight, I'm told he's going to make the case for Kamala Harris and make the case against former President Trump. How does he differentiate the Biden agenda from the Harris agenda? We'll watch.
The big question looming over all of this is whether this energy, this newfound energy in the Democratic Party and unity can be sustained for the long haul. We want to get down to the floor. I just want to mention as a programming note, our intention tonight is to play most of the programming that you're going to see and will not cut away to a commercial break. That is the plan. So just so you know, you're not going to be missing the programming. Let me quickly go to Tom Yamas, though, down on the floor, because it was interesting. Last night it went very, very late, well past midnight, and the Democratic National Convention organizers heard that and are trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, Savannah, it's very brave of you to talk about a plan because I don't know if they're going to follow the plan tonight. As you mentioned, last night the event was supposed to end around maybe 11:15, maybe 11:30. It went well past midnight. The DNC has spoken to the television networks and to others are saying this night is much more scripted. So far, it has gone as planned, and I will tell you, it has been an incredible night so far. Why? They had this virtual roll call where they essentially made the ticket official, the Harris Waltz ticket official. They had rapper Lil Jon running up and down the aisles right here, singing Turn Down for What. They had each state doing their own unique roll call for them. It was quite the night, quite incredible. Everyone getting ready for former President Obama tonight. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, the DJ in the house kind of livened things up during that celebratory roll call. Right now, we are listening to Angela Brooks, the Democratic nominee for the Senate. Let's listen to some of her remarks.
I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, Faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
We've been listening to Angela Also Brooks, the keynote speaker for night 2 of the convention. It also Maryland's Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in a tight race right now with the Republican Governor Larry Hogan there. And coming up next, this is the Republican mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles, part of the DNC's focus on Republicans breaking with Trump.
I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party, and that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
A warm welcome for Governor Giles, who came out and basically said the grand old party has been hijacked, and really making an appeal to those in the center. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor right now. What was the reaction, Peter?
Well, Lester, hard to give you an instant reaction to that, though there's certainly a lot of applause. But I've been struck by not just the electricity, it's almost battery-powered here. They've all been wearing those Taylor Swift-like bracelets that light up throughout the night. As we've been talking to people like those here from Illinois, Barack Obama's home state, there's just a ton of energy. As one Democrat described it to me tonight, it's like the Democrats were mourning a loss not long ago, and now they're celebrating a success with only 77 days to go. I'm here with Dwayne from Delaware very quickly. That roll call tonight, you haven't seen one of those in 20 years. What was special about it that made it so memorable?
Oh my gosh, the energy in the room. Every state had its own dynamic. We had Little John coming in, not Lil John coming in, turn out for Waltz is what we're doing.
And to be clear, you think the party, the Democrats, have found new energy going forward?
Oh my God, this is amazing. And you never felt anything like it in this room.
He's not alone in those feelings right now, and as evidenced by this place being packed and that other arena about a couple hours away, Fiserv Forum, being packed tonight as well. The Democrats here are showing their stripes. Lester, Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next from the DNC, the program is going to focus on IVF. which of course has become part of the national conversation as part of a larger conversation about reproductive rights. We're going to be hearing now from the Illinois Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, who will take the stage momentarily. And of course, this is a major focus of the Democratic Party. Always, even before Kamala Harris was on board, was assumed to be one of their, what they will play as a strength. And here comes the senator now.
You know, I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
Okay, let's start with the next issues. Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, speaking not as she often does of her military experience and the wounds she suffered in war, but what she said was a far more grievous wound, which was the infertility that resulted. And of course, reproductive rights, abortion, all of these topics are potent topics for the Democrats, have been very successful topics for them in prior midterm elections in 2022. And now, as I turn to you, Hallie Jackson, clearly this is an issue that Kamala Harris had already made her own as vice president, and they are carrying this women so crucial to her election fortunes in November.
Democrats see this as hugely mobilizing, especially when you look at, for example, where the gender gap is, anywhere from 10 to 20 points when you look at the polling. And when you look at the numbers, this is an issue where Vice President Harris leads former President Trump well outside the margin of error, according to the most recent polling, something like 45 to 33% as far as trust to protect abortion access. Listening to the roll call earlier tonight as the states went around and talked about various things that are important to their constituents, you heard about reproductive rights and the issue of abortion access again and again. And of course, these very personal stories, like what we just heard from Senator Duckworth, Governor Tim Walz and his wife have a personal story as well. You saw the Trump campaign try to make something of that today because Governor Walz referred to it as IVF when it's IUI, a different procedure. The Harris campaign says, listen, everybody kind of knew what he was talking about here. He was shorthanded.
And Kristen, this is an area that really highlights not only the difference between reproductive rights, but how big a deal each party considers it, what the legacy of the repeal of Roe v. Wade will be.
Absolutely. This is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And look at what we have seen in the midterms. We know that the issue of abortion was a motivating factor in special elections in recent years. It's been an energizing factor for Democrats. Abortion is now on the ballot in 8 different states, potentially 3 more. Democrats want to capitalize on that. So yes, we just heard from Tammy Duckworth. We are going to be hearing a whole lot about this topic.
And we know that, of course, the Republicans, well, Donald Trump in particular, considers this to be one of the issues that they are very vulnerable on. And for the first time ever, the Republican platform, in a generation at least, did not call for a nationwide abortion ban. So he's trying to soften this stance, on the one hand saying, taking credit on the record for overturning Roe v. Wade, appointing the justices who made that a reality, but then saying, oh, it's now up to the states.
And here's where the real issue comes in, because Democrats say if he's elected, he's going to try to enforce a federal ban. Donald Trump has said, no, he's not going to do that. But that's where the battle lines are being drawn. That's where the fight's going to play out.
I just want to mention that we're waiting right now. We promised you the programming, and we will be getting you right back to it. And the next thing we're going to hear from is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman who has the potential to be the first gentleman of the United States. And he'll be talking about the Kamala Harris that he knows and married 10 years ago.
Defining not just who he is to an audience to whom he is simply the second gentleman at the moment, but also who his wife is. And watch for him to really try to humanize her. We have seen the introduction from his son, Cole Emhoff, in which he describes learning about Kamala Harris as Mamala, how she becomes that sort of mother figure in their lives, somebody who is a part of their family here. When you look at this moment overall, as we talk about defining who these folks are, who these candidates and their spouses are, the state of the race is very different than it was just a month ago. Kamala Harris is doing better in polling than President Biden did against former President Trump. What happens over the next 70 days, we'll see.
And this will get back to the idea of blended families, and for America to see blended families, perhaps through a new set of eyes.
Absolutely. A significant theme, particularly with J.D. Vance saying that Democrats aren't focused enough on family.
Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, having his moment in Chicago.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail, listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Well, we can't speak to how that may be going over outside, but inside this arena tonight, Doug Emhoff may be having a moment.
Absolutely, Lester. And what's significant about it is this whole week is about filling in the biography of Kamala Harris. She served as vice president for nearly 4 years, but a lot of people still don't know who she is. Hearing about that voicemail, hearing about what she means to their family.
Conventions are all about, humanizing people, and that may be a...
It's the relatability factor there, reclaiming her laugh, for example, something Republicans have tried to attack, and now, of course, one of the most popular figures in the Democratic Party.
Let's listen. Former First Lady Michelle Obama enters the room.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter,
Don't sit around and complain about things. Do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. A business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim They have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Right away after this.
Tonight. Yeah. One more job. all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
First Lady Michelle Obama with a fiery, heartfelt, and personal call to action as she greets her husband, former President Barack Obama, to the stage. This speech was personal. It covered the terrain, and it felt like this was a First Lady who had some things to get off her chest, particularly about Donald Trump, first by implication and then by name. Hallie.
She blew the roof off this place. It was a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris and a full-throated indictment of Donald Trump.
She has blown the doors off this house and certainly raised the bar for what is to come from her husband.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress, that would have helped secure our southern border, because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress, because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, We don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why, if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Remarkable 1-2 punch from former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama to an energized hometown crowd here in Chicago. The former president not only paying tribute to his former running mate and now President Biden, but both Obamas making forceful cases for Vice President Harris, directly going after former President Trump, not holding back. In many ways, you could argue, Savannah, that what we heard from Barack Obama there was really, at times, while going after Trump, really an appeal to the middle.
These were two different speeches, and yet they were bookends to an argument for a return to American ideal that the Obamas argued has been lost in our recent politics. Michelle Obama started out by saying, hope is making a comeback. Of course, Barack Obama was the candidate so famous for saying hope and change. And he went out there and gave an endorsement of Kamala Harris, an indictment of Donald Trump. But most crucially, I think he was arguing for a hopeful future, one where Americans, though they may feel divided or feel that they can't agree, that they could still live together in peace and harmony. And I think that was, Kristen, what he was trying to do tonight.
These were fascinating speeches in the way that they fit together. Our Monica Alba is reporting that the two of them actually coordinated their speeches, worked on them so that they would feel like bookends. Former President Barack Obama really became the explainer-in-chief. Remember, that's what former President Bill Clinton was for him when he was running for re-election in 2012. He delivered a speech that very much fit into this. Former First Lady Michelle Obama basically unleashed what it seems like she's been wanting to say about former President Donald Trump since 2016. It was a stunning moment in our politics. She took the gloves off. She went directly at Mr. Trump. This is a preview of what we'll see from them on the campaign trail.
She took the gloves off and then delivered a total knockout punch. And then what we saw from Barack Obama was a little bit different, Hallie, in the sense of it was an indictment of Trump, but done with a little more humor and lightness, even making fun of Donald Trump for his weird obsession with crowd size and that kind of thing.
So they were, if you look at these two speeches, almost puzzle pieces that fit together to tell that bigger picture story. And what was so interesting here in listening to them is that it feels like this moment right now cements the difference in strategy going after Donald Trump between President Biden and Vice President Harris. President Biden made the case for years, really, that former President Trump was a threat to democracy, casting him as almost this sort of ominous figure looming over American democracy. In some ways, you could argue making him seem almost larger than life. The Harris-Walz strategy, in many ways, Tim Walz, the architect of this, is to say, wait a second, Donald Trump's not large. They say he's in fact small. He's weird. He's annoying. He's a whiner. He's a loser, trying to take away that power from him as they make the case against him.
Let's not forget, a lot of this was directed at Democrats and hand-wringing. We heard it really explicitly from Michelle Obama, and then her husband kind of picked up on that theme.
From both of them, really. There was a message to, we always say, and we talk about this a lot at conventions, there's an audience in the room and then there's an audience watching at home. Millions of people in prime time, you're delivering a message to both, but they both had a message to Democrats. And from Michelle Obama, it was stop trying to hold these candidates to an impossible ideal of perfection. Stop the, so to speak, bedwetting, which is a phrase that often comes up in Democratic politics. Former President Obama had a message to almost the citizenry of the Democratic Party saying, don't hold supporters of the former President Trump to that standard either. Let's give each other a little bit of grace as citizens here. So it was fascinating to see how the interplay between these.
Well, it's interesting, too, in this larger sense. Yes, President Biden has been talking about the threat to democracy, but the other side of that was what we heard from the Obamas, which is why democracy is something worth fighting for, what our better angels were, what this restoration is that they're talking about. So we're going to take a break right here. We have a lot more to cover from the Democratic National Convention, and we will talk about what's next for this fired up crowd in Chicago tomorrow night, right after this.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back. Tuesday night in Chicago. Our special coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention rolls on. Tonight's program has come to a close after former President Obama delivered the night's major address, of course, throwing his support behind Vice President Harris. And, of course, Michelle Obama lit the place on fire with her speech. Let's go to Tom Yamas. He's on the convention floor, so he was in the room where it happened. Tom, how did these speeches go over with this crowd of party faithful?
I mean, the entire crowd here, the entire arena was electrified. They were on their feet the entire time. Towards the end of President Obama's speech, people started to sit down. It was a very long speech. After two nights, we've learned two things. One, in prime time, they are going after former President Trump. We heard it yesterday with President Biden. We heard it again today with former President Obama. And also, they are not following the schedule. These nights are going very, very long. I do want to ask LaTanya Reeves. She's from Minnesota. She was watching the speech. Tell me, why were people so excited about the Obamas, and did they deliver?
They definitely delivered. I've lost my voice because I was crying at the words of Michelle Obama, really speaking to the experience of people of color and the fact that Kamala is a woman going for the highest office. I was so impressed by both of them, and for them to endorse her, the first black man president to endorse a black and South Asian woman, is just phenomenal.
Can Democrats maintain this energy and enthusiasm for the next 75 days?
You see this room, we are going to maintain this energy, and she is going to win this race. With our wonderful governor, of course, Minnesota, Tim Walz.
LaTanya Reeves, we thank you so much for talking to us. Savannah, I'm going to send it back to you guys up there.
All right, Tom, thank you.
And we want to bring back Peter Alexander. He's also on the convention floor getting a sense of how this landed with that crowd. Peter.
Yeah, Lester and Savannah, what struck me, among other things, is how the Obamas sort of lent some of their language and their energy to Kamala Harris, saying hope is making a comeback. You heard from Michelle Obama, do something. The crowd repeated that, something you might hear along the way. And from President Obama tonight, he had a little smile on his face when the crowd picked on Yes, We Can and said, yes, she can. That's something I already am hearing from some campaign officials they think may stick going forward. William is from California. Rate it, 1 to 10, how was it?
I thought it was a 10 out of 10 speech. I was so moved by President Obama and all the speakers tonight. It really infused me with hope. Growing up,
we're going to let you head on your way. I just want to make sure we get it back to them. them on the way. The debate tonight from these guys, which Obama did better, Michelle or Barack? Back to you guys.
Yeah, a lot of conversations taking place at this table and many others about what we witnessed tonight. We're going to take a break. When we come back, what to expect tomorrow from the DNC as the new Democratic ticket prepares to address the nation. More from Chicago right after this.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the DNC in Chicago. Our special coverage on the second night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. The crowd still energized, not eager to leave based on what we're seeing behind us after the biggest speech of the night from former President Obama. There are still 2 big nights ahead of us with Tim Walz set to speak tomorrow and Vice President Harris's historic acceptance speech on Thursday. When you piece these together, you get a sense of the arc that the party is trying to put across this week.
Well, Monday night was about paying tribute, of course, to the current president, President Biden. We saw Barack Obama do that as well, his former vice president, and wanting to put a grace note there. There obviously was some difficult moments for the Democratic Party when we were sitting here a month ago at the Republican National Convention. There was so much torment within the Democratic Party. You could almost not have fathomed that a month later this would be a Democratic Party that has coalesced behind a candidate that has changed the poll numbers and momentum is on their side. But now, as the speakers were so quick and insistent to point out, so much work to be done, so much can change in this time, 75 days.
And the timeline is so compressed, despite some of these numbers that Democrats are looking at, not just in key swing states, but also nationally, showing Kamala Harris gaining ground along with Tim Walz. There is still a real sense when you talk to Democrats and sources here that they are the underdogs. There's a lot of fight left and not a lot of time to fight it.
That concludes our coverage of the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Thanks for being here.
We'll have more tomorrow on Today. See you tomorrow night, too.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage here on NBC News of the Democratic National Convention. This is night 2. It is just concluded here in Chicago. We are still live. So much action, so much politics on night 2. Hearing from both the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, and the former President, Barack Obama. Something we're learning here in prime time. The Democrats are going long. They have not shy about going past the schedule. They went about 30 minutes past the schedule tonight, an hour past the schedule last night. And also in prime time, we're hearing the attack dogs come out. Yesterday was President Biden. Today was former President Barack Obama going after former President Trump, pulling no punches. At one point, President Barack Obama even making a joke about crowd size and making reference with his hands that was possibly a little bit PG-13. And Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, really rallying the troops here at the United Center in Chicago, talking about the black experience, talking about what a Kamala Harris presidency would be like, and also saying, turning a phrase on former President Trump, saying being president is a black job. Our Kelly O'Donnell was up at a platform just behind me here. You can see her right up there. She's live for us tonight here inside the convention hall. Kelly, talk to me about some of the things that stood out to you after another long night here inside the United Center.
A long night for sure, Tom, but tonight I didn't see anyone walking out until all of this was concluded. People hung in their seats. They hung on every word. And of course, Democrats were very excited to hear what Michelle Obama and Barack Obama had to say, and many of the other speakers here tonight. Heat and fire from Michelle Obama. President Obama at times playing more peacemaker and talking about some of the things that connect communities together and ways that people could relate to how they could have less anger, maybe less loneliness, some tones that we might not have expected tonight, but woven together. I had a chance from this perch here on the podium, as we call it, to talk to the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, just a short time ago and asked him what he thought, and he said it was hit after hit, waving his arm. I could also peek backstage during each of the Obama's remarks, and there were high fives and hugs from members of their teams and those who were watching behind stage, because apparently it was living up to what they had hoped it would be. There was emotion and encouragement and a lot of enthusiasm to have the Obamas back here in Chicago tonight. As we look out on the floor, people still lingering, still taking in this night and getting a sense of the experience. For delegates, of course, tonight also included the roll call, which was a dance party set state by state to theme songs and big names and important issues, weaving in key issues throughout the evening that matter to the Democratic Party. Also notable to me, I think, Tom, is that tonight with Doug Emhoff having his moment to talk about Kamala Harris, to talk about his family. Prior to that, there was discussion of issues like abortion rights and fertility and women's health care, things that you might associate with women voters. But right before Doug Emhoff, in part to say that it's not just women, it's the men in their lives who love them that are concerned about these issues, threading that together. We should see that again tomorrow with Gwen Walz and Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota. They have talked about their fertility journey, 7 years in going through different treatments to try to have their daughter. Tomorrow, we will learn more about Tim Walz, the teacher, the coach, the veteran, and expect that to be another way for people to get to know him, to learn about his record, of course, to learn about what he's done in Minnesota, but to get to know him as the Midwest dad. That's part of the framing we expect from the campaign. We heard a little of that from Barack Obama tonight as he talked about Tim Walz and basically gave that endorsement that these are people he knows and trusts and is calling on voters to get to work. Lots of focus tonight on the limited time and no chance for resting on laurels or thinking the energy that was in this arena translates to everything that needs to get done. Really imploring Democratic voters and maybe those who are just tuning in to take action and to participate. So those are some of my takeaways tonight from one of the best seats in the House. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we always appreciate all your reporting. I want to send it back to my colleagues, Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson, up in the studio, at our anchor studio here at the convention hall. And guys, just a couple of conversation topics to get that hot conversation going. I know you're going to have up there. Number one, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman. You know, for a lot of people, this is the first time they're seeing him. He was pretty funny, and I think he probably met the moment in what the campaign wanted him to do. And I may say something that might be a little controversial, but maybe not. Michelle Obama's speech may have been better than President Barack Obama's speech. I mean, it was so well received in this hall, I'll tell you, from being down here on the ground. People love the president's speech as well, but Michelle Obama really rocked the House as well.
Tom, as one Democrat